And we're live. Hello and welcome to HexConference.com, the second annual online Hex conference. I'm your host, Maddie Allen. My background is as a mental health therapist, and before that, a neuroscientist. But now that I'm a retired millionaire from Hex, I work more than ever to pay it forward by creating YouTube content about Hex, crypto, and mental health. I stream for hours every Tuesday and Thursday nights with special guests right here on this channel. So hit the like and subscribe button and stay tuned. I am more than honored to host the amazing 4-day online program we have for you this year at HexConference.com. Thank you for viewing. Please take a moment now to share this stream on your social media or via direct message to your contacts. Although the regular weekly streams on this channel are fairly technical and not for beginners, this conference is our chance to get you up to speed. I believe that both Hex veterans and new coiners will get a lot out of this conference, and I hope you will take the time to follow the presenters on their own channels. They rock. We will hear from over 40 Hex YouTubers just on this first day. Please hit the like and subscribe button and share button now if you appreciate that we have over 40 Hex YouTubers and speakers for you on just this first night. After today, the conference will continue for 3 more nights, so you can get pumped as we make history and hear from quants, devs, NFL players, psychologists, YouTube personalities, haters, longevity researchers, beloved leaders of the Hexican community, and even the founder himself, Richard Hart, will speak on Sunday. This conference will not only cover Hex, but will also cover the other 2 cryptos that Richard Hart is currently releasing for the first time. Number 1, Pulse Chain, a better fork of Ethereum. Think beating ETH 2.0 to market, first full system state fork of Ethereum, with transactions costing pennies instead of hundreds of dollars, and better tokenomics. After all, Pulse Chain is the largest airdrop in crypto history. Please note that Pulse Chain is not currently traded and is expected to launch in the next 2 to 4 months. You can learn more at pulsechain.com. The third coin from Richard Hart that we will cover in this conference is PulseX.com, a fork of Uniswap v2 code that monetizes swap fees on Pulse Chain with better tokenomics. Since these swap tokens generate revenue, like old man Coinbase that IPO'd for $100 billion in the past year, and coins like Pancake and Uniswap, which have mooned even with weak launches and worse tokenomics. It's no wonder Hexicans are excited about Pulse and PulseX. Now, it's rumored that anyone following the instructions about how they can quote unquote sacrifice their cryptos as a political statement for the freedom of movement could be the only set of users that get airdropped all the PulseX coins that will ever exist, while not causing a sell-off due to tax implications. $730 million was raised or sacrificed for Pulse Chain before $13 billion came in at the end of the sacrifice phase a few months ago. Now, over $350 million has been sent to the PulseX sacrifice. The deadline to get the best sacrifice rate is coming up on Saturday. These new Richard Hart coins will be explored even further in the program, but be advised that now is the time when most Hexicans have made their initial investments after doing their own research at PulseX.com. So there are a lot of exciting things happening at this Hex conference compared to this time last year. But wait, there's more. I am personally organizing an in-person Hex conference that will happen in Las Vegas in 2 months on March 6th through 9th. Over 300 tickets have been sold and less than 300 tickets remain. This will be the largest gathering of Hexicans ever since the DS Network took the title from me in December. Don't miss out on the epic energy of meeting your favorite Hexicans in person in Las Vegas. Buy your ticket now before they sell out. Go to hexticket.com. In Las Vegas, we plan to enjoy 4 full days of talks at a location that should be announced here before the end of the online Hex conference. It'll be there on the Strip. Please see details at hexconference.com. Buy your ticket now before they sell out. Go to hexticket.com. If you want to donate to the costs of this online conference, I have a crypto address in the description below that starts with 0xFEED. Now, with that being said, never share your private crypto seed words with anyone, even if they are impersonating the founder or one of us. Don't send money to imposters. Always verify and do your own research. For this entire conference, none of this is financial, legal, medical, or therapy advice. This is education, free speech, and for entertainment purposes only. And you must make your own financial decisions or speak to a qualified expert. What's in store for our program tonight? At this point, I'd like to set the record straight about where we're at in Hex compared to the first Hex conference last year. And then I'll bring up the 9 OGs to explain what is Hex and what it means to them. Then we'll have an hour of legendary testimonials, followed by talks about community, an $80 million hack, as well as what you can do about improving your crypto security. Then we'll have our keynote from your favorite duo traveling across the US to 40 cities to host meetups and workshops and educate everyone about Hex for free. Abit and Patrick of Kryptosparbuch will present their data-driven insights about T-shares. And that's the Nobel Prize-worthy innovation underlying Hex's price-positive game theory. Finally, we will have 2 hours of socials with some of the most famous Hexicans on social media. That's our schedule today. Now, for the record, as of today, exactly 1 year since the first Hex conference, the price of Hex is up 18 times higher, while Bitcoin is up only 19% year over year, or 1.2x compared to Hex's 18x. Last year, Hex was up 352x since its deepest discount in 2020. On January 6th, 2021, Hex was 1.2 cents, and today it's 21 cents. Our all-time high was about 10,000x from the all-time low and occurred when Hex was 50 cents in mid-September, about 4 months ago. The market cap of Hex is about 30 billion currently. Indeed, the price of Hex is doing better than Bitcoin did after its first 2 years of existence. And Bitcoin still did another 8,000x from 2 years after its launch until now. Many regard Hex as having an extremely powerful community while still being pre-viral. No other financial product in the world has caused users to lock up billions of dollars of their funds for an average of 5.9 years. The founder of Hex describes Bitcoin as simply an Excel spreadsheet that lives on the internet and pays inflation to keep itself honest. Whereas Hex only pays inflation to people who time lock Hex, which is positive for the price because it reduces the current supply available. Hex is a crypto that pays its users to make it more scarce by time locking for 0 to 15 years. I've compared time locking Hex to paying your future self, a form of rewarding delaying gratification. And I think Hex is good for mental health because it turns people living in a debt-fueled society into people who have the right tool to save for their future. Unlike Bitcoin, Hex has caused users to save ourselves from ourselves because unlocked mad gains are surprisingly stressful, and most Bitcoiners who bought at a penny couldn't help from selling at $1 or $100. and they missed out on millions of dollars of returns per dollar they put in had they just time locked their Bitcoin for 10 years. Now we will hear from a panel of OGs who have become millionaires from Hex and learn more about Hex from the amazing community.
Come.
Oh, hey.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, no lab coat. Boo.
All right, what's going on?
Man.
How's it going, everybody?
Late to the party.
Somebody
Don't wanna
just
hang with
messaged me and was like, are you coming to the thing? And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like in the middle of dinner. I thought it was the night. I thought it was on the night.
Sorry, fam. We talked about your dinners right on the mic. Can you finish that up?
Thank you all so much for joining today. You're all legendary in your own right. I was hoping first we could go around the panel one by one, and each person could tell everyone what is your origin story in crypto, and or what are you known for in the Hex community. Hodl Dog?
Yeah, thanks, Maddie. Thanks for organizing and thanks for having me.
My pleasure.
Yeah, my name is Hodl Dog. I have a YouTube channel, and I think I'm known for doing videos for over a year, just documenting my Hex journey and now also my Pulse journey. I've done a lot of how-to tutorials to help the community, I think, and I will continue to do so. So yeah, that's pretty much my story in Hex, and there was a little bit before in crypto, but I think Hex treated me pretty well, so we're gonna stay another year.
Awesome. And you're Richard Hart's favorite person to pick up and spin around, right?
Yeah, it looks kind of like, yeah. Really strong.
Awesome. Motley?
Yep. What's going on, guys? Motley Investor. Just like Hodl Dog, I have a YouTube channel. Not as knowledgeable, not as beneficial to you, but we stream, we have a good time, and we hang out. Been in crypto since 2016, 2017. Found Richard, and ever since he came up with amazing product Hex, I haven't left. Locked in for 15 years, and a lot of people you see on screen now are more or less my new family. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, and looking forward to doing this conference today. It's gonna be fun.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Cabana?
Oh, hey, you just did not do the clockwise thing there.
Curveball.
So, yeah, curveball. Yeah, so got into crypto probably during the first Bitcoin mega cycle up to 20K, and just really started my learning experience. And short story, wound up in Hex just because did my research on it and pretty much all of crypto, and pretty much sort of gravitated eventually all of my, or a lot of my crypto funds to Hex and this entire ecosystem that's now been built. And just had the pleasure of actually meeting so many of these panelists already in person. I still have to meet a couple of you guys, so I can't wait to do that. And yeah, what I'm known for, I guess I'm the host of the Happy Hour show, usually on Fridays at 5 p.m. Eastern, with Big K down there and Motley Investor up there, and Crypto Events, who I believe will be on later. So it's a fun time. We bill ourselves as informal but informative. So come hang out, have fun. You'll probably learn a couple things too. So thank you for having us again, Maddie. You did a great job last year, and looking forward to it again this year.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for being here. And awesome. So Abit, Hex and Hex Lion.
So we are Kryptosparbuch. My name is Abit Hex. We have Hex Lion here. My origin story in crypto is luckily really, really short, because I was in Bitcoin before I found Hex for like only 1 month. And I did a little bit leverage trading. I lost it all. So I basically started new with Hex. And you guys already know how it turned out. Hex did 10,000x. We are all millionaires now, all basically financially free. I started traveling in February 2021, and since then my portfolio has went up 40 more x. And what is special about me is that I always decided what I want to do for the Hex community. So I started out doing memes, later on YouTube, and then Patrick and I and the Kryptosparbuch team decided to do the 5555 tour, and this is the most fun I ever had in my life. We are meeting Hexicans. I'm improving my personal life. I'm not introvert anymore. I'm extrovert. I'm talking, and yep, this is what defines me as a Hexican.
you're a great Hexican. So also hello from my side.
I hope so. You're on the road trip with him.
That's right.
Yeah, it is. Over Christmas, he was working all over the holidays, for example, only to bring Hex to the said $7 till March. So also hello from my side. I go on social media with Hex Lion. My name is Patrick, and I stepped into the crypto market in mid 2017 and wrote bull market up, bear market down, and then in 2019 I was in the look for a restructure of my crypto portfolio. Luckily, I found out about Richard Hart again because I watched the video of him in 17 as well, and then just saw the greatness of the hex code. Dollar cost averaged in, and here I am right now next to EBIT on the 5555 tour. And I would say what I'm most known about in the hex community is the knowledge of the hex code, what we will also present later on in the keynote tonight.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Me.
Johnny?
Hey, Johnny Chaos. I'm known as that angry guy that yells at the screen all the time on Twitter. Pretty much. I have already been through all the arguments that the influencers have put towards Hex, because I, unlike everybody else, was kind of I thought Bitcoin was a scam. I've been through all those arguments. I could not understand why a digital asset would actually have any tangible value. Well, years later, of course, I woke up when it was $2,000 and said, wait a second here, this thing did what? And then I started really examining what the space was about. And, you know, I got the ideals of what crypto was supposed to be, and I got on that bandwagon. And then I realized very shortly that it was just a bandwagon, and those things that crypto wanted to do, it simply wasn't doing. It became more of gambling. It became more of leverage trading. It became more of a way of people exploiting others. And I just wasn't happy with the space at all. And along comes Richard Hart, who is trying to revitalize these ideals of the crypto space. And I'm like, all right, that's what I was looking for all along. Let me take a better look at this. So, of course, I spent a lot of my time devoted to try to figure it out, looking at it from a skeptic's point of view, trying to tear it apart, trying to ask myself, okay, where's its point of failure? Because I am a research and development technician. My job requires picking things apart, problem solving, figure out where points of failure are, et cetera, et cetera. I actually build medical devices in the real world and innovations and stuff, bringing innovations and stuff to the real world that just hasn't been done before. So I took that mindset into Hex and really examined it to find out that, you know, it really was the real deal. And it wasn't easy, not with all the grief that we got before, but I wasn't going to miss the same opportunity or make the same mistake I did with Bitcoin because of my lack of understanding at that point in time. So I took the time to really look in and understand Hex. And now that I found it, I want to share that ultimate cheat code with everybody else because it's just not fair to have that information and not share it.
I like that ultimate cheat code. And thanks, Johnny. Hexologist, welcome.
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? I'm the Hexologist, also known as the Richard Hart Maxi on the Twitter. If you see me on Twitter, I'm a Richard Hart Maxi. Some people may call me. I'm just the Hexologist. I don't know. I shield Hex from day one. Probably made a lot of people more money than any of these traders out there. Hopefully. I mean, I didn't do it. I just, you know, I was trying to promote it. So you guys did it yourselves. But
you were the light in the dark in the first 2 months, Hexo.
Right.
Yeah, if this guy could do it, we all had to show up and
exactly. That's how it was. It was like, dude, if a stay-at-home dad could get this, I mean, all of you guys could do it, right? Let's see. So you streamed every day for hundreds of days.
Yes, 572 days straight.
500.
I like to get it down when somebody's like, "Oh, he did roughly 500 days." I'm like, "No, it was 572. That was an extra 72 days I had to stream." But
with COVID,
closer to 600. Let's round it up to 600. Let's round it up to 600. But yeah, just did that. You know, made a little bit of money off of a Richard Hart product. Hopefully, he'll make some more money off of his other 2 projects. And that's it. I don't really. I don't know. I'm just a dude on the internet that just says things. That's it. A troll. I'm a Twitter troll. So if you see me on Twitter, I'm just trolling. So that's me.
Yeah, and you're doing it right now, Hexo. You were a big inspiration to all of us that you see here on the screen. Definitely for me, I started streaming because of you, and all of the other guys. They got the inspiration from you as well. So I know you do not want to blow your own horn, but you are the most influential.
Oh, if I could blow my own horn, I'd blow it, bro. But I can't. I don't.
Do you prefer the mic?
This is a children's show, sir.
Sorry, I don't know where we're at.
One of the guys that inspired me to come out behind the camera. So, I just wanted to hide in the shadows and just help out in the background, but you know.
Well, I never thought that it would go this far. Like I thought it would just be like I knew Hex would, but I didn't know that I would actually do what I did. You know, I just thought I would just be like, all right, let's peace out. I made them referrals, you know. But that you know, it turned out really good. I didn't ever think that we could you know, cultivate a crypto. Oh, is that some mine? Cultivate like a community like we did, but that's what we did, you know. So
You sold some pizzas too, bro.
and so I didn't sell any pizzas. I bought them.
He was the buyer.
Bought the dang things.
Hex Kong made off like a bandit.
Yes, he did.
That was
You see that new
Let's do
M3
some
thing
original
got?
math there.
80,000 hex total, including tip.
All right.
And
It's
we're
about
at
$50,000
right now.
I
Do
think.
the math. How much were those 2
Probably
people?
about 50.
Oh no, we're at 23 cents almost.
Oh, 23 cents? Well, that's
Yeah,
good.
23 cents.
So
I
that's me. That's my story. Not too inspirational, but
Best pizzas ever.
That
not
was basically
really.
the
And
first
really not that
sacrifice,
good
the pizza
so-
sacrifice. So
Now,
This guy
he
right
says
here
he-
is a legend. This guy right here, the big K, the next one. Now that's the dude that you
Next.
He says,
Oh, come on. No, you're fantastic, brother. I appreciate that. Shit, I'm also just a guy who talks on the internet too. You know, it's not nothing special here. No, I'd gotten into crypto long about 2016. And started getting into mining, and did that for quite a while. Built up quite a facility, and you know, lost a lot of money doing it. Mostly because in my mining experience, I blocked Richard Hart. I decided to. When I heard him first talk, I was like, I don't like this guy. I didn't like anything he had to say. He was talking about my bags, and he was saying things that I didn't like him to say about my bags, and I didn't block him straight up on Twitter.
That's
and
my favorite
lost.
Big K story.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And, I proceeded to lose a lot of money after I blocked him on Twitter. A lot of money. You know, it wasn't until I was, you know, at the very bottom of like that you know 85+% pullback in 2017-18 that we did, that I started to look outside the echo chamber that I built. And when I started looking outside of it, I started unblocking some of the people that I had blocked earlier on. And one of them was Richard. And he said something that was pretty simple. It was just, if you don't understand what all the top 10 coins are there and offering their market, then you have no business telling anybody about any of this cryptocurrency stuff whatsoever. And I looked at the top 10 and I was like, I don't know what like 5 of those do. I just talk shit about them. And so I was like, I better do some research, you know. And then the more I learned and listened, the more I was like, oh man, this guy's right. This guy's really right, you know. Like it was very painful, but at first, but like then, but like we was working on a project, and I was sat in the chat room from before Hex was Bitcoin Hex, and there was a lot of rough ideas, but nothing ever completely put down. I watched. I mean, I'm not like so genius level that I put in a lot of input. I mostly just paid attention and watched, and was very impressed with the crafting of the entire smart contract that is Hex. It really, you know, took me aback to see the community put out this as much information as they did. Richard sourced the right pieces of it to, you know, to add into this, and really cultivated an incredible product and an amazing community in the same token. So like being able to be a part of that entire experience was amazing. And that's how I got to here. I started live streaming pretty early on with RG3 when he started opening up the floor for people to come on and mess around on Friday nights. And I mean, I think I was one of the first people that jumped on there, and then started doing a non-for-profit bingo show, just trying to give away Hex to people who wanted to play bingo whenever the crisis happened that allowed us to not be able to have fundraising activities in person anymore. So I did that for a long time until Ethereum fees became pretty untenable, and I'm looking forward to hopefully doing Bingo Earth again on Pulse Chain in the near future. I love giving back to the community and doing what I can to show all my friends and family and everyone that I meet that like they can do this too.
Thank you for all you do for the community. Thanks, Big K.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you guys.
Big K sponsored Hexo to London trip. He would have not been able to make it without Big K's sponsorship because most of his stuff is all locked up. So he didn't have that cash available, and Big K made sure that he got there.
Oh, he needed to be there, man. Like Hexologist got me through some of the hardest times and made me feel more confident about the product, as day by day. Every time that I felt the least bit not confident, I'd turn on Hex News and get my daily dose, my fix of what I needed to make me want to make another purchase. And I was, it's like now I'm super indebted to you too, man. Like I really appreciate it a ton. So like I was happy to be able to do that for you, and love doing those kinds of things for people who deserve it. I mean that's what it's all about. Like I've always said that it's like I've been throwing events and being a part of party planning and that kind of thing for a long time, and I've always said it's not fun unless everyone's having a good time. And so I try and live by that and do my very best to make sure that.
I mean, I think Motley was there. Hodl Dog was there too.
Yeah.
We all had a blast, dude. It was freaking awesome. So thanks.
Yeah, we even had an amazing time at quite possibly the worst dinner ever. So
the Scandinavians really don't know how to do food.
I just like the poop emoji that we got to eat.
Oh my god!
And the sad part, it was one of the best tasting things we had.
Yeah. And so, like, I mean, that's the fun that we find amongst each other is awesome, and being able to give it out to people all around us, is an incredible feeling. I love to tip well and tell people why I can. I love to, find I'm always running into people that I haven't met or seen in a couple of years, and I can't wait to tell them about Hex. And I was in crypto since 2016, and up until Hex, I had never told anybody like you got to buy any of this. So it made a big difference, and really changed my perspective on things. So yeah, that's who I am. I'm happy to be here. Appreciate y'all.
Awesome. Freddie?
Hey, thanks for having us, Maddie. Freddie Quotes. I got into crypto back in 2013. Lost a lot of money between 2013 and 2017. But 2017 was when I found Richard and started following all of his streams constantly while at work, at the gym, at the dinner table. No matter where I was or what I was doing, I had a Richard stream on, listening. And then when he started talking about Bitcoin Hex, I was like, oh, hopefully this is better than Bitcoin Private, because I lost a lot of money on that. And got into Hex early, tried to onboard a bunch of people before it launched. Only a couple people listened. Hexagon 720 was one of those guys now, and it's changed our lives, our family's lives. It's been awesome. I'm known in the Hex community for my music that I make. The Hexican Anthem was the first track I made. Just got sick and tired of all the haters talking trash, and wrote a song, text Hexo one day, and I was like, hey, I got this song. Can we play it on your show tonight? And he was like, absolutely, no problem, brother. And just 100% supportive the entire time. And same thing with, RG3 and Discourse. Like after Hexo went on there and played it on there and just started to develop a relationship with everyone here. I think it was Motley that said it, like, this is my family now. Like I'm closer to a lot of the people here on this screen than people in my family, which is crazy. But this year got sick and tired again of people talking trash, and then wrote the Furu's eulogy, which we're going to do kind of like a TRL countdown of music videos here in one of the days to come on the conference. So that's pretty much how I got into crypto and how I am involved in Hex. But thanks again for having us, Maddie.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'm super stoked that everybody's here and that we're able to do this roundtable thing. So I'm going to play a 2-minute cartoon that talks about what is Hex for people who are new, and then people who are old, who have been in Hex and already understand it. The next segment will go around the room and hear your best elevator pitch or something you want to add to the marketing efforts or the use case for Hex. So here we go.
What is this Hex, you might ask? Hex is a cryptocurrency, albeit a very different type of cryptocurrency. You see, instead of simply spending or trading this cryptocurrency, Hex lets you lock up your money and gain interest on it. We already do this through our banks. It is what the banking industry calls CDs, or certificates of deposit. Customers lock up their wealth for a certain time, and in turn they grow their wealth by earning interest. But the old school currencies that we lock up in our banks suffer from inflation, which means that while you are gaining interest over time, your money is also losing some of its value. This is where Hex shines, because Hex is the first high-interest paying cryptocurrency. Hex takes the profit out of banks and government money printing and gives it to Hex holders. Hex is actually designed to increase in value. In fact, the value of a single Hex token has multiplied by more than 80 times within the first handful of months it was launched. Which means the Hex holders not only gained interest, but they also multiplied their existing investment exponentially. And it's only just getting started. What makes Hex even more reliable is the fact that Hex is a trustless peer-to-peer system, which means that there is no central power that controls the system. Everything is powered by the users without any counterparty risk. It's pretty, interesting. To get started, head to hex.com. Links below. Farewell.
I absolutely love that cartoon, and I love how Hexo's in there, RG's
Nice
in there,
cameo.
Annette's in there, and then they've got Conrad Zen. You know,
Awesome.
beautiful.
Is that Conrad speaking? Is he the one narrating that?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Didn't sound like him.
I think that's racist, but
I have a fun fact. I just thought about
Is
that. I
it
think I'm the only person here in that room who has physically met everybody here. Yeah. Nobody did that. Even
That's
Patrick
the
wasn't
bragging
able
rights.
to do so because
Yeah.
Patrick was not able to meet Cabana Crypto.
And Hodl Dog.
And Hodl Dog too, yeah.
I've met everyone in here in person.
Yeah, Big K we met on Sunday, no? Yeah, in Vegas.
Oh yeah, you ran
You
the
met
card
me.
table.
Are you saying that you can verify that we're all not bots?
I can verify we are not bots. Beep up,
He's the
beep
main
up.
bot. He's the main bot.
Happy belated birthday, Hexline. I was trying to get in touch with you and I couldn't get in touch with you. And I messaged Motley. I was like, yo, are you a Hexline? And then I just ended up drinking and getting distracted and never responding back. But thank you, Motley, for
All good.
the reply.
I
was
passed
kinda
on,
like New Year,
I passed
right?
on the birthday wishes.
Okay, good.
Patrick's birthday was my birthday eve.
Nice. Very cool.
I just had one too. Happy birthday!
Happy
Patrick.
birthday, Johnny Chaos.
Happy birthday.
No one cares about you, Johnny. Shut up. It's too long gone. Happy belated birthday.
So if the conversation, I guess, at the beginning of the conference here is talking about what is the use case for Hex or how can we bring more adoption, you know, a lot of people have agreed that outbound messaging is a good cause because, you know, telling other people about Hex, it's meaningful. It's something we can share with people because we understand the math, we believe in it. And for me, my favorite elevator pitch is still this idea of paying your future self and having a different relationship with money. And hopefully, because everybody eventually probably needs mental health and everybody needs money, why don't we program them together and have everybody use Hex, which is a coin that helps delay gratification. Hodl Dog, what's an elevator pitch that you might use these days?
Yeah, first of all, I think I would correct the video. We are now up from the all-time low 3,782x. So we did pretty good since the video came out. No, but yeah, still the same. What you said, delay gratification, buy some hex today. And as we all did, we waited, we were patient, and we didn't get rich like on day 2 after we bought on day 1. So
definitely not on day 2.
Definitely not on day 1 as well. Anyway,
Yeah.
no, but yeah, just like you need some patience, and then even easier if you stake your hex and you get paid for holding your asset, and that's all I can say. It's still working. It's not something which was just working in the beginning and now it's not working anymore. So buy, stake, and chill, baby. That's all we can say.
Awesome. Motley?
Yeah, so I think an elevator pitch is technically kind of wrong. For me personally, people have the issue with trying to sell hex and they want to regurgitate everything. They're frantic to get all the information out there, and there's just so much information when it comes to hex. To me, it's kind of the wrong way to go about it. When you're doing sales, you have to figure out what that person wants, right? Like you have to get to the core goal of what they want in life, and you can relate that back to them with hex, but first you have to find out what that want is, and then you have to do that by listening. And most people are so eager and such rush to get all the information out about hex and regurgitate everything they know. You overwhelm the person. It comes off like a cheesy car salesman. But if you take the time to listen and find out what that person truly desires, then you can come in and bring back to them how hex will solve that for them. And I guarantee you, no matter what they want in this life, there's a way to bring it back full circle with hex. So that's usually what I do when I start my sales pitch with hex. And you'll learn, if you try to start selling hex from the beginning, there's usually gaps in knowledge that most people have that you can't even really teach them what hex is or where the value of hex comes from if they're missing that knowledge that might have just never been taught to them, that they never sought after. So you kind of have to feel out where that person is. Everyone's unique, and you can't go in there with a standardized elevator pitch. You have to find out what that person desires, show them how hex will help them achieve that, and just don't overwhelm them. Have a normal conversation and listen. People want to talk too often here, but you have one mouth and you have 2 ears. Sometimes it's better to listen and go from there.
I love that message.
Cabana.
All right, didn't know which direction we were going in, so I was going to wait to be called upon. But yeah, I do agree with Motley in the sales aspect and kind of like the reading the room mentality, because each person is different, so their time horizons are different, and you have to take it into account as to what their needs are if you're trying to onboard. Now, on the flip side of that, like if I can just go to like a go-to kind of thing, just like easy concepts, I would say like, a go-to is like the 20% a year. So not talking, not even getting into price appreciation or anything like that. Because I mean, we're starting like bare bones, but I mean, we're talking like token amount, 5 years, you double your tokens, and then 10 years you triple. And then you start to make that transition and equate that to price rise and USD value. It's kind of like a baby step process. But if you start with the 20% a year and then be like, hey, you double your coins in 5, then okay, you can put that step together. And then, oh man, the price appreciation, that's just, the moon math starts to get ridiculous if you've been in this for a while. So it's pretty cool to think about, but you have to, I think, start on that, at least the lower levels, and get a good base to go from.
Did your friends with a Prius ever buy in?
He has not bought in, but I hope to have him back on to talk crypto one day. He's actually launching other things, but it's like some people you're not going to get through to, right? So it's like why try to keep at them.
Spend your time with people that are open to,
exactly.
to learning.
People who are open to it. Motley just said it right there. If they're open to it, you'll know it. And if you're yelling at a wall, you'll know it as an onboarder. So why waste your time and move on? It's okay. Not everyone will, but as Richard Hart said in his London interview with Kinetics, eventually a lot of these guys will figure it out and they'll eventually buy in. You might not know about it, but they will likely buy in. So
that's right. And then they'll have to explain, well, I just love the quote. It happened on your channel, which is why I'm bringing it up. And it's, Richard yelling, I'm streaming from a castle and you're streaming from a Prius. It's really
Toyota
TV. So
it was a Toyota, wasn't it?
It was just on point, man.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
So like Motley said, the elevator pitch changes all the time depending on who is in front of you, right? But I believe people have to understand that Hex is a finished financial product that was designed to do 10,000x in 2.5 years. And just recently, 1 month ago, we passed the 10,000x. And for me, the question is, why is that? Because Richard was able to program money. And what was he able to do as the first human being of all? To program in interest as an automatical function. We love to call that function a reversed compounding interest function because we know compounding interest already from the real world, but in Hex, the compounding works totally different. This is why we call it reversed compounding interest function. So now we have this game theory in Hex, which is a set of rules where everybody has to buy off. Otherwise, it will not turn out good for them. You guys know already what I'm talking about. Is the truth engine. And because of the truth engine, we have a chart of future market supply, something that no other market in the world has. Because with this chart of future market supply, now I can decide a strategy that fits my personal needs and maybe is even there to front run other market participants so I can get ahead of them because I get information from Hex.Vision that nobody else can get, right? And then the next thing was reverse compounding interest function. I talked about that. Truth engine, I talked about that too. So those two things, they are really, really important for the game theory, which makes Hex so unbelievably good. The best chart in crypto, 10,000x. I mean, what is better than that?
Yeah, and what I would like to add to that is because Hex is a financial product and because Hex is not only about speculation. Of course, we're still in the crypto market, still the market with the highest volatility, but in Hex, you don't need only to speculate that the price goes up because you have the staking mechanism. And what I also see happening is that this also attracts more women, for example, because they can just set their own rules, their own dates when they want to look at their portfolio again in the future. And that is looks like that attracts a lot of women, especially like in our channel. We see that in the last couple of weeks we got like way more women and we moved away from the 99% male.
Women appreciate men that can delay gratification.
Yes.
So this is a fun one. So Hex has such complexity to it that trying to minimize it down into something simple is very difficult. And telling people all of the ways that the engine runs is overwhelming for people. And most people in the crypto space are experienced with coins that are literally a story, a promise, a send and receive function. So when you try to hit them with all of this stuff, it's just a bit too much. So if they're in the crypto space, I like to say, Hex is simply a code that pays stakers instead of miners. Done. That's where I stop that, And then when they ask the questions, then you have to say, well, how does it do that? It's like, well, it's just a proof of work versus a proof of stake change. If you're dealing with somebody that's outside of the space, okay, people that are used to I went to the bank and they said, hey, you know, if you put $10,000 in, we'll give you 0.05% interest. I'm like, I'm making 40 right now. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm not leaving the money here in the bank. But if you try to explain this to people in the real world, 40%, it sounds ridiculous, right? They don't know the mechanisms under the engine that actually makes it so, or how
and
it's
so
possible.
much more than 40% too, which
Well,
is crazy because it's in terms
which
of
it
Hex.
is. So if I'm dealing with somebody outside the crypto space, I say realistically, hey, you want to make 13% per year on your money? Send money that you don't need right now. I'm not telling people to sell their house, sell their car, sell everything, you know, like some people in the space do that sell like lunatics. It's just to send money that you don't need right now to your future self, gaining interest at a you know, and I just say the 13%. When they find out they can get the 40%, that's fine, but I don't let them
baby steps.
I don't overpromise. I want them to get in. I want them to see the possibilities. I want them to ask the questions so that I can tell them how awesome it really is. But sometimes too much awesome is too much for people, and they just can't absorb it. And they're not trained to, right? You know, most people in the crypto space, they're used to rug pulls and scams. So therefore, they're hurt. They're injured. Something comes along and it starts making big promises. Then they're like, oh, no, it's got to be a scam. They don't like the personality. Oh, no, it's got to be a scam. They're not ready to accept that. And in their experience, they are an expert in coins that have send and receive functions. And they haven't seen anything else yet. That's the problem. It's trying to explain a platypus to somebody who's never seen one. They're not going to believe you. So keep it simple. Meet people where they are. Meet them where they come from. Know what you're talking to. And we've got people that think they own crypto now that are using Robinhood, and they don't even realize how to use a wallet. They think they own crypto, and all they have is an IOU for some crypto that they don't actually own, and the only way to get their money back out is to sell it. So literally, Robinhood doesn't have to hold any crypto at all. They're just giving you a note that says you own it, you know, and they can shut off your buy and sell buttons. So the immutable aspect of Hex is what's really going to catch on with the people that are tired of their buy and sell buttons being shut off. So next up,
Absolutely. Yes.
the master of
All right, so the funniest part is I don't even have an elevator.
570 days worth of streaming, and the man does
72.
not have an
I had to
elevator
do those
pitch.
extra 2 days.
Get it right. Those count.
Yeah.
Count it.
So, and 3 24-hour streams. So I forgot to put that in. So that's yeah.
Do they count for 2 days?
What's that?
Do they count for 2 days?
No,
The 24
okay, so
hours?
575. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know how long actually it is. So my elevator pitch is easy. It's you know, and this is why you should always have the Staker app on your phone, is to send somebody $100 of Hex, whatever you got to do. Tell them to watch it for a week. Tell them to watch it for however long. They'll watch it, and that $100 goes to $1,000. They automatically are going to be like, hey, bro, hey, I want to get into that Hex thing. You're like, you know, you could have put $1,000 into it, and it could be $10,000 now. That's what I always tell people. Oh, if you put $10,000 into it, it'd be worth $100,000 now. And they're just like, boom, you know, and the light bulb goes off. They want to know more. It's pretty simple. But you know, a lot of the time we don't have 3 hours to onboard a new person every time that you come in contact with somebody. But you have, you know, $50, $100. Well, I only do $100 now because the gas fees. But when Pulse Chain comes out, you know, I used to give away tons of. I think I gave away 3 million Hex on my show. I know Big K gave away a lot more than that on his bingo. But man, so we've given away a lot, and you know, just give away $100. You know, whatever you think. It really is like the person that you're with. Like if it was my parents, you know, I gave them for Christmas, and I've told people this, I gave them $50 2 Christmases ago. In 2019, I gave them $50. I gave my dad $50. I gave my brothers $25. And my dad, I allotted out, you know, stakes for 2 years. And this last Christmas, I unstaked him his first or his second one that came out, and it was worth $5,000. One of those stakes was worth $5,000, and it was only probably a $10 stake, you know. And so now he's like, you know, and he has no investment. He's never invested in anything. He's like, hey, you think I could put in $100 a month into that thing or what? And I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. He doesn't even want to know about what it does. He doesn't want to know about what it does. He just is like, that thing's went up. I want to put some money into it. So I mean, that's, you know, giving somebody just a little bit. If you're a millionaire already, you know, so like most of us probably are. Not myself. I wish I was. I wish I had
silent
some kind
shell
of money like that. Yeah, I'm a silent shell myself. But if you are, man, $100, you know, it could get somebody in with that could bring in $100,000, or they know somebody with $100,000, or you know, somebody else. I mean, how we've all talked to somebody and they've gotten to somebody else in, and then those people, you wonder how far the effect, the ripple has gone from how far you just talked to one person. So you know, you could have onboarded millions of hundreds of millions of dollars worth into Hex, and you didn't even know it yet. So mine is just giving it to just giving a little bit of money and doing it that way to people I care about. There's no elevator pitch. I don't ride elevators. I'm a little scared of them. So.
It's hard to argue.
Honestly, like,
if you download this app, I'll give you $100. It's kind of hard to argue with that, right?
Dude, you guys should have seen the elevator at Big K's freaking place. It was freaking sketch.
So tiny.
We were like this, like, hey, bro, yeah. And it was a really nice hotel. It had like the littlest, tiniest elevator. Those English people, man, they're like skinny. They're skinny. You can't get big dudes on these tiny elevators they got.
Because they don't eat the horrible food.
You would think, but everything is like pastries, or they're just like, you know, the blandest macaroni and cheese you've ever had in your life.
I don't know.
You don't eat a whole lot.
I don't know how they managed to screw up so much of breakfast. It's insane.
It's like, just throw some sugar on there, bro. That's all you gotta do.
A whole pile of bacon that I
add some diabetes on there.
Right. Anyways, yeah. Elevator pitch. So I mean, a lot of times I meet people out all the time, and when I have a chance to give a moment with them, and they're like, "Whoa, what kind of tip is this? Why? What is?" I'll be like, "Yo, man, I can only do this because I found Hex.com. Like, I mean, I literally am a nobody doing nothing, and like now I have all this and can do whatever I want. And like the reason I am in that position is because I bought this thing, and like it's gone up a whole lot, and it's probably going to continue going up a whole lot. I've had a chance to be in this industry a long time, and I had never plugged any of these products whatsoever. I mean, and this is the first coin of any kind that I've gone out of my way to tell people to get involved in. And I mean, I could go on and on about all the different features of it, and I would be glad to for hours. So if you want to get my contact information or look me up, on Telegram or Twitter, I'd be happy to give you more information about it. But I do think that if for your own well-being, you probably want to just buy a little bit, because I've made 15-year stakes. I know people that have made a lot of 15-year stakes. So like I tell a lot, people that when they run into me and they meet me, that if you don't buy Hex when you first hear about it, you're going to get really sick of hearing about it, because we're not going away anytime soon.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's
It's funny because people think we came from out of nowhere, because we only showed up when Hex happened. It's not that we haven't been in the crypto industry. It's that we only came out when there was something worth talking about. That's the real kicker that people don't get. We're not the ones that got wrecked by all the rug pulls. We are the ones that stayed away from the rug pulls because we already had a product, that was doing what it needed to do. Why would we chase another shiny object? So when people think we're the sheep or we're the uneducated ones, they don't realize that it's taken something like Hex to draw us out into public, putting our identities on the line to say, hey, this thing's for real. You guys think we're bots? Here we are. This thing is for real, and this is why we're here.
A cryptocurrency you can bring home to mom and dad. That's pretty much what it was.
And it was tough too, because back in 2017, I felt like I was shilling every garbage coin to all of my friends, and a lot of people got into them and got wrecked, and then I was the guy who got them into that. So I felt guilty about it, and I kind of took my foot off the gas a little bit with Hex. I did let some people know. I did try to onboard other people in Facebook groups and stuff like that. But Motley hit the nail on the head. You have to spend quality time with quality people. If they are not ready and willing to learn about it, don't waste your time on it. It's not worth your time. You're just going to create a skeptic. They're going to build a wall. So don't waste time with people who aren't ready yet. And another thing, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So one of the things that I do is I just create CPR, create a personal relationship with the people. I show them what Hex has done for me, what it's done for my family, what I've been able to do for my parents. Everyone hears the story about, you know, buying your mom a car or being able to retire your parents, and they think to themselves, damn, this allowed you to do that? I want to do that. Like, how cool would it be if I could retire my parents, or if I could, you know, get my mom a new car or something like that? So when I do a quick elevator pitch, if it's not family or friends or somebody that I know, and they ask, oh, hey, what's this? What's that? Because, you know, you're constantly rocking Hex merch. Got to plug that real quick. When you're out rocking your Hex gear and people are, you know, ask questions, or if you leave a tip and then you write on the receipt, you know, hex.com next to the tip and all that stuff. You just real quick, real simple and easy. Don't try to sell. Most people don't want to be sold. Create a personal relationship with that person, show them what it's done for you. And that's probably the fastest, easiest way to get people on board.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah. I think, you know, people here, to summarize, have been talking about being genuine, not giving information overload. And that's, you know, I would echo that as well, that when we're all experts and we try to explain things to people, sometimes we overcomplicate it. Sometimes the people get lost. And so being able to listen to people, find out where they're at, meet them where they're at, and then help them in whatever way possible. And
we sometimes forget that, because we've got like our whole nother language, right? If you listen to Freddie's song and you're Hexican, you're like, damn, that's hot, you know, and everybody else is going, 555 trillion shares. What is this man talking about here, right? But the Hexicans get it, and we love it. It's hype and it's great. But I mean, we've created our own language, and sometimes what happens is people take for granted the knowledge that they have, and they just assume that everybody else knows it. And sometimes we talk over people's heads, and that scares them because we're using terminology and stuff that they're uncomfortable with.
Industry lingo. Yeah.
Yes. So sometimes that can scare them off. Even within the crypto space, we have terminology because we have features that nothing else has. And they're like, yeah, that's just too confusing. So we have to to meet them where they are, we have to understand where they are. And that's where it becomes, you know.
And I think we've all become better communicators along the way. And so I'm definitely grateful for that. I know we're running low on time here for the first hour of the program. So I wanted to go ahead. I'm going to play another 2-minute clip, and then I'll get people's reactions before we close out this first hour block. In order to play it correctly, I think I'm going to have to take us all off screen real quick.
This is the opportunity of a lifetime. Yes, every scammer in the world is going to tell you something similar, but in this case, you are actually going to have regret.
I mean, you're scamming everyone. Richard Hart, he's got a history of being called the spam master.
There's some weird things going on with his coins.
Making one of the biggest Ponzi schemes that we have ever seen.
Hex coin is 1,000% a scam coin.
People are going to lose money because of you.
Remember all the haters? All the haters that told you that I was a scammer and Hex was a scam? I got bad news for the haters. We're making new all-time highs where everything else is getting wrecked. Price is up 4,000 or 5,000 fold in 600 days.
I've made enough money in the last week that I could buy a house in cash.
I would never have to work another day in my life.
I'm here to shill. I want to change the world, and I can only do that if people participate. The only thing that matters in this world is goods and services. Everything else is accounting. And our made-up imaginary internet money is better than the government's made-up imaginary internet money. Both of them are only backed by the shared fiction of the humans believing that they have value.
Hex is a religion, then Richard is God.
I'm in crypto for glory. I want to have the best cryptocurrency that's ever existed. I want to have the best performing asset that's ever existed.
And so I think of blockchain as like the internet. In the 90s, everyone thought the internet was just for email.
I bought some this morning.
They're imaginary quarters. Like, it's like playing Monopoly.
I put it all in. I went
Like, all what?
all over house money.
This is a force that is not going to go away. The cryptocurrency is not going away. And at some point, the people that you met that you thought were crazy loon birds, they're going to be in the 1%, and they're going to be the people that own half everything.
I love that trailer.
Yeah.
It gave me goosebumps. I haven't seen it in a while.
That's a good way to onboard people. Just show them that trailer.
It's a good start.
Yeah, it works real well. They're doing
My only critique is sometimes you tell people that their money's imaginary after they've worked for it all their life. It's a little bit of a harsh reality for most people to face, is that yes, the government's money is fake, you know.
You gotta grab them, Johnny. You gotta grab them quickly.
Right. It's fake too. It's fake too. It's a unit of account. They just add zeros.
Yeah, but if you pull up your banking app on your phone, technically that's the same kind of imaginary money, right? It's just lesser performing. So
I mean, it's easier to get people to understand that, like, anything, if you just go back to the fact that nothing has value without humans existing. First, like gold, useless without us. Like, it's just rock with shininess, you know. And like in general, that's how everything is. So like, if once you can help them understand that, then it's a lot easier for them to bridge the gap. That like, well, what is so different about this paper money versus that paper money versus this internet money versus that internet? You know, like that. It's a path you got to walk them down. But it does work. I mean, that's for sure. I mean,
it's a long road to change people's reality. They're chasing the paper squares. So that's what I mean. It might be a little, but that's all. Other than that, I love it.
Yeah. I want to thank everybody for being on this panel. I know we're out of time. Everything that you all do for Hex is amazing. And we'll come back to this topic of the highest of stakes documentary, and maybe we'll be able to have Big K back on to talk about his involvement with that project and everything. So.
Yeah, I would say, like, look up that Link Up TV interview if you want any addressing of all that nonsense. So
that is wrong.
Yeah.
See, even our weird behaviors, like, what is this weird sign you guys are doing?
This is how we ended it last year. Just boom. Screenshot.
It looks like the studio's going to crash because our next group is trying to come in. So we'll catch you guys here later on. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Maddie.
Later.
Love you guys.
Thank you, Maddie.
Love you guys.
Maddie. Thanks for everything.
Peace.
Adios.
Thanks, Maddie.
We're still live.
Peace.
What's up? Hey, we're in the second ever Hex.Online conference.
Yes, awesome. So I think for this section, we'll have people go one by one to give their testimonial stories, and you'll be able to, if you're more comfortable with me staying on, I'd be happy to, but otherwise we'll just have people go one at a time, if that's all right with you guys.
I'm cool with that.
Awesome. And we'll just do the order that people joined. So Cryptygirl, welcome.
Thank you, Maddie. Thanks so much for putting this on. I'm sure it's been
My
a lot
pleasure.
of work.
Well, you look familiar. I think I recognize you from the documentary trailer that we just saw.
Yeah, that was me. What an honor to be in that. Gosh, that was so much fun. And I laugh every time I watch my clip.
It's great.
It's awesome.
So looking forward to your testimonial here.
Thanks.
Go ahead and take it away.
All right, cool. And shout out to Quattro Cinco for helping with the Hex documentary. All right, what's up, guys? I'm Cryptygirl, and I am a Gen Z Hexican. I got into the Hex community publicly just over 1 year ago, and I debuted on Discourse Syndicate, an amazing Hex channel. And what happened is that I was looking at Hex going, wow, this is an amazing performing cryptocurrency. And I didn't think it was safe to invest, but I started investing once I realized it was safe. And shortly after, I wanted to learn more about it, and I was invited on to Discourse Syndicate thanks to Dollar Cost Crypto. And so I was asking my questions to RG3 and Dollar Cost, who were amazing gentlemen, and the community was super welcoming too. So thanks to all of you out there for being so welcoming. And during that show, there is a man that goes by the name of Ski Cat, and for whatever reason, he decided to gift me 2.5 million hex during the course of that show. And it was the most incredible experience of my life. There has not been a bigger experience that has topped that. And I'm so incredibly grateful for that too. And at the time, that was worth $10,000 US dollars. And Ski Cat said through the live chat that if you stake this, this is yours. And I'm going, of course I'll stake this. And I did. I staked 2 million of it for the full 5555 days. And the other 1 million of it, because he ended up giving me 3 million total. The other 1 million I laddered for 15 years. And I have not sold a single penny of it yet. And during that show, I was just thinking about, I was realizing how much money this could be worth in 10 years and 15 years from now. But I wasn't really thinking about using it for me as much as I was thinking about how much good for the world I could do with this money, and what technology I could fund, and how many lives that could bless, and my future generations, and just that any individual in the Hex community has been blessed with wealth since they've gotten in. And it's just an incredible gift, and we have the ability to do so much good for the world with it. And so during that show, I actually started tearing up because I was realizing that, and I had to hop off early. And I cried for like 8 minutes after the show. And for the next 2 weeks, actually, I was just like overwhelmed with gratitude. It was flowing out of me, literally. But I'm so grateful to Ski Cat, and I just made a video thanking him and Discourse Syndicate and the whole community for welcoming me. And that was the most incredible story. That never happens, that a stranger, a complete stranger, sees someone else online and decides to give them $10,000. That just doesn't happen. That one event, I think, has changed all of my perspectives and my motives and what I'm working on too, because I realize that in the future, when I manifest those hex gains, things will be so much different in my life, but my motives have changed, and that I've realized my life is no longer about me. And it never was, actually, but I've just realized that my purpose here on earth is to help my fellow mankind on as grand of a scale as I can. And there's just so much to be grateful for being a Hexican, all of us, because I've even had the perspective of meeting the lead attorneys on the Hex case. The Hex community is suing CoinMarketCap, right? And I had the pleasure of meeting the 2 lead attorneys on that case briefly too, on one of them, and getting to know the behind the scenes Hexican. And of course, thank you to Johnny Chaos for publicly telling everyone the updates and things. But the OG Hexican who has put in more money into marketing and the lawsuit and the success of the Hex community than he has even invested in Hex, which is a huge sacrifice, no pun intended, for him. And the more I find out about these like OG Hexicans, these behind the scene guys, it's just gives you the perspective of, wow, there's so much to be grateful for, that as a community we can all benefit from their sacrifices. And that's been really cool. And on the Hex case, by the way, there's paperwork being filed weekly, paperwork to get the Hex case listed publicly in news publications. Some of them have been turned down, but there's actively the attorneys are working on it, which is really cool. And the OG Hexican has been paying for weeks on end out of his own pocket to make sure this lawsuit goes forward. And soon they're going to bring in, I can't say much about this because this is a little bit top secret, but soon they may bring in an elite team to track down the heads of CoinMarketCap to make sure that they are served in person so that this lawsuit can move forward successfully. So good things are happening. Good things are happening, and it's wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see that behind the scenes. I was happy. Thank you to the Hexicans who did donate to that too, to paying the attorneys on this lawsuit. You guys are awesome. And I chipped in a little bit too. And yeah, gosh, being a Hexican is amazing. I don't know how much time I have left, if I've already covered all my time, but I'm just really grateful. And I know that the more grateful you are for the good you've already received, it prepares you to receive more good. And I've experienced that over and over again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing your testimonial and for updating on that important news about CoinMarketCap being sued, because you're a good example of somebody who benefited from the kindness of the Hex community and is now paying that forward in strides. And CoinMarketCap, they're lying. So let's all tell the truth. Let's shout it out and share our stories here. So thanks for kicking this off, Cryptygirl.
Yeah, thank you, Maddie. Have a great conference, everyone. This is going to be awesome.
Thanks. Hey, David Feeder, what's going on?
Hey, Maddie. It's good to see you again. Thanks for having me. I'm honored to be here. And thanks for hosting this again for the second year in a row.
My pleasure. We're really excited to hear your testimonial, and I'll let you go ahead and take it away.
Cool. Thanks. Hey, everybody. It's an honor to be back for the second time. My name is David Feeder. For anybody who's new out there, I'll kind of tell you my backstory here. I got involved with crypto. I don't even remember what year it was, maybe 2014, 2015. I don't recall. But I started kind of similar to Richard, where I was mining at home, just on my own video card, on my own computer. And it was pretty interesting. I remember I wasn't quite sure what it was back then, but it was neat. I'm lucky that I'm an IT guy. I've always been into computers and games when I was a kid, and that's what I do for business. I do computer networks for other companies as like a consultant. So I was just kind of in the right place at the right time. Now, sadly, I never saved any of it, and I never really mined a lot, and I never really bought it. So, Bitcoin never did anything amazing for me. And then in 2017, I remember when ETH came out and the ICO craze. That's around the time when I found Richard, where I was watching YouTube. I was doing my research. I love to watch videos, and that's how I found Richard. And I remember he didn't like Ethereum in the beginning, and he was a Bitcoin maxi. One of the first interviews of Richard I ever saw was when he was interviewed by Max Kaiser, who some of you may know, who's now the ultimate Bitcoin maxi at this point. I think he represents their community. So I've watched Richard for many years, since the beginning, and I saw the transition where he started to realize that, hey, Ethereum does have more features than Bitcoin, and we can really do some cool stuff with this. And one day on one of Richard's streams, he had the idea. He called it Bitcoin Hex in the beginning, and he said, hey, you know what? Why don't we make our own coin? And it was like, wow, okay, that's exciting. So long story short, that took 2 years from the moment that Richard had the idea for Hex to when Hex launched was about 2 years, and it's kind of a meme in our community now. 4 more weeks is what Richard would say. How long it's going to take until Hex is launched? Just 4 more weeks, guys. Flash forward 2 years, and boom, Hex launched. Now I was there on day one. Now Richard had warned us, don't FOMO in on day one. Don't put all of your Ethereum in the adoption amplifier to transform it into Hex. Sadly, I didn't listen. I was way too excited. I threw in a couple Ethereum in the beginning, and Ethereum's only $100 back then, so it wasn't a whole lot. I didn't have a lot of money. I got a wife and 3 kids, and I work full time, but I'm not a rich guy by any means. It was all the money I had left over, kind of saved for this. So I did that kind of first day, threw it all in, and then the price got even better. So I started just dollar cost averaging from my paycheck. Not a lot of money, like $100, $200 every 2 weeks, very small. And I set aside basically $750 in a single wallet. And then if you go to, I believe it was November of 2021, or no, 2020, like after Hex was like 11 months old, we were coming up on the 1 year. That's when Hex hit a penny, and it blew my mind. My $750 wallet was now worth over $30,000 and was worth more than all of my student loans. Like I could pay off all my student loans that I thought were going to take years to do. I got that money in 11 months because of Hex and Richard Hart, and it changed my life forever. It was, very emotional. If you go to hex.com/testimonials, you'll see my original video there, where I kind of broke down. It was so emotional for me. I've never had that much money in my life. I thought I was going to be paying these bills forever, and boom, I didn't have to anymore. Hex and Richard really, really saved me. Yeah, that was, that was about a year ago now, and look how far we've come. This past year, since the last conference, now Hex is, well over 20 cents, and many members in our community have the same experience that I've had. So I was just blessed to be at the right place at the right time. I've always been a huge fan of Richard. He's a straight shooter. He always tells the truth, no matter who it may offend, or if if he talks bad about your investment. Well, he's being honest. So that's what I've always respected about Richard. He really is out here to save the world and to change people's lives. He's already done that with Hex. It's changed so many of our lives, and my family. I personally have onboarded a lot of people, as many as I can, coworkers, friends, family, anybody who will talk to me about Hex. I will spend the time to tell them everything I know and try to help them, because we can all win together with this. It's not a zero-sum game. Everybody, even today, even at a quarter, call it 25 cents. If you buy a Hex now, 25 cents, when Hex is at $1, you have 4 times your money. That could help a lot of people. That can put food on the table for children and really make a difference in a lot of people's lives. So when people say that, oh, I'm too late, I can't do it now, you guys are already rich, it's gone up too much, I think we've only just begun. I mean, just look at this past year, from a penny to 25 cents and at a high of 54. So believe me, Hex is going to $1, and then it's going to go beyond $1. And T-shares are going to be printing people so much money that they'll never have to work again in their lives. And that's just Hex. That doesn't even include Pulse Chain and Pulse X, which are coming soon, which is a whole nother story. Over this past year, Ethereum's gotten too expensive to use. So now Richard's forking Pulse Chain. Anybody, I believe, in my opinion, anybody who sacrificed for that is also going to experience life-changing wealth within the next 12 months or 24 months easily. And then Pulse X, that sacrifice is going on right now. There's 4 days left until January 10th, which is ironically my birthday, when the price starts to ratchet up. And get in now if you haven't yet. Is sacrifice for Pulse X, and just wait 2 years like we all have since Hex launched, and here we are. It changes lives. So I just want to say that I'm eternally grateful to Richard Hart and everything he's done for us. I love this community. I want some of the people said earlier that this is like a new family, and I completely agree. Yeah, I'm just blessed to be here and so thankful. This has been an amazing journey, and we're just getting started. This is year 2, and we have a long way to go, and we have a lot of success coming. So I'm very, very excited for that. Just to touch on it real briefly, on Saturday night, I'm going to be doing the delegator panel for Pulse Chain. So basically, I'm going to be running a validator server on Pulse Chain. There's only going to be 33 in the world. And what you can do is, if you have any Pulse coins, you can go ahead and stake, and you can vote for a validator, and then you get fees back. So I plan on running one of those 33 validators, and everybody out there, I would be honored if I could ask for your vote and your delegation. It's your keys, your coins. All you have to do is go to a website and vote. So I recommend everybody who got involved in Pulse Chain to go ahead and do that. And it's going to be an amazing ride. So I'm very excited for that. So I'll be talking about that more on Saturday in detail. And just to follow up with Cryptygirl as well, I also want to give a shout out to SkiCat. I actually have a Hex tattoo that some of you may know about, and I got that. It was, what was it, last year, right about this time, and I did it for my birthday. I wanted to get a Hex tattoo because I'm, Quattro Cinco for life. I'm going to be a Hexican forever. So I got a tattoo on my chest. And when SkiCat saw that, he also gifted me 1 million Hex at the time, which is valued at $10,000. And then I took that 1 million Hex and I staked it for the 5555. And I mean, when I look at that and stake a wrap now, the numbers don't even make sense. It's kind of hard to believe. It's more than I could ever work at my job in my entire life. I'd be 85 if my salary never changed to get the money that SkiCat gave to me. So I'm forever grateful for that as well. You found, if you're here now, you found the best community in crypto. We have the best streamers, and our community is founded on the truth and the best technology. So, welcome aboard, and it's an honor for myself to be here. Thank you. This is fantastic.
Awesome. Yes, I remember watching live when you staked your SkiCat Hex, and you staked it for 15 years. David, you're awesome. Thank you for all of the testimonials that you've done in the past, as well as for the panel that you're going to be on. You're going to be doing a 20-minute talk here on day 3 to kick off the Hex conference at 7 p.m. Central. And I'm really looking forward to that talk because it's going to be next to these other great talks that fall under the dev category. And it seems like our viewers really like hearing from devs as well. So thank you.
My pleasure. And thank you. I'm honored to be on that panel as well, or have 20 minutes to talk. Firebun, Sam is also going to be there during that. And I look up to him. I'm not actually a developer. I'm more of an infrastructure server, builder. So honored to be included. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, David.
All right. Thanks, man.
Hey there, Nardo. Oh, let me unmute you. Okay. How's it going?
Doing well. How about you?
Great. And we got a lot of people watching right now. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button. And we're excited to hear your testimonial, Nardo.
Oh, right on. If you'd like, you're more than welcome to stay here. Sometimes I get distracted, so just go ahead and guide me back.
Awesome. Well, great. Can you tell me what's something you want to share today as a part of your testimonial story?
I think one of the biggest things for me is being a back of the house employee my whole career. For the first time, I'm doing the front of the house traits, communication, the meetups, all these cool things. It's just been a lot of fun.
You've been to a lot of the workshops and meetups that Abid and Patrick are putting on all over the country. How many cities have you visited to share the good word about Hex?
To be honest, I lost count. I know I hit the big ones, and I'd probably say probably more than 10. But as many trips as I took this year, just meeting up with everybody. It's been the best year of my life, I like to say. And Hex gave me that opportunity to, do the stuff that I love to do, and I like helping people. And anybody that's on my team, I want to help them in any way, shape, or form.
Absolutely. And you're one of the people that a lot of others look up to in this community because you're so service oriented. You are practicing what you preach when you talk about helping others. Can you give us an example of something that Hex has allowed you to do for others?
One of the neat things I'm able to do is help at different rehab clinics. I've been donating to them, trying to free up some funds so they can help their people a little bit more. Other things is just jobs. I'm able to provide normal jobs that my buddies would be doing for corporations. I'm able to free them from that. And then over this 2-year cycle we've been through, they've slowly accepted that, yeah, Nardo's doing this. We need to kind of tighten back up. And yeah, it's just been really neat, building that support network, making my world a better place by helping out my guys, and girls with all the jobs that hopefully I can provide them and then pay them a little bit more. I always thought that the corporations took way too much for people that weren't there creating those services. So with me being an employee, I know what these employees need out of my own default needs.
Awesome. And so what else is it about Hex that you think is so special and that you want to share with us tonight?
I think the delayed gratification improves so many different things. You kind of have to be in it and you have to walk in it because it might not make a lot of sense to people.
Totally. I agree. Yeah, I think people have to experience sending money to their future self by time locking in order to really get it.
Correct. Yeah, you got to be boots on the ground. And I was very fortunate to find Richard all these years ago and start putting these things into practice before Hex was in place. So whether that was stop drinking, and then if you're consistent with your stop, with partying on the weekends so much, well, next thing you know, I grabbed 52 weekends out of nowhere, and I was able to work those weekends where nobody else did. And that allowed an individual that's not like number one in anything. I was able to compete with a number one. And that's something nobody could take. I show up more than anybody I know. So Hex has given me my best ability, and that's just to show up.
Hell yeah. And now I know you've been to a lot of different Hex meetups and that you enjoy meeting up with people who are like-minded, who are also personalities within the Hex community. Can you tell me any memories that you've made in the past year with other Hexicans?
I don't think you got enough time, Maddie. I will say one big one for me was the fishing charter we did with Freddie Quotes, Cabana, Motley. That was amazing. And to be able to catch a fish and it to be a tuna, of all the fish out there, it was just so cool. Disney World with all those guys, that was really fun, meeting up with Big Pep and everybody. Yeah. Even bird hunting just recently. I'm doing all these activities that, my grandfather had did and wasn't able to share with me because, it was just the ages and all that stuff. But yeah, it's been really neat. And I would have never been able to do any of these things if I, didn't delay my gratification and then scale into a internet community. Yeah.
If the founder of Hex, Richard Hart, was happening to tune in now, what would be something you would want to say to him?
I remember writing a quote or a comment on one of his videos back in 2017, and I know he hit the like button on it, but I just thought this was awesome information for the commoners. And ever since I made that comment back in 2017, I have talked about Richard damn near to every single person I interact with. So I took that torch and I ran with it, literally just because it helped me so much before Hex. You know, this is awesome
with
information.
the self-help material
Correct.
that Richard had published on his YouTube channel prior to releasing any type of cryptocurrency.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, whatever business that you're into, being able to apologize, you know, because a lot of us are going to be wrong. That is so crucial. And to actually be able to mean it, and then put in policies and procedures so you don't do that again, you know, because at the end of the day, communication is all we have at the ground level with building anything or creating. So that
you're
was
referring to
huge.
the self-help video Richard made about giving better apologies.
Yes.
And you probably came across his material on quitting drinking, quitting
Yes.
smoking, quitting video games. What else? Quitting trading.
At trading, correct. I had one of those bad incidents. Even though I knew the information of trading, it kind of hit that weird point when we were at the bottom of the market. And, you know, I was like, well, you know, what's $1,000 bucks? But when I lost that $1,000, I figured out I was such a sore loser that I took it out on everything around me. You know, I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend, ended up quitting a job just because I couldn't get over that little bit. And I make plenty of money as a collision technician. You know, $1,000 wouldn't hurt anybody, but it really drilled my ego. And that's when I knew trading wasn't right for me. These CD accounts or, you know, your long-term stakes, this is what's right for me. You know, I don't want to be at the screen. I don't want to look at charts. I don't want all those distractions in my life of trying to listen to people tell me what's the correct thing to do. I know the correct thing to do. You know, I am my own best salesman out of my own default needs. And you know, that was another one of Richard's things. But that just, it grows and snowballs if you're able to put all that stuff in place, man. I think everybody should really, I say it all the time, go back and check that stuff out before you watch any of the streams or anything. You need to be a whole person before you start doing anything out here. Just because that's the correct way to go about it, man.
The starting point for everybody in their life and their self-improvement is different, but to have those resources available and to have the founder of Hex, originally someone who had been publishing things about self-help, I think it's really cool. And so we can both definitely agree on that. Now, Nardo, I guess the final question here, are you somebody who has time locked a significant amount of your Hex, or what?
Oh, I'm 100% staked. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I've never had it really liquid in my wallet. You know, even in the adoption amplifier days, whatever I bought that day, I staked it immediately. I knew the individuals I was going up against, and I was just kind of a normal working class guy. You know, bought a house that had termite damage, and I knew I couldn't be able to fix it with my small savings account. And I just needed a better plan, and I just delayed everything. Similar to Alan, where, yeah, similar meals, didn't go out, didn't do anything, and just put it all on Hex.
And so are you like a lot of the other OGs who have created like a yearly staking ladder or some periodic income coming out, but then you also have the, you know, you also have the comfort to know that you have all this time locked Hex that's coming out periodically, so you don't have to get it all at once, and you got something to look forward to.
Yeah, I was definitely even in my personal life, I'm a very minimalist. You know, I bought a $40,000 house, so my mortgage was $291 a month. I didn't buy the big $200,000 house and be house poor, because I just really tried to do the opposite of where I saw everybody around me failing. And it usually came down to finances. Nobody had any money to do anything. And I didn't want to be that individual. I just wanted to have a flexible staking ladder, options. I don't have to have everything in one stake. I'm a minimalist, so I don't need the price to be at the top at all. I can just deal with balling on a budget. And I'm good with that because in my life, that's all I've ever had to do was make the best, out of my situation.
Well, I think this has been helpful to hear your perspective and your testimony. So thank you so much, Nardo, for everything that you do and for sharing today.
Appreciate you, Maddie.
Awesome. Hey, how's it
Maddie,
going,
how you
AJ?
doing?
I'm great.
It's
How
all
are
good,
you?
man. Just doing great, man. Thank you for this opportunity.
My
thank you.
pleasure. And so would you like me to stick around and interview you, or would you like to present solo?
We could talk.
Okay,
You
cool.
can interview me.
Yeah. So it was awesome seeing you there in Chicago when we went to the Bulls game with Abed and Patrick. How have you been doing since then?
I've been doing outstanding, thank God for my health and for the opportunities he gives me every day with my family and I. And thank God for Abed and Kryptosparbuch for even doing this tour thing. It's awesome. It just goes to show you how powerful the community is, how strong they are. I mean, these guys are touring all over the country. And
It's
and
so
these
impressive.
venues.
Yeah.
Yes.
To see them spending so much money, asking for nothing in return, really demonstrating this abundance of the commons instead of a tragedy of the commons, where nobody else was out there hitting the road teaching new people about Hex, and so they went ahead and did it. I too am inspired by them. So thanks for pointing that out. Now, can you tell me what is your origin story in crypto and then in the Hex community?
Well, that's a kind of a long one, but I'll start with what I was telling Sticker Guy, how I basically started putting money into Bitcoin in 2017, my friend and I. And, that was just a super wild west at the time, come to think about it. I mean, doing the cloud mining and all that other garbage. Yeah. But somehow I made it out. I got some money out of it and went into stocks like around 2018, just got rid of crypto altogether at that time. And what was said about 2019, towards the end of the year, I did not hear anything about Hex, but I heard about Ethereum staking. So I was like, wait a minute, let's see what this staking thing is. Like, oh man, that sounds very lucrative. Let me take the opportunity. So of course, Ethereum didn't come up with the staking. I went into Tezos at the time. So about February, I ran into Uniswap and I found Hex at that time. Yeah. So, but the thing was, it was such a pain in the butt to do it on the mobile phone because it wasn't mobile friendly at the time. I'm just a mobile guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And plus, my laptop is just full of everything. I'm like, man, I ain't using Windows no more. So
smart.
I ended up, figuring it out. And I bought just a little, I'm talking about like $50 worth of Hex, man. I was real cheap at the time. I'm like, man, just go put this much in and see what the heck's going on. Because, everyone was fudding on Hex at the time. I mean, like serious FUD. And I'm like, man, look, I've listened to this guy, Richard Hart, like from the OG days. And he is not like that. No, he's not like that. So, I'm just going to try and see what's going on. And I did not expect that stuff to go up that quick, man, because I didn't even know about how that parabolic rise around March at that time, because for some reason I had a dream. I literally had a dream. I was in the car and Richard Hart and Sir Richard Brands was in the back seat, just having a giggle, just telling each other jokes and stuff. We all laughing and stuff. Then I woke up. I'm like, wait a minute. Why am I having this dream? Like, what the heck's going on here? So like 2 days later, you know, watching YouTube. Then all of a sudden, Crypto Nomad, she had a, you know, channel on YouTube, and she was in, you know, like somewhere, somewhere on the islands or something, you know, in some bar, you know, talk about Hex. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to. I put the two together right away. I'm like, you know what? Let me see what's going on here. I started buying way more Hex at that time. I just bought it, but I did not understand it. That was the thing too. And it took like a month or so for me to actually go up on the website to actually like listen and read. And I'm like, wait a minute. Now this is what he's doing with Hex. Like this is an answer to all my prayers right now, because I've always prayed for something that will be lucrative and generate passive income for the rest of your life. I prayed for that. I really did. And somehow I fell into this. It just like dropped on my lap. I'm like, you know, I'm taking this and running with this. But then, you know, it took me time to even learn about Hex also, because I didn't know anything about the T-shirts. I'm like, T-shirt, what's that, man? You know, I'm just gonna get this much Hex. I'm just gonna stake it. But man, once I started figuring it out, I'm like, oh my God, this is something else. Just incredible.
Amazing. And so some of this testimony I haven't heard before, and it's great. Now, this was leading up to the point where you maybe entered a contest or won a giveaway from Discourse Syndicate. Can you say more about that?
Oh yeah, there was a plan to give away Hex. What's that? The big payday party at the time. And I don't know the date that I've actually entered my name. I know I was on YouTube that night on Discourse Syndicate, you know, on the chat. I just put my name in during the drawing, and that was like months before the drawing.
Yeah.
So,
you know, Hex has not, it's not a company where they pay for advertising. It goes against the ethos to be paying millions of dollars to corrupt exchange owners. Crypto was invented to get rid of middlemen. And so when we talked earlier about the CoinMarketCap getting sued, that's one of the people that normally like to get bribes in order to list cryptos on their list that everybody goes to. And so I think that it's really incredible that the Hex community, being a decentralized group, created their own giveaways, created their own marketing. It was done in a grassroots fashion. An anonymous donor, Ski Cat, who you know, has talked with Hexologist several times, is the one who ended up giving away what is now millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. At the time was still very significant. And so it's really cool that Ski Cat was rewarding people paying attention, you know, and tuning in every week for Discourse Syndicate, for Hexologist. And so yeah, it's really cool that you're able to tell the next part of the story, which is you won the giveaway. Is that right?
Oh yeah. And ironically, I was at work that day. I was sitting on what's called a control car. You know, I'm looking out in the yard, looking straight at the skyline of Chicago, right in front of Sears Tower. And I'm just like upset, or not just upset. I was like kind of disappointed. I'm like, man, big payday's about to end, and I have not finished my staking ladder. Man, I need some money bad. I mean, I need something bad right now, for real. I was just looking straight at Sears Tower, and I had to actually catch myself, you know, because I may have looked at it too long without even noticing. So drove home, and what was that? The Discourse Syndicate was on with the, you know, the big payday party, and I was driving, and you know, Hex did that dip. You know, it dipped all the way down to like what, 1/10 of a penny. And I'm like, oh man, my other devices at home, I gotta rush home to get some. You know, I got a couple of dollars at least to get this dip. So I ran straight in the house. I turned on the TV, you know, cast right away to Discourse Syndicate. Then all of a sudden, that's when he did the drawing, you know, with the wheel. So the first, I think 2 or 3 people won. And I think Joe Hexotic was one of them. I think he was. And I just sat down in front of the TV, and you know, we got a big screen TV, and I'm just staring at the TV, like at the upper left-hand corner, just you know, like, oh, okay, this is the last drawing, the 3.33 million hex. Then all of a sudden the wheel rolled, and here go RG say, Nate Jack. I was like, Nate Jack? Like, who the heck is Nate Jack? Like, this gotta be from some guy from India or something. Jack, not Jade. And you know, he called Nate Jack again. I was like, wait a minute. That's gotta be me. That's gotta be me right there. Man, I picked up my phone. I was flopping it and stuff, man. I was stutter typing, literally, like, it's me. It's me.
The comments were going so fast. There were thousands of people commenting all at once, and it was
man,
super exciting for everybody in the community. Even you know, when the price of Hex crashes, still
we were
people
partying.
can go on screen and be happy, excited, because we're staked for the long term and we're not worried about the short-term price. But this legendary moment will go down in history when you won from the Ski Cat giveaway over 3 million hex. And then what did you do with those winnings?
Oh, I staked it all. I staked it all. I did a 10 to 15 staking ladder, and I was able to complete the rest of my 1 to 5. Then, like, after those stakes in, that's going straight out, you know, staking, just straight up, just rolling the stakes, you know, just answering my prayers. Thank you, Ski Cat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I think it's pretty incredible that multiple people who won over 1 million hex from Ski Cat, they didn't cash it out right away. You weren't there just to get a giveaway on the internet. You were there because you already had an idea of what hex was, and so it seems very lucky that you're one of the people that won and have such a cool story to tell. If we summarize this fairly briefly, are you able to say, so I guess somebody in your family once won a whole lottery and they weren't able to hold on to the winnings as well as you did?
Well, yeah. And you know, you do learn from others' mistakes if you're paying attention. You really do. And that was a great example of, you know, taking advantage of the opportunity of a lifetime. I mean, what are you going to do with it? You got 3.3 million X is worth, I guess at the time, I think it was like worth $14,000. You know, the time I received it all, I could probably took it to Uniswap and like, yeah, but nope, no way, dude. Yeah, no, yes,
you were right.
Yes. Yes, I staked it all, dude. I'm like, man, look, I could do this for the next, I mean, my grandchildren could be using this, literally.
Absolutely. Yeah, you may have just created some generational wealth for yourself and your family. Another thing that I wanted to point out that I guess I haven't announced yet in the conference is that there's a rumor, according to Hexologist, there was a rumor that Ski Cat will be doing their largest giveaway of all time at the in-person Hex conference in Las Vegas here in 2 months, March 6th through 9th. And in order to enter, because when we did the event there in Las Vegas back in June, Ski Cat gave 1 million Hex to give away, which at the time was tens of thousands of dollars. I think it was $70,000.
Yes, it was. Yes, I remember that.
So that was a wild thing that happened, but it sounds like Ski Cat may give away even more Hex than that. No expectations of the giveaways of others, but I was told that the one rule for anybody to join, you have to be there in person and you have to be wearing something with Hex on it.
Okay.
people can go ahead and buy their tickets now for the Hex conference in person in Las Vegas, which is go to hexticket.com. I'm not sure how many tickets are left, but if everybody on this stream tried to buy one, they would for sure sell out. So yes, you have to be there in person, apparently, in order to win the Ski Cat, the biggest Ski Cat giveaway of all time here.
Wow.
March 6th through 9th.
That's crazy, man. Woof. Take that opportunity, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, ski Cat's definitely a blessing, definitely. And not only that, you, RG, Hexologist, all you guys that actually spend the time, your time, to actually improve the community. You all basically made this community the way it is. Straight up.
Well, thank you. And you know, we're just all lucky to have each other and to be a part of this ethos of helping others, of educating, speaking truth to power here. And so, Nate, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your testimonial, and looking forward to talking to you again soon.
Yeah, see you in Vegas.
See you in Vegas. Hey, Finesse.
Maddie, good evening. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Pretty good. Hell of a lineup you've got so far.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and you're an excellent addition here to the second hour. I'll let you go ahead and take it away, since I know you did such a good job last year.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Finesse. Back in 2016, I heard about Bitcoin and started reading about it, watching videos about it, listening about it. And I love the idea of getting rid of middlemen. It's obvious that we have to get them out of our money and out of our lives, wherever they are. So I had just left my job as a contract analyst for the largest health insurance company in the world. And I wanted to, you know, I had to get out of the office. So I started driving trucks. I thought it was really weird that I made more money driving trucks than analyzing contracts for providers, contracts between providers and patients, insurance policies. But you know, whatever. I left this job and went into the oil field, and I was being sent all over the place: East Texas, West Texas, New Mexico. And I was hauling oil for the largest oil hauler in the United States. And I watched Richard Hart's chat with Roger Ver, and I was blown away. I thought Richard was the greatest debater I'd ever heard, and I was really impressed by that. That's when I started watching his keyboard reviews, and you know, I was hooked. So I bought some Bitcoin after I let go of my Bitcoin cash, and I started learning technical analysis, and I started trading Bitcoin. And it was a lot of fun because I was using 20x leverage, and you know, when the number of coins in your account goes up, it's great, but it goes down just as fast. So it took me about a year to learn how to manage risk properly and how to trade properly. And it sucks. It takes so much time to do it right, and your gains are just so tiny if you're really managing risk. So, you know, we were all waiting for Hex to come out, and I was still hauling oil, just following along, watching every Richard Hart video. And I got in on day 2. You know, I listened, and on day 2, I put in a couple $100 worth of Ethereum. And on day 4, I put in $427 of Ethereum. The first stake I staked for 10 years. I knew the T-share bonus, the longer pays better, maxed out at 10 years. So I only staked for 10 years. The second stake I staked for 15 years, 5,555 days, which is really 15 years and 80 days. And that $427, that one stake is worth over $1 million right now. So I was still trading, and leading up to that, Richard Hart messaged me and said, "Hey, bro, don't get wrecked before the claim phase." And I did get wrecked. I lost 15 grand of Bitcoin. I still had a handful of Bitcoin left, and I just put trading on hold, and the oil field got really busy. So, you know, a few months went by, and I watched another Richard Hart video, and he talked about price, and he seemed really excited. So I checked my Hex holdings, and that little bit of money I put in there was worth $45,000. And around that time, the oil field was getting very bumpy. It was getting really volatile for the oil haulers after oil traded at zero, because there's more paper barrels than barrels in existence being traded on the market. So all of this stuff started happening, and I suspected very strongly that governments might start to lock people in their homes and discriminate against people based on their medical history. So with the oil field crashing and all of this going on, and Hex having done what it had done already, keep in mind, I truly had no expectations. I know a lot of people say that, but I never even thought about price. I had no idea. I just thought I would put some money in there because a guy I was a big fan of made this thing, and I thought, well, you know, I'll put a little bit of money in there and see what happens. But I thought, you know, what's the big play here? Everything's upside down, and Hex is super legit. What's the play? You know, it'd be cool. It would be really badass if I took everything I owned that's not a tool or a weapon and put it into storage, and went back and go back to my old job, working over the road, and just live out of my tanker. So I called my cousin, who also works for this company, and I found out that my cousins had taken over the company. They had control of the company. And I called my cousin. I said, "Hey, I'll come back if you can just keep me super busy." And he said, "I will run you until you drop." So that's the name of the game. He's trying to kill me, and I'm trying to survive. And I've been living out of my tanker now for for a year and a half. Last year, I had 12 days off. I drove a little over 230,000 miles. You do the math. I work a lot. A year and a half. A year and a half in, it's painfully obvious. I made the best decision I've ever made. It's been so profitable. I'm gonna keep on doing this. I've been trying to figure out how to grow my money since I was 20 years old. Back in the day, I was trading stocks. I was adding the gross profit margin of a company to the dividend of its stock and dividing that by the price to book. And if I got a number between 10 and 20, I would buy that company, and I would buy 8 companies that met those criteria. And I doubled my money 2 years in a row in the stock market. And I thought I was a genius. And it wasn't until, you know, almost 10 years later that I realized, oh, everything's going up forever. You know, money printer go burr. And nope, probably could have done that with, you know, any handful of stocks picked from an alphabetical list of companies on the stock exchange. But it's so obvious that I need to do this for, you know, as long as I can. I've always been somewhat conscious of the fact that the two most important things in life are your health and your wealth, and they're actually the same thing. They're not different. You go to work, you spend your health for dollars. You know, hopefully what you're eating gives you some of that health back, maybe even a net positive if you really know what you're doing. But the dollars have to go somewhere. They have to grow. Like, that is the leak in the system. And with there being so many middlemen in the involved in the banking system, it really does all come down to inflation. Richard is correct. The dollar pays the inflation to the banks and the corporations, everyone but you and I, and Bitcoin pays its inflation to the miners. And it's really brilliant that Hex pays its inflation to the stakers. It's all inflation. So anyone can be a staker, and it's the most beautiful thing ever. Richard really has created a money for the people. So, you know, I spend a lot of time thinking, why are the Hexicans so successful? Out of all the people in finance, all the people in crypto, we're the only people who are ecstatic when there's a dip. Go on Twitter, you'll find that to be true. I think it all comes down to the fact that we have better weapons than anyone else in all of finance. All of global finance, the Hexicans have the best weapons. And one of the greatest weapons we have comes in the form of a question that we've either asked ourselves, we've either asked ourselves before we got into Hex, or somewhere along the way we've learned to ask this question. And I'll dispense that to you now. Regarding any asset, what can I do with it while retaining control of that asset? So in crypto, if you don't have the private keys to your wallet, you don't have any crypto. That's how it goes. These are bearer assets. Whoever has them owns them. So Hex is the first thing that allows you to do something with it other than send and receive while it's under the control of your own private keys. That is the major breakthrough here, that you can have your own coins in your own wallet, and so long as you're the only one with those private keys, no one can get those coins. And what people want to do when they're trading, what we all want to do, we all want to grow our coins into more coins. That's why people are sending their coins to companies to have them loaned out. Dangerous. That's why people are sending their coins to exchanges to have them traded. Super dangerous. It's really stupid to do that. You will eventually lose all of your money. There are a couple of guys who claim that they've been wildly successful, but their returns are really pitiful compared to the returns of people who've just taken their coins and locked them up. Of course, this poses other problems. It's really hard for people to do nothing. It is really hard, and that's a big reason why I continue to work. Yeah, it's wildly profitable, but keeping my hands busy is really what has grown wealth. You know, sitting on your hands and doing nothing. It's something we all have to do if we want to hit those insane numbers. And I know a lot of people talk about price in the future. You know, if you're a long-term staker, yeah, I guess you think about price, but it's just it's not on your mind all day, every day. But I will say this, you know, a t-shirt used to cost 60 cents. Back in the day, a t-shirt was 60 cents. A year and a half later, was it a year and a half later? Or was it 6 months later? A year and a half later, a t-shirt costs $1,550. When Richard Hart streamed with the gentleman of crypto, Richard quoted a t-shirt price in dollars at $1,550. So it took a year for a t-shirt to cost to go from costing 60 cents to costing $1,550. At that 1.5 year mark, though, a t-shirt was paying out 60 cents worth of hex every day. If that happens again, and we see a t-shirt paying out $1,550 worth of hex per day, maybe that takes another 1.5 years. Maybe that takes 3 years. I don't know. But if a t-shirt is going to be paying out $1,550 worth of hex per day, and you know, who knows what the daily hex payout per t-shirt is going to be. But if it's if a t-shirt is paying out 6 hex per day, and those hex are worth $1,550, you do the math. I mean, we're looking at a $250 hex. So I do think it's inevitable, and I just I think it's just one of those things that's going to keep me working for a while, and to you know, start my own business and grow that business and use that business to advertise hex, because it's the greatest thing. It's the greatest thing that's ever been created in the whole game of finance, of international monetary money and banking and finance. This is the greatest thing, and if you're not in, it's not too late. I'm still buying. I've been putting all of my money into hex for over 1.5 years, like hardcore 1.5 years, and I have you know, the greatest staking ladder in hex pinned to the top of my Twitter and my Getter account, but I'm not really following it that well, because all of my stakes are Quattro Cinco stakes, and I don't feel bad about it. Do I have a liquid bag of hex? Yes, I have a small liquid bag of hex, and it's worth 10 cents. It's not one full hex. You know, why wouldn't you lock it up? It would have saved the people who bought Bitcoin at $1 or at a penny. It would have saved them big time if they could have just locked it up. And you know, people are going to sell. People are going to take profits. People are going to sell. There's nothing wrong with that. But you could be someone who's buying all those dips. You could be someone who's just working your ass off all the time at work and just putting all your money into those dips and locking it up for 15 years. I just feel like there's no, you know, in the future, I'm going to wish that I had done everything I could, because this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. When I heard Richard Hart say that during his tutorial video on how to set up MetaMask, I thought, well, what, you know, nothing's really a once in a lifetime opportunity, but these really are. And you know, just like Bluetooth used to be crap, and one day they were legit. DeFi used to be real garbage, and in my eyes, it wasn't until Hex came along that DeFi really existed. Like, now we have real DeFi, and you know, it's not just Hex anymore. Now there's a whole new blockchain, like David Feeder mentioned. Pulse Chain is right around the corner. We've sacrificed for freedom of speech, and Pulse X is going to be insane. It's going to be something that creates buy pressure just out of volume. So, you know, we have Hex now that super monetizes time on 2 chains. The Pulse chain will be extremely fast and inexpensive. We have Pulse that monetizes the network effect of that blockchain, the flagship coin on the Pulse blockchain, and now also Pulse X that monetizes volume on the premier decentralized exchange for the Pulse chain, the Pulse X exchange. So, you know, I've always said if Richard Hart sold hamburgers, I would be a buyer 100%. I think it's just best to have the whole Richard Hart suite. Why not? You're not going to be able to come back and do it again. This really is a once in a lifetime opportunity. And if you're not in yet, get in. get in. I know a lot of people who are trying to sacrifice now. They're having to create new bank accounts. Get in. However you can get in, get in. Get in now, get in next week, get in next month, get in as soon as you can. And consider being consider being only a buyer of these things and holding them for as long as you can, because these things really can do crazy things that no one thought possible. Who would have thought that you can program not only the supply side, but also most of the demand side for real programmable money, and it's being done right now. So it's a wild ride, and you know, I receive a lot of messages from people who are suggesting I should retire, and you're all out of your minds. I think there's no way I'm going to stop what I'm doing now. Not a chance in hell. The thing to do now is just to keep on going, because this works, and all the naysayers out there, you know, I think you guys are real scumbags. I think a lot of you know better, and especially a lot of you YouTube guys who have made YouTube a job because you don't know anything about crypto. You don't know anything about removing middlemen, and you don't know anything about what human beings need to survive in this world. So, you know, get in hard, get in consistently, and make the best of it, because you're never going to be able to come back and do this again, ever. So that's my piece. I'll turn it back over to Maddie, and I hope everyone enjoys the rest of this conference.
Legendary. Thank you so much, Finesse. You rock.
You rock.
Thank you. Thank you. And we really appreciated your testimonial. And so looking forward to hearing from you again soon, and hopefully meeting up someday.
Oh, one more thing. Another cool thing about what I'm doing is I see all these hex stickers. Every now and then I see someone's putting hex stickers on these diesel pumps. I don't know who it is. I haven't seen any evidence for who that might be. Maybe it's you, Maddie. I don't know. But when I do see them, I take a picture of them and put them on my Twitter. And it's really...
Uh-oh. I guess the signal's been interfered with by the gas stations that are unhappy that their pumps are pumping the price of Hex and helping so many people. Here we have A-Bit coming on to bring in the end of our hour of testimonials. Let me see here. I've got you unmuted now. How's it going, A-Bit?
Thank you, Maddie. It's going so great. By now, I think it's going to be like the best day of my life today. With this conference going on, I'm so excited.
I love that. I love that energy. And I know Hexologist is going to be up here in the next segment. So hopefully we'll get him back in the green room here. But we've still got a solid 10 minutes for you to tell your story. So please.
So I think a lot of people in Hex already know my story, since we are doing the tour, and on every single stop I'm telling my story, because I believe if I can do it, then everybody can do it. So where should I start? 2 years ago, I was in a horrible place in my life. I was living on the streets in Germany, addicted to drugs and alcohol, and also divorcing my wife. And then, of course, everything went downhill even more. So then I got really lucky, because I knew I have to get out of that, and I was seeking for self-help. And then Richard Haupt popped up on my screen, and he was making a video on how to get rid of the addiction of video gaming. And I never had any problems with the video gaming, but I was able to get those information and use them on my life. So what do you want to do if you want to get rid of video gaming? Delete all the games. So I did that. I threw all the drugs away. And then you have to make up for your weaknesses pretty much, right? So this is what I did as well. I knew that I will spend my money elsewhere if I do not put it somewhere safe. So my idea was to put $10 into Hex every single day, so I would not buy cigarettes. And it turned out so good. Well, when Hex started, a couple of months later, the God Whale pumped the price. And this was the first time when I was able to sell a little bit of my Hex in order to get rid of all of my debt. And from there on, I was like a free bird flying around and just deciding what my future is going to be looking like. So I decided to do little memes, and the Hex community loved it so much. I became the meme guy. After that, I think I managed to learn Photoshop really, really well. So I wanted to go on with video creation as well. So I started a YouTube channel, just Hex, just wanted to have fun and explain the German community how Hex works. Well, later on, the Kryptosparbuch guys approached me, and it really, really got going. We did more and more videos. The Hex community in Germany is growing so fast. Well, then later on, Patrick and I, we decided we want another challenge in our life, right? We want to do the 5555 tour. And we started out in Vegas, visited 33 cities so far, drove over 15,000 miles. And when I started everything, I thought, okay, let's do it. Let's bring Hex to $7. Only later I understood that we do not have the power for that, but there's something even more important for us to achieve. And for me, this is to meet all the Hexicans, to hear those stories and to bring them on the computer to all you guys home so you can see what amazing stories those Hexicans have to say. And then the last thing that I want to say is, well, we're doing a documentary. And in our documentary, we always ask all the Hexicans, what does it mean to you to be a Hexican? So for me, it means to be a Hexican to just create your own future. Just like I did it with my memes, with my YouTube, and now with the tour. And I see this behavior throughout all the Hexicans. Let's take Taylor, for example. He came to our first stop, to our second stop, and now he's part of the team. Kaylin also, she decided to be part of the team, and now she's on the tour. And I decided to create my own future as well. So here's the most amazing thing that ever happened to me, even more amazing than Hex. So just recently, I found a girl, and we had an amazing date. We went to a beach, we had some music going on, and I talked about this magic internet money, right? So I sent some Hex into her wallet, and we sacrificed it all for Pulse X. So this was the best date I ever had in my life, and I just wanted to share that story with you guys. So I guess this was my testimonial. I'm just waiting here for Maddie.
I love it. That's amazing. And you're definitely a hero with all you do for the Hex community and for traveling around the country. We're going to have you back up here shortly to give the keynote for tonight. Thank you so much, Ibit, for sharing your testimonial.
You're welcome. Thank you, Maddie, for what you're doing. I think it's amazing, this online conference, and then, of course, the physical conference. Actually, I don't know if you know, when we've been in Las Vegas the last time for the first Hex conference, this actually inspired us to do the tour. So you are the reason why we are doing that.
Oh, well, I'm not sure about that, but yeah, thank you so much. I think everybody in the Hex community brings energy, especially when we're meeting up online and creating community, or when we're in person. And so doing the Hexican meetup in Las Vegas back in June was amazing. And I can't believe that it created so many awesome outcomes, you know, such as you guys traveling around the country. So for those people who are not in the East Coast, now it's your turn to go and visit the Kryptosparbuch workshops and meetups. You can go to freedomtv.info to see their schedule. I think I'm going to be joining definitely for Austin, Texas. And I know that there are a lot of other great cities that you'll be going to here in the next couple of months before the Hex conference.
Oh yeah, so tomorrow actually is the workshop here in Tampa, but then next week, New Orleans, and we have big things planned for New Orleans. Again, we will have an OG roundtable, but then the next day, a big party. So here's also something special the Kryptosparbuch does, right? Everything the Kryptosparbuch is doing is always for free and public. And in New Orleans, we will have a big party where we invite about 100 Hexicans. Everything's for free, free entry, free drinks, free snacks. All you have to do is come and attend and bring your friends and family and have fun.
That's so amazing. Awesome ethos and altruism there. People can also learn more by going to Telegram, t.me/US Road Tour and US Road Tour chat.
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Avit.
Thank you, Maddie.
Hey, how's it going? Wow, you really
I'm
dressed
alright.
up. You
Yes,
look
I did.
amazing.
I had to go get my had to go get my stuff on. But thank you.
Absolutely. We carved out 20 minutes here for you because
Okay.
the first day, the theme here has been community, and you are very much the heart of it. There
Thank you.
are
I
so
don't know
many
about
people
that.
in Hex who became millionaires because of your confidence, because of you showing up every day to do a stream for hundreds of days,
72.
572, three
Yep.
24-hour live streams.
Yep.
You set the example and raised the bar and really gave a lot to people. Being online isn't easy. Being an online figure, having random people spew hate at you sometimes, and
Yeah.
people freaking out about giveaways and everything, but I'm sure that there
I'm
are
sure
a
that
lot
you
of-
know that too. So it's like you've taken on a lot of that burden now. I don't have to take on a lot of it. You've shielded me with it from the arrows at this point. So
now we're all working together and
Yeah.
really appreciate each other, and I really appreciate you,
Yeah, you
Hexo.
too,
So I'm sure you've got lots of positive things to share about the community, and I'll let you take it wherever you want to go
course.
for the next 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks, man.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right, so tonight, well, it's a topic on my mind. There's been a couple people out there, and I'm glad that we started out with showing how many people's lives have changed with Hex. You can't say that with a lot of these coins, right? A lot of these coins, if you've looked in the last 2 years, they go up and then they come back down. Hey, we've been making good money. With even Bitcoin. So some of these Bitcoin guys, they make a lot of money and then it dies. It is dead for the next year and a half, 2 years. And a lot of people get wrecked. A lot of people promote trading. And, a lot of people will call us, I call myself a Richard Hart maximalist at this point. I don't really think that. I've been called that because I only promote Richard Hart tokens. And, if there's a better one out there, hey, I have no problem. I think everybody should realize that most of the OGs, the people that they, some of these guys call Richard Hart maxis, they need to realize that we were smart enough to get into Hex from day one, OG guys, whatever OG means. But I think it's such a stupid word. But we were able to see the real innovativeness of Hex. So if you think that we're just gonna be like, no, nothing else can come into our brains, well, you think that we're part of the Bitcoin guys, which the Bitcoin maxis are the new guys that have become maxis because from 2017. If you've watched the Bitcoin maxis, they've been only in, and their bags are from this coin that's been $30,000, not from the beginning. You don't see any beginning guys from Bitcoin from 2010 really being Bitcoin maxis, right? You don't see it because they were smart enough to realize, hey, there's other things that is going to be invented. And I believe the same thing will happen. I believe that there will be better things. Not saying that there's going to be a better Hex, but there will be things that you can invest in. That doesn't mean that I think that you should be shilling to your audiences if you have one in Hex, anything that it has the possibility to be rug pulled. Any of these meme coins, any of this stuff, we all know where it goes in the bear market, correct? So my topic is Richard Hart maximalism and why we get called that. And I think that there is some toxic maximalism in the Hex community, and I'm not in that. I don't care if you shill. You can see me. We're starting to shill pulse chain to extensive communities just to start onboarding people, correct? And I don't mind that. I know that there's going to be new things built on top of Pulse Chain. That doesn't mean I have to show my community and put my community into the horrors that is going to be built on top of it. That doesn't mean I go and shill the next thing that's like, this is going to be the one, guys. This is the 10,000X. And then it rug pulls, and everybody that I got into it loses their money, because you don't know how much money they're going to put into it, right? You might put $20 into it, but the person that you shilled it to put in $10,000 because you shilled it. So that's what we're really, that's what my problem is with these trading types, with these people that shill anything under the sun. We don't need the new Elio trades, the Bit Boys and the Moon Carls, right, in the community. They have their place if they want to do that, but I'm not going to promote them. And I don't think that one of my big things is with Hex, I know for a fact in 2 years, our community is going to grow extremely large. We're going to have, anybody that's streaming, anybody that you see streaming, anybody that's on Twitter, anybody that's even in these comments, we're going to see an extreme growth in the next 2 years. So we have to realize what we're doing. We can't just be not focused on the goal. We have to be focused on what the goal is. What is our goal here in Hex? Is it to make the most money as we can? Well, yeah, of course, that should be your goal at first. And that is the goal for most people in crypto. And I think that's most of our goal when we first start, correct? That was my goal when I first started. And I think it's an awesome goal, and I have nothing wrong with that. But once you've made your money, you've made enough money to live off of for the rest of your life, for the next 20 years, whatever it is for you. Then what is your goal? You have to figure out what you're going to do, because if you could just sit home and play video games all day, you're just going to be bored. You're going to be bored out of your mind, and you're not going to, you're just, I have done this at some point where I'm just like, man, I am bored. The 3 months or 4 months it's been since I took off, some days I get extremely bored, and it's just lame. So I've thought, what am I doing? What is Hex? What do I want to do with Hex now that I've made it to where I don't have to work? I don't have to, and it's, it's pretty cliche, but it's like, changing the world, changing how banks and man, how we interact. Like that should be what we're doing. And I am in crypto advisors, Mountain Crypto Advisors now. We're gonna start doing helping people with their taxes and such. Also, there's lots of things that we can all do as a community to help each other. There's memes, we can brainstorm together, we can all be to these meetings and help each other out. But really, is trading the best thing that you could be doing at the time? If you've made the money that you say you've made, and you're this big shot, and you're just, I've made all this money, then why are you trying to get people into garbage coins and shill them coins that maybe you make all the money, but guess what? Your audience doesn't. And that's not a noble cause. So anybody that's listening to this, that's, that like I said, we're going to see expansive growth in the next few years, and you're planning on, being a streamer or any of those streamers that are out there now, it's not about, once you have the money, you're going to feel really ridiculous that you shilled these coins, that rug pulled, and you hurt people. I can say that I've made people a lot of money, and, and I don't feel like I did. I feel like I helped people, figure it out, or gave somebody some inspiration of like, hey, this isn't a scam, but, by promoting it. But that's, everybody got into into Hex on their own, I believe. We got into Hex, most of us got into Hex because we realized trading is bad, right? Like you're sitting at the computer, staring at the computer, looking and trying to take another person's money. That's how you're winning. That's not how you win. The winning is delaying the gratification. That is how, in human or in personal development. And, Tony Robbins, I've listened to him for years. Delaying gratification is always on the, it's like, you got to delay it. You have to, work out. You have to, go do breathing exercises. Like that's something I do. You have to delay that, I'm going to go out and have fun all day. Kind of mentality, because you could do that, or I'm going to go play video games. I'll play a video game for 20 minutes today instead, and just go do breathing exercises, go for a run, all of this stuff. So that's what we should be really thinking. And I remember lots of people trading, going back to trading when Hex was on buy desk, and it was 1 to 2 Satoshis. I remember people would say, sell it at 2, buy it back in 1. And that worked. It worked until it didn't work. And then I went up to 4 Satoshis, and then I went up to 10 Satoshis. And guess what? Those guys got 10% of what they had because they thought, hey, trading is the way. This is the way to go. So, trading is not, it doesn't, I mean, we talk about it in Hex all the time. Hex or trading it doesn't work out. 90%, I would even say 99% lose their money and they don't recover it. And then they're just wrecked. Staking your Hex, paying yourself future self is the best way to do it. And guess what you can do at that time while you're waiting is onboarding new users, trying to get other people to do it and trying to help other people. Right. So, I mean, the whole shilling trading and stuff like that, I think is just, I think it's kind of just a clown story in our community at this time. I mean, we don't have that many traders, but the people that are trying to promote it, just realize we've had this before. We had this when Hex first came out. We had a bunch of traders and people that were going to shill you every altcoin under the sun. And guess what? They're not part of this community anymore because they lost all their money because they go to these other coins, they shill all their coins. And then they want that what they do is try to, hey, they're a sheep in wolf's clothing, or a wolf in sheep's clothing, excuse me. And so they come to you, like, hey guys, I love Hex. You guys are the best. And, they get you on, they come on live streams. This has happened, guys. This has literally happened in the community. Be your best friend. And then guess what? The next day they're stabbing you in the back, shilling an altcoin. And you're just like, dude, you shouldn't be shilling that altcoin. And then they shill it. But they're like, no, but I still like Hex. Hex is cool. And then they keep shilling this altcoin. And then the altcoin goes to, dead or goes down. And pretty much everybody that got into it because they tell them, trade your Hex for this, do this with your Hex. And really, it's like you shouldn't. If something is giving you, if you have an asset that is productive, why would you sell it for a meme? And I'm not telling, I don't care what you do with your money. I honestly do not care. What I'm trying to do is just help everybody, realize that's our job, right? Like that's our job as influencers, is to influence you to just like, dude, this is the best thing that we have right now in crypto, right? Like this is the best thing. Name me another thing. Yeah, there might be meme coins that maybe make a better percentage for a little while. And then guess what? They die. And then they go to zero. And then you're missing out because you missed out on T-shares. The T-share price continues to go up. Pulse chain sacrifices, all of this because you wanted to get into a meme coin and it went down 70% or 50%. And hey, Hex is down for 50%. But guess what? You yourself are still using, you're staked. And you're still making more Hex every single day. And if you've watched the last couple of days, we're getting more and more Hex as people emergency unstake, and the system's just going exactly as intended. When Hex goes up, we get people emergency unstaking because they want to buy or they want to sell, right? And when Hex goes down, guess what? People are emergency unstaking because they're scared and they want to get out. So if you're a staker, you're making Hex no matter what, and those Hex gains are just killing it. On when you're making 1,000% in 2 years or 10,000% in 2 years. Like Richard says, if you make this choice correctly, you don't have to go out and figure out anything else, right? You don't have to figure out, oh, what's the stock market looking today? What's this? Like you could make it. Like you could, let's say you put in whatever amount of money and you make a certain amount of money that just pays for you and your family to never work again. A lot of people have done that in Hex, and Hex is brand new, guys. We think that Hex is like, oh, well, it's almost to $1. It like, dude, it can grow exponentially. Hex, a few years ago, we thought like, 1 million Hex, we were giving away millions of Hex because it was worth $1,000. Now 1 million Hex is worth $30,000. So don't give away your Hex. As somebody that has, instead of trying to just make a little bit more money, improve people's lives, give to charity. If you're staked, you can go and do these things. You can go and make a difference in people's lives instead of taking from people's lives and hurting people's lives on this, doing these trading. And you can onboard people easily because they can see your gains, right? Like I said, toxic maximalism has really no place in Hex. I know that there's going to be it because, hey, once you have a full bag And that's what you like. Let's say you have, you've diversified, you've done the right thing. You know what everybody tells you to do, diversify your portfolio, and then something does 10,000x. Obviously, that's going to be your biggest stack, right? Or biggest bag. Well, guess what? You're going to defend that bag to everybody. When somebody comes out and calls it a scam, you're going to be like, no, dude, you're an idiot. Why would you call it a scam? And if somebody says, hey, you should trade your hex for this coin, you're going to come out and say, dude, why would you do that? We have made 10,000x, or you could be making T shares or whatever. You can do that, but I don't think that that's toxic maximalism. The ad hominems and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't like that. Is just lame. I don't think that has any place in our community. But we are going to get maximalism, and I don't have a problem with that. At the time, like, there's nothing else that we could see that has any there's nothing that is complete in the crypto space, correct? So why are we saying, oh, well, shouldn't be a Richard, I don't know anybody that says this, but why be a Richard Hart maximalism? It's like, well, if you have a winning product, why are you like rooting for all the things? Like, nothing else is winning, and nothing will win, I don't think, like Hex has in the next few, it'll take years to build something that is better than Hex or Pulse Chain or PulseX. So let's see. Let's see. Trading ruins lives, guys. We already know this. I talked about this. Trading ruins your lives. You heard Nardo talk about it earlier, how he traded $1,000, lost $1,000, broke up with his girlfriend. It wasn't even that big of a thing, but he lost $1,000, and it took a hit at his ego. That was $1,000. People in this, in these communities, guys, in crypto, they put everything they have because that's what they think they're going to make it big. And that's fine, but like, you got to realize that when you're an influencer, when you're part of this community, you are, you're at the spearhead of Hex. If you're an influencer, just think how many people, and that goes for anybody. If you have one follower on Twitter, if you have one subscriber on YouTube, you are an influencer. Like, if you say, if you're going out there and hating on people and calling them idiots, calling them morons and all this stuff, they're attribute to Hex to that. But if you're out there educating people, showing people like, hey, this is a trade. These are trades that, these are not things that you should be doing. Maybe we shouldn't be trading, because these are trades. We've done it to Elio Trades, BitBoy, and stuff like that, where we show their trades. We say, hey, this is where you shilled it, and this is where it's at now. Why are you, and they end up blocking you because they don't want to live with reality that they ruin people. They want to just make their money. They shill it at the top. They sell at the top. Most of them ruin people, or maybe they're not in on it. I don't know. But let's see. I don't think many people, if any people, made money off of trading Hex. If you sat there for the last 2 years trading Hex and made millions, I would like to see your trading account, because and let's see if you could outbeat just staking it. So somebody that just didn't have to do anything, didn't work 24 hours a day looking and staring at charts, I bet you did not beat somebody that just sat there in there, staked and everything, and just completely just let it to ride, like the people that are staked. So trading is a bad idea. Stressful struggle. I don't want to call too many people out here, but stressful struggle. I remember when he was like, hey, like I said, if he's watching, love the dude. He's awesome. He's just an OG as well. But I remember he was like, hey, bro, I'm going to sell at 0.007 and I'm going to catch this back at 0.002 or something like that. And it went up to 2 cents or something like that. So he had to buy back in. I can't remember the exact price, but it went up like a 3x in the time that he said that on my show. And then from when he had to buy back, and he's like, dude, I will never trade again. That was a stupid idea, because you get a third. Let's say you traded $1 million. Now you got to buy back and you only get 333,000 for the same price. So, or for the same amount of money that you had. So trading just, I don't think anybody's really made any. Shilling and preying on Hexicans isn't a maxi in my mind. It's just you know, preying on Hexicans because you know that we have a lot of money. You know that we're a tight knit community and we're going to get a lot of it, guys. I think that we're going to get a lot of people in the next few years coming to this community, trying to, be friends with the community just to come in here and completely tear apart what we have by, shilling everything, by preying on them. And getting people that are new and people that haven't made the gains yet, because they're like, hey, you could make more gains over here in this meme coin, and then the meme coin, it might do a little pump, but it's coming right back down. We all know what is going to happen to the meme coins, NFTs, and stuff like that. And I'm not saying you can't buy these things or do whatever you want. I'm saying, as an influencer, as somebody that's out there, if you're shilling them, it's in the community, like you're just you're probably going to get called out by somebody in the community, right? Including myself. If you're shilling garbage to the community, I'm going to be like, dude, like, what are you doing? Because when it does rug pull, most of the times I take screenshots. So let's see. But that's it. Responsibility, guys. Responsibility to the community. I think everybody is amazing person in this community. I think that there's a lot of good people in here. Not a lot. I think almost everybody that I've met in the community, literally all of you guys who have met in person or on the, we have on my streams and stuff, we've had a great time, good stuff. I just don't want the community. I want the community to continue to be, tight knit and, not get, deterred when we get called Richard Hart Maxis, because we're not like that. We're not the.
And we're live here with Hex 9. Okay. I guess it's my time to end. So love you guys, and you guys take care. Hopefully everybody does great, and I'll see you guys later. Sorry about that, Hexo. I was just getting the video loaded.
You're good, bro. You're good, bro. No, I know. It's like
your talk was
I
great.
I didn't know how long it was, so thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Hey, take care, man. Later, guys.
You too. Welcome.
Hey, Maddie. Thanks for reaching out to me.
And we're live here with Hex 19. Welcome.
Hey, Maddie. Thanks for reaching out to me, and I'm really glad to be here, and I look forward to our online conference, which starts actually tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, we're pre-recording this to make sure that all the audio and video gets captured just right, and I wanted to thank you for coming on the stream. This is a critical part of our program in the first day. We just heard from Hexologist and from 9 different Hexicans who are OGs and community builders. And now we're going to hear from you, and then we'll hear from PapahBoehner about security. So can you tell me what are some of the things that you're known for in the Hex community, and what's part of the story that you want to share today?
Well, the most relevant, of course, is that, I got hacked. The phone and all that kind of stuff. What was inappropriate on my part was the fact that I had all my passwords and some of the seed phrases and all kinds of stuff, online in a notepad or equivalent. And so anyway, I got hacked, and I reported it to the local police here where I live and the FBI 3 times.
And this is the largest hack in the history of Hex that we know of. It was tens of millions of dollars worth of Hex that was stolen. I'm really sorry for your loss, and I think it could happen to anybody. And I'm sorry that it happened to you.
Thank you, Maddie. It could happen to anybody. My background is I've been in computers forever, almost back to 1964, and over the years, security hasn't been important. Okay. Well, it was important, but it wasn't, when I worked for Toshiba for 20 years, they took care of the security. I didn't have to worry about it. Right. And then I didn't have any money, so why do I need security? Who's going to want to pay attention to me? But I got into Bitcoin, I got into Hex right at the beginning. And, you know, any OG knows we had nothing, and all of a sudden we had, what, millions? Some have billions. I mean, it happens overnight. And it was, you know, a shock. And all of a sudden I needed to behave more like a guy who had top secret information, you know, you know, and I didn't. So anyway, I reported it to the police and the FBI 3 times to the FBI. I went to see the local, and I had a lot of help from the community on what to do. They suggested I go see you know, an agent locally. And I went and made an appointment, went in and saw him. What a joke. 20 minutes. He took about 2 or 3 lines of notes and said, file in the IC3 report again, because I had already done it once. So I did it again. This time I kept a copy of it and I did a really comprehensive job. Have I heard anything? No. Do I expect to hear from him? Truthfully, no. And I think that's a message for all of us that you know, they're just not interested. You know, they got other things to focus on. So what comes out of this is interesting tax implications. Who reports the profit from the hack? And now I have tax software, you know, that I use to even give the information to the tax accountant. So maybe I'll do an update in March.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll let you write off all $80 million that was stolen, or, you know, whatever it was. But that is a interesting situation to be in tax-wise.
I can prove, you know, 3 or 4 million or something like that, but I can't prove the 80, because that was if it lasted for 10 years. If, you know, I end staked appropriately when they came due. But of course, they were hacked and end staked by the hackers. Maddie, I got to reach out to you. The fact that we're doing this is really helpful in recovering. You know, from I went from nothing to sudden wealth and back to nothing.
Yeah.
And you know, I can, you know, the people that are listening can appreciate the therapy that you provide every week, you know, multiple times a week, is just really valuable to the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, and you sharing your story is, I think, very helpful to the community. I did a survey on my channel, and over 730 people voted, being asked the question, after this hack, what are they going to do now? And only 26% of the respondents said that they were happy with their current security. 35% said that they already took action or would be immediately taking more action to increase security. 20% wanted to learn more about security before taking action. And 19% were just seeing results. But I think those people were probably not wanting to tell how bad their security was. And so it's, you know, the overwhelming majority of the community wants to take security more seriously. And so you sharing your story was a moment where people could take action. And I hope that this moment now in the Hex conference, next up, we're going to bring PapahBoehner, who spends many hours all day, every day, advising people and making observations about how they can improve their security. So thank you for sharing your story, because I think it's going to help a lot of people take security more seriously.
Right. Obviously, we don't have any online passwords or any of that kind of stuff. So you know, we've moved on. Part of moving on, when you realize you're hacking, you may lose millions of dollars. You get a bad feeling in your stomach. You know, I don't know what it is. You know, and I was traveling at the time with Yvonne, and you know, we were seeing our granddaughter, and I'm trying to handle this remotely, and I get this, you know, bad feeling in the stomach. So what I realized was I needed to keep my exercise program up. So we still walk, you know, a couple of miles a day, every day that we can. Well, without doxing myself too much, we had smoke, you know, for during the fires. Everybody, you know, around had bad smoke, and then we had months or weeks of rain. So every once in a while, we don't get our walk in, but the health is the most important. I'm just now even recovering from a very minor surgery, outpatient. So, you know, no problem. And we're back to, we did a 1.75 miles today, you know, at a brisk pace. So
I'm glad you're taking your health seriously and realizing it sounds like that your life is more than just about money.
Oh my God. Yeah. The support from Yvonne, my wife, did I get that right? 56 years, I think. Yeah, 56 years. We joke about it. So who's going to forget the wedding anniversary date? You know? And normally, well, I don't anymore because I got it in the calendar. So how can I? And Michelle, well, I don't want to dox us. Our two daughters, you know, who are very supportive. I've got 5 grandchildren. 2 of them are adults, and 3 of them are what? 8. They're anyway. They're not adults. They're kids, and then we got a couple great grandkids. Yeah. So my whole focus actually with the Hex, you know, is in creating a legacy. You know, because I'm 81. What the hell am I going to do with the money? You know, you know, it's creating a legacy. And now I'm rebuilding. We're starting over. How many times, Maddie, have you heard people say you got to start over? You know, or they're starting over. I mean, in life, I'm always starting over.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, we had, geez, I mean, I was doing commodities, commodity futures in the 70s. So, you know, you make it a little bit and then you lose it. And then you make it a little bit more and you lose it. So I mean, Richard Hart, when he started talking about you don't trade, what a message. I mean, hey, I've been doing it wrong for the last 40, 50 years. And truthfully, I knew what a CD was because I have relatives who had that's all they did. They only invested in CDs. You know, the ones that pay maybe you get 0.7%, 0.8% interest. Now when they were doing it, they were getting 5. They probably got as much as 8 or 9% back in the early 80s, you know, when the interest rates were really high. And they well, I said, no, the stock market's better. Went on. So anyway, but starting over, what are we doing next? The family, first of all, Yvonne and I were going to Florida. So we got travel plans. We're already booked. We got the airfares. As long as the airlines cooperate, we're going to be in Florida, you know, in the early year. And then our next travel plan is to go with a family not all of us, but several of us will be going to Ibiza, which is an island off the coast of Spain. And we're going to do that
Cool.
this summer. Now, yeah, the younger guys will know what the Ibiza is about, and not me, because I'm not going to do this. But Ibiza is one of the hottest, places, to go, for young people. So that's what we got, plans for travel. We got our health is coming back very rapidly now. Flex Dreams. Okay. So when I had all this money before the hack, I was planning what kind of super yacht was I going to get.
And what did you decide?
Well, what I decided was I don't want to buy a super yacht. I want to rent the damn thing. I want to charter it. And, Fort Lauderdale is, a couple hours away or miles, get on a plane. Lauderdale has some nice super yachts to charter. And of course, the whole Mediterranean is where you really want to go if you want the big guys, in the summer. But anyway, so I'm back to planning it again. Why? Because I sacrifice for Pulse, right? So I got that in before, and I'm going to handle how that works out. And now I'm sacrificing for Pulse X. And, I thought, well, I don't have any money, right? Because we're, I'm writing off everything that I had before in the Hex area. And I'm starting again. I don't know what the lowest rank is, but anyway, that's me. On the other hand, I got all this XRP that I've been holding on for years. And so Richard Hart provided a way for us to sacrifice XRP with no Ethereum fees. I mean, it's a direct. And so you guys go up there on the website and you can see how you can, it's not just XRP, you can do XLM and a whole bunch of these other, and it's a direct, because anyway, it's a direct. So that's what I'm doing. And turns out I got a whole bunch done by last night, and the damn prices went down today. So I thought, yeah.
Good job.
That's
Yeah.
Great. So my Flex Dreams is one of the things I'm still working on, but the thing about dreams and the stuff is, the stuff owns you, and I think I've said this before. If you own a super yacht, you know how many people you got to manage. The people that manage the people that the captain, and then the purser and I mean, some of these have 20 or 30 people on them. So who wants to do that? I'm 81. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. So here's another thing that stuff owns. Your money owns you. When I don't have any money, I don't have any problem. If you have a lot of money, I mean, look at what some of the Hexicans are doing to help us other guys figure out how to manage the damn money. It's you got trusts and you got all this kind of stuff you got to worry about. So anyway, my future is Pulse X. I'm looking very seriously at one of the apps that'll run on Pulse, which is the liquid loans. And you say, well, why would you do that? That's a risk. Yeah, of course it's a risk. The other risk is just selling the Pulse to pay for your living, and then you pay taxes on that. So anyway, I haven't decided, obviously, final, because of course we don't have any final information. I'm looking at that. And now my plan is, if the Pulse and the Pulse X work out, then I can not just put in, a little bit of money here and there into Hex again, that I can put in big money and rebuild my my hex position, because that's what got me here in the first place. And that's my story.
Well, that's amazing. Yeah, that you're able to have such a positive attitude still, and that you're able to use self-care and focus on your exercise and maintaining a positive attitude, to value the family that's around you, and to even value that things can end up owning you when you think that you're owning them. And so this information that you're sharing is extremely helpful. I'm wondering, do you have any other life advice for us?
Yeah. Oh my God. I knew I forgot one thing, which is why I'm even here, and that is what I would call continuous learning. I have not stopped learning. I mean, even when I was working, I was trying. Of course, the work, the day-to-day work would interfere with it. But now I'm retired. I can learn 24/7.
Yes.
and there's always something new. So I mean, I've subscribed to a Blinkist and audio, because it's harder for me to read now at this age. I can't read books. It doesn't work. But I can listen to them. And then there's YouTube. My God, So I mean, between YouTube, Blinkist, it's just, there's just so many opportunities to continue learning. And it's so important, because whatever we see, look at what Elon Musk is doing. I mean, the whole world he's changing is going to be different in 10 years. So will you even have a job? Will the robots take over? I mean, these are big questions, and I think we all need to sort of ask that question. And will we have basic income from the government, whether we like it or not? That's even a guy like Elon Musk thinks we may have it, even though I don't consider him on that side of the spectrum. So anyway, who knows? Anyway, I'm learning, and I'll do it as long as I can.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for sharing your story, for being an awesome member of our community, and for setting up this stage here for us to talk more about security at the conference.
Great. Thank you, Maddie. I really appreciate it. And thank you to all the Hexicans who have reached out or haven't reached out, but you guys are great. And we're going to write a new chapter in the future.
Amazing. Well, thanks again, and take care.
Thank you.
Hey there, Papa B.
How you doing, Maddie? What's going on?
I'm great. How are you?
Dropped through. I heard that sandwiches would be served, and I didn't get any.
Well, we're going to correct that as soon as we can. For now, are you willing to give us some observations about security?
I am. I've decided to adopt a format that is just some quick hits that I've collected over the last year in direct chat and direct messages. And I think that if people find it humorous or at least groan-worthy, it means that their security posture is pretty okay. But if they kind of scratch their heads and say, I don't get it, they may need to come see us in chat and we'll iron them out. I call it a walk down memory lane.
I love it. So I want to again thank you for doing this. One of the reasons why you're such a trusted expert is because you've been a member of the community and volunteering your time, putting up with the public in Telegram, and you've spent countless hours donating your time there. So we really want to thank you and recognize you today, and tell you how much we appreciate it.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure, and there's a lot of people contributing in that chat. A lot of good people that are really catching on and supporting the community, hours and hours and hours, like you said. So if I may, I know I only have 20 minutes.
I'm gonna hand it over to you. You'll get your full 20 minutes. Is it okay if I pop back on and ask any follow-up questions if there are any?
Sure. If I don't exhaust all of my time, you're more than welcome to come join me again.
Awesome.
I'll share the screen with you anytime.
Thank you.
Hey, okay, everyone. Like I said, I've got a list of some quick hits. These are some questions and some direct messages that have come to me in the chat and on Telegram. And I think that if you find them humorous, or at least you kind of grunt or groan to them, it means that your security posture is pretty good. And if not, you got to come talk to us. Let's begin with number one. Dear Papa B, why are you so against security products that are made in China? That's racist. Okay, first of all, racism doesn't quite work like that. Second of all, you should know that security products that incorporate encryption, those encryption algorithms must have their security keys registered with the government and thereby the Chinese military. This is why I tell people don't buy anything to do with crypto made in China, especially not hardware wallets. Please, please, please. Number two, and I've heard this from people that I don't necessarily respect, but that was early on. Now, most recently, I've heard it from people that I very highly respect in the community. So I just want to talk to you about this very quickly. And the comment is, introducing the concept of a hardware wallet to a fresh onboard is a tremendous barrier to entry. I would say this. We want to get our onboards a solid foundation. And I think that a hardware wallet is something relatively easy to understand, especially if you go the extra, couple of yards and lead them through it. In the chat, we are constantly doing cleanup for onboards that didn't have a hardware wallet, 6 months to a year ago. And so understand that we are trying to clean that up. And finally, if someone gets rinsed, they may not come back. And I consider that a barrier to retention. So there is perhaps a barrier to entry, but you want to retain that person in the community. And if they get rinsed, it's not really easy to keep them there. Number three, what's wrong with coming up with a rhyme scheme or a story that I use to remember my seed phrase instead of keeping it written down anywhere at all? Never, ever, ever, ever trust a brain wallet. And that's what this is. You could get head trauma. You could suffer dementia in your old age, and survivorship to your loved ones after you pass away could be a problem. So please, please, please write this stuff down, preferably in metal. Number four, after you create a seed on a hardware wallet and double check it, you should create another one just to be triple sure. And I'm a security expert myself. Okay, so that would assume that you create a seed phrase, you double check it, you test yourself through the software into the hardware device itself, and then you wipe it clean again and start all over again, resulting in another need to double check it, resulting in another seed phrase that you would have to create, and you'd get in an endless loop. It doesn't sound very sound to me. Number five, what's wrong with sending myself my seeds to myself in Gmail? Also related, what's wrong with taking a picture of my seeds on my phone and backing it up automatically on Google Drive or iCloud? Everything's wrong with that. Please don't do it. Please don't back up your seeds on anything electronic whatsoever. Certainly nothing with a SIM card, and nothing on the cloud, please. Please, please, please. I do my crypto. Oh, geez. Okay, you're going to love this one. Here we go. Number 6. I do my crypto stuff on my wife's work laptop, and I have had zero problems with just using MetaMask. Followed by a DM where this person sheepishly continued, I just lost all of my ETH and Hex, and I suspect my wife's company's IT admin, as you have once said. Can I sue him? Can I sue the company? Can you put me in touch with your hacker friends or FBI contacts? Can you think of a way to get my funds back? How much would you or your contacts charge for this service? No, that's not possible. And no, you probably can't sue anybody unless you can find out that they have your funds. And even then, as we learned earlier in the recorded time with Hex 19, the FBI is probably not going to offer you the support you think it is. Number 7, what do you think of such and so hardware wallet? I'm asked this all the time. Please stick to the classics. Ledger or Trezor? Ledger or Trezor for hardware wallets. Don't get all creative and take a look at these things that, you know, offer testimony from Furus that they're wonderful or whatever. These are all paid shills. Honestly, stick to the classics that have withstood the test of time, good solid products. And those companies have a lot to lose if they screw you over. Key in evaluating security companies is, what do they have to lose if they screw you over? And in this case, I think Ledger and Trezor have everything to lose, and they've got a substantial customer base. It's good stuff. How much does it cost to buy the MetaMask? MetaMask is free. It's a great dumb pipe. You should use it as a dummy wallet. It's a great interface between your hardware wallet and the front end of the smart contract. So use MetaMask that way, and it's free. Number 9, how much do you get if I buy the Trezor hardware wallet? I don't have an affiliate link. I didn't give it to you. I can't even get 10% discount from this damn company. But still, I advise you to look into it yourself and don't worry about what I get for whatever. I'm not getting a thing. Number 10, can you help set up my Trezor or Ledger? Look, if you come into the chat, I will almost undoubtedly have time to help you set up your Ledger or Trezor. But please only do that as a last resort, because the chat gets pissed off if they have to go through it over and over and over again. Try looking on YouTube first or looking on the company's websites. Number 11, I do all my crypto stuff on my phone and I've never had an issue. I don't see the problem. Well, please roll back this video about an hour and listen to Hex 19's testimony. Don't do crypto on your phone, please. Please. The Staker app is good because it's got the Gnosis Safe as its back end, and version 2 is going to be rock solid. But otherwise, keep your crypto on your PC at home and safe. This is serious shit, and you're not going to have millions of dollars. There's no reason to walk around town with millions of dollars on your person. Number 12, what I do is keep a duplicate hardware wallet with the same seeds in my safe along with the backup card. Probably unwise. Separate your seeds from your backups, please. Your hardware wallet having the same seeds running on it is widening and broadening your threat surface, and you don't want to do that. Just keep it all simple in one place in one hardware wallet with one backup. Number 13, if you really want to be secure, uninstall MetaMask when you're done with it every day, and then reinstall it and type your seeds in each day to recover. Please do not enter your seeds into anything resembling a full QWERTY keyboard. Do not do it in an unencrypted fashion, and only do it to introduce it back into a hardware wallet as an advanced recovery. Please don't type your seed phrase, especially not the same seed phrase you're working with somewhere else, into a keyboard at any time. Number 14, I run the same seeds on MetaMask on my laptop and my phone, just in case I can't get to 1 to get that best price dip. I think I just covered that. Please don't do that. If you're doing that right now and you're listening to me talking, please go into your phone and wipe out that instance of MetaMask. Make sure that it's only active solely on your PC, and certainly your seeds are not duplicated anywhere else. Now a quick hit for number 15. Yes, my seed backup is entirely secure. I keep it in my locked file cabinet at my work, in my safe deposit box at my bank, on my dedicated iPhone that I hardly ever use, in Dropbox, on an encrypted PDF, and finally, on a USB thumb drive that I haven't electrified by plugging it in for years. All of these are unwise. Please keep your seeds as a backup, written into either titanium plates or hammered into some fender washers that you keep in a fire safe. Number 16, I had problems with my MetaMask, and MetaMask support requested my seeds, so I gave it to them. Now half my funds are gone, so can I quickly protect them? But the rest of them, because I'm really nervous, and oh, now they're all gone. Yeah. That's a real one, by the way. And number 17, I migrated my MetaMask seeds to a hardware wallet as you suggested, but I still got hacked. How could they do this if they don't have my PIN to get into my Trezor? Don't they need to approve the transaction on my Trezor? Once you are compromised, your seeds are compromised, they're out there in the wild, a hardware wallet will be of no use to you. You're in a race with the attacker, and the hardware wallet will simply give you the convenience to enter that race with a modicum of speed improvement in trying to be able to get your funds out or unstake your stakes on time. So really, no. Hardware wallet, once you have completely compromised seeds, is of little use. We still do it because you can always have a second hacker that can enter in this fray, but really you're sharing a wallet with the attacker at that point. Number 18. I can see the attacker emergency end my stakes, but he stopped at the year 10 stakes. Can I move those stakes to a hardware wallet now? Unfortunately, no. All of your stakes are pegged to the seed. Those stakes are pegged to the account. The account is pegged to the seed. When you migrate a seed, you take all the accounts with it, and vice versa. So honestly, no, you can't belt on or bolt on or duct tape on any better security by moving those seeds to a hardware wallet after you've already seen that you've been attacked. Number 19, what happens if I lose my hardware wallet? Have I lost my coins? The answer is no. We expect hardware wallets to fail. They fail all the time. You can destroy it yourself if you have to. You can go to full cold storage by uninstalling and factory wiping your unit. Your tokens and your coins are on the blockchain. They don't really exist on your Trezor or Ledger device. That's more like a key fob. It holds your seed phrases securely and injects them into the blockchain to find out which tokens are yours and where they are. That's all it does. So your tokens are obviously very safe on blockchain. So don't worry about that part. You can always reintroduce your seeds securely back into a new device if yours fails. And finally, number 20, and this is a actual dialogue I'm going to read to you. I typed my password, but my assets aren't there. Do you mean passphrase? Oh yeah, passphrase. Well, did you write that down? Well, no. Should I have? I don't see a forgot passphrase button. Where is it? A passphrase is that 25th word that Richard talks about you should be using in your hardware wallet. It's very, very good security. It's a unique final word that you would add on to your 24-word seed phrase that you've created, up to like 50 or 100 characters long in some cases. And that's off of the BIP. It's not on the BIP 39 compliant word list. So it's incredibly secure. Also, if you screw it up, you will gain access to a wallet, but that wallet will simply not be yours. So please keep track of your passphrases if you're going to use them, separate them from your seed phrases, and write those in metal as well. And this concludes my summary of Memory Pain from 2021. And thank you everyone that contributed to this list and suffered through all these wonderful moments online. And now, Maddie Allen, I will yield to your questions.
Awesome. Well, I know that a lot of times when people have security questions, then I would instruct them to go to t.me/hex security or to one of the known voice chats. But then I always like to include a message with that scammers might try to DM you because they see you asking for help. Can you speak to this and explain what your strategy is to advise people who are new on that sort of thing?
Certainly. It is common. You can expect for every 100 people active in the Telegram chat that there's at least 5 nefarious players listening in as well, figuring how to rip you off. So they take many different guises. When you advertise that you're in need of some kind of support in text chat, they're very happy to say, I'm here, I'm a member of the community. They may even, mimic one of our names. I say to people, only accept support from, something in public. And what we do in voice chat is, we validate everything and everyone's listening in. It's very, very out in the open, which is why I take so much time leading people through these steps. It may be boring for some people, but it's the only way I think that security advice should be doled out, because everyone can see it, all eyes on, and people know people's voices. We can, establish that rapport, and never, ever do we ever ask for you to divulge your seeds in any way, shape, or form in the voice chat. If the first thing that they try to do when they contact you via DM is, let me have control of the situation. I can help you out. I'll just need your seeds to verify, or I'll lead you to this website. Please click on this link. And from there, you can enjoy this amazing airdrop. You can claim these things as a Hexican, or you can reestablish whatever problem or woe that you're suffering from can all be cleared up if you simply put in your seed phrases. I won't see them. Just do it at the website. And people come back in chat and say, I just got scammed, or I just got soaked. I'm gone. I'm done from the community. I got to start over again. And it's a heartbreak. It's a heartbreak every time they do that.
So definitely I advise people that even if you get direct messages from people when you're asking for help, to trust the voice chat itself and do your own research to, basically verify from multiple sources. Never give out your seed phrase. I was shocked, even just me helping to tell Hex 19's story caused tons of people to message. And sometimes even an expert such as myself can get a little bit lost with so many people saying, oh, we're going to help with that situation. And then they insert themselves in a way that seems very untrustworthy and ask for things that they shouldn't be asking for. And so it's certainly something where we have to keep our guard up, and where unfortunately we do have to educate people. Even if they need help, it's not as simple as just sending them, in my opinion, to Hex Security or to a voice chat. We have to instruct them to ignore the messages that they'll get from the fake accounts, from the people who are pretending to help in private.
Exactly.
Where can people reach out and find more information from you?
From me personally? We stream a couple nights a week for Hex Asians, and also Wake Up Hex show on Discourse Syndicate Network. I'm there, and we have like live chat there. If you have any questions, I usually try to, answer those real time. Magic Carpet Ride, I'm going to be putting together some videos there for security as well. Also be taking some feedback from that avenue. And then, of course, on Telegram, on the PulseX chat, I haunt that place as well, just in case I hear some people giving out some nefarious type of advice. I will jump in and try to start, hammering in and helping if I can. And also back in, of course, pulsechain.com, Telegram as well. So I'm all over the place.
Awesome. Well, I've added the link. And again, I want to thank you again for giving this talk, but also for everything that you do for the Hex community.
My pleasure. And let's remain vigilant, because this never will end. There will be a better way of doing things in the future. But for now, hardware wallets, passphrases, keep your seeds, don't give them to anybody else, write them in metal, all the normal stuff. Don't get creative yet. When a new threat happens on a 0-day attack and we start to pivot as a community, we'll let you know, and we'll all discuss it, and we'll make the change together.
Awesome. Thanks again.
Oh, that cut off a little bit off guard. So,
hey guys, surprise!
Nice to see you again. Hello.
That interview with PapahBoehner was amazing. He's dropping so many knowledge bombs, and everybody should really listen when Papa B speaks.
Agreed. Now, you guys, you gave a presentation last year, the first day of the first online Hex conference ever. You guys gave a keynote, and I just want to shout you out and explain to everybody that we didn't know back then how everything was going to play out with, for example, the T-share total supply. And you guys predicted it correctly, whereas everyone else got it wrong. And in my opinion, you guys predicted that the total number of T-shares would continue to go up slightly and then basically go down forever, becoming more scarce. And that's exactly what happened. You also set up an amazing rationale for people to understand what a T-share is and why it's so powerful. And so I think we have a couple different videos loaded in here to give people a foundation using cartoons, and then you guys will take it from there. Is that right?
Perfect.
Yes, perfect, Maddie.
And I'm so sorry. I know that I loaded two different videos. I've got two that have an orange background. Do you know if it's the secret to earning the highest or Hex longer pays better?
I think it's the highest, the first one you said.
Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead and check that out, and then we'll be right back.
The secret to gaining the highest ROI in Hex lies in a little-known mechanism called shares. When you stake your Hex, you receive shares. It's kind of like a guarantee. Your shares guarantee you back your principal, plus a percentage of interest and bonuses over time. The key to achieving the highest ROI in Hex is acquiring as many shares as you possibly can by staking early and staking long. The earlier you stake and the longer you stake, the higher your ROI will be. The brilliance of the share design is this. Every time a stake is ended anywhere in the world, those shares are effectively burned. They cease to exist. This means that every single day there are less and less shares to be had. This also means that every moment you wait to get and stake Hex, the share pool is dwindling. Now, why does that matter? Hex is programmed to pay out the highest interest and rewards to those who own the most shares. That's why it matters. Staking early is key, but it's not everything. How do you get the most shares? You stake longer than everyone else. The maximum length you can stake is 5,555 days, or 15.2 years. If you want to get into Hex early and become a whale, how do you do it? You stake today, right now, this very moment, and you stake for 5,555 days. As everyone else's stakes expire, you end up holding the largest bag of shares in the network. This guarantees you receive the largest percentage of interest and bonuses. Don't want to wait 15 years to realize your profit? The The beauty of Hex is that it's designed to pay out perpetual passive income to its holders, just like a traditional banking CD. This is done by creating what we call a stake ladder. Imagine if you had 1 million Hex and you broke it up into 65,000 Hex stakes from year 1 to 15, setting a stake every year for 15 years. This is called a stake ladder, and there are many ways to design them to work best for you. Some hexers create a staking ladder that pays them every 2 years, some every quarter, and some every month. The idea is that on a semi-regular basis, you'll have fully mature stakes that you can cash out for the next 15 years, or even indefinitely. The smartest hexers have plans to only cash out the interest each period and restake their principal out for 15 more years. This allows them to earn passive income indefinitely from Hex. Hex is a vastly superior product to that of traditional banking time deposit accounts, and it's the purest form of decentralized finance. There is no company, no middlemen, and no gatekeepers in Hex. It's a triple audited autonomous product built on the blockchain that has 100% uptime. Welcome to the future.
This is such a great video. It basically shows what we are about to show you in like 2 minutes, right? But it shows that Hex is really, really simple to understand. If you want to, you can break it down in 2 minutes. Today, we want to go a little bit deeper into the rabbit hole and really show you the power of T-shares and tell you how everything works out in Hex.
Amazing. And for people who are asking for a link to the video, I have an entire playlist of introductory videos that people can find at hexcontract.com. And so hopefully you'll be able to find the link there. It should be pretty simple. I'm going to let you guys take it away. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maddie. So Maddie already said we did the Power of T-Share presentation already last year when the Hexpo.Online conference was on for the first time. And in order to do so, Maddie already said we did a lot of predictions really, really good. So why did we and how did we do that? We asked a couple of OGs, Hexicans from Germany to help us out making some predictions. And later on, you will see what kind of predictions they helped us with. So today we want you to understand that with Hex, when you stake, you can make more Hex. But how much is that really? And how much more beneficial is it to make a 15-year stake compared to a 10-year stake? And this is what we call the power of T-shares.
Maddie, could you please go ahead and bring our presentation on? There we go. Perfect.
So first we will talk about how the shares actually work in Hex. How do you earn more Hex when you stake your Hex? And later on, we will also talk about how we made the simulation so then you can see and maybe even make one simulation for yourself.
Exactly. So let's start in how the shares work in Hex. Let's move on with our presentation. And we have 3 determining factors which determine the dynamic interest system of Hex. And those 3 are the staking ratio, the daily payout total, and the pool of total shares.
Before you go on, I want to say to you that what we are showing to you right now, those are the mathematical facts about Hex. We do not have to take any assumption on that part.
So first of all, the staking ratio. Here we see if 1% of all the Hex in existence, if only 1% is staked, then the payout of the total staker class, the staker class is each and everybody who is actively staking their Hex. If only 1% of all the existing Hex would be staked, the whole staker class would earn 369% on average per year. And on the left side of this chart, as you can see here, if 100%, so each and every coin in the ecosystem would be in an active stake, then this average of the staker class would only be 3.69%. And as of right now, we are at 9.8 staking ratio and slightly increased from last year, and the staker class earns 37% per year as a total average. And here we need to clarify a little bit, because new people are thinking, okay, if I'm over the weighted average, then I'm earning the 37% from the get-go. It's not like that, because the 37% are the average of the whole staker class, meaning all those early people who are in it since like maybe 2 years or a little bit longer are in this total average included as well. So in order for you to get the 37%, you would need to stake long and then also wait a little bit, because over time the compounding interest starts to kick in. And for example, our first 5555 stakes did not start with 37%, and now they are already way over 50%. The top performers are actually over 60% right now already.
So the staking ratio here shows you that Hex is a dynamic system. You are your own bank, so you decide yourself how much interest you want to print in the future. If you stake for 1 year, you earn about 10%. If you stake for the average staking class of what we have right now, the 6 years, you earn about 37%. And if you stake for longer, of course, you earn a little bit more than that.
So then the second determining factor, the daily payout total. So Alan, what is the daily payout total?
So the daily payout total that you see here is paid out in Hex on a daily basis, but you cannot touch it right away. You can only have it when your stakes mature. And the daily the total inflation is 3.69%. So it only fluctuates because of emergency end stake penalties. And this is what you see here on that chart. In the launch phase, Hex inflated, hyperinflated. That's why you see it going up linearly. And then after the launch phase, only the inflation of 3.69% is minted now. And the spikes, they are presenting the truth engine. Whenever somebody is untruthful to the code and has to pay a penalty, this penalty then will go to the staker class.
Yeah, and you also see, like, after the launch phase, it looks like a flat line over time. So over the years, when we will going to present you the power of T-shares, we will also see a slight increase here, because let's have a look on how the daily payout works, how it's getting calculated. And you take it first all ever minted Hex, and all ever minted Hex, you need to realize that's an increasing number because of the inflation of Hex. So all ever minted Hex times a fraction of the 3.69%, which is 0.009955%. And on this number, you add 50% of the penalties accrued in the last 24-hour section, and that gives you the daily payout total of the day.
So click once so the people can see the calculation in a big screen. So, and maybe they can calculate it themselves if they wanted to. But now we will go on with the next slide.
Sure, and the next one is the third determining factor, the total shares. So let's have a look on the total share pool. Generally speaking about shares, we have two functions here. We have the longer pays better function, and we have the bigger pays better function. With the longer pays better function, you can get up to 3x your T-shares for staking for the longest amount of time, so 10 years or longer. And for the bigger pays better function, you could increase your T-shares by up to 10%. We have the share price, which is only going up, and this is also a great innovation of the Hex system, and it also takes care that nobody can cheat the system.
So what you see here on that chart is the total amount of T-shares in existence. The black chart here was our chart from last year, and like Maddie said already, we said that the share price, the T-share price, will go up in short term, but then after it reaches a top, it will go down from there on. And this is what really happened. But now we made this chart updated this chart a little bit, and now it looks like it's only going down. But in fact, it actually did have a top like 1 month ago.
Yeah, and that is because we have only the data point of the 31st of 2020 and the data point of the 31st of 2021. And our prediction was correct, but we were like too long of our time frame. So what happened here in the short term after having our keynote last year, it went up slightly, not that much as we predicted, and from there it went down already to a level lower than where we started a year ago.
So shares are created when hex being staked, then more stakes are created, right? And when are stakes burned? Stakes are burned when hex shares are burned when stakes are coming due and people are end staking them. So this chart here right now is only the data point of 2 years. In the next slides, you will see the T-share pool, how it will evolve in the next 15 years. But in order to do that, of course, we had to make the assumptions.
So, and now let's go over to our assumptions, to the simulation of the future interest. So what we needed to assume here were basically two things, and the third thing could be calculated out of the first two. We needed to expect the share pool total of the next 15 years, and we needed to expect the daily payout total of the next 15 years as well. We already did that in the past, and we did that again, and from there we can calculate the expected daily payout per T-share. So let's have a look at the first thing here, the share pool.
So like we said, we had a rising share pool short term, then we had the top, and from there on the T-share pool only went down. So another significant thing is that everybody knows in the first year of Hex, the T-share price was really low. A lot of stakes have been done. And in 2030, we have a lot of stakes coming out. And this is why we assume that 2030, the T-share pool will go down even faster if those stakes will not be restakes. And overall, you can say the T-share pool will decrease slower if stakes if the staking ratio is increasing and or if the average waiting staking length is increasing. And this is what we saw as well. Both things became true. Last year, the staking ratio was 9.7. Today is 9.8. This is one reason why the T-share pool will decrease a little bit slower. And also something else, what happened, the average staking length increased and increased. I think 1 year ago it was 4.8, then it was 5.8, and now I think it's up to 6 and something, right?
Yes, that's correct. So that's great. The Hexican community is finding out more and more and more about the power of T-shares, and in order to push the weighted average staking lengths so far out, a lot of new coins needed to be staked to the 5555 mark. So well done, community. And here in 2030, we are not sure yet what will happen. We just know this massive wall of end staking, and if only a fraction of those stakes get restaked, and if there is some re-evaluation going on, that something gets sold to a lot of new people and so on, then we will see this more aggressive decline of the T-share total pool. So now let's have a look at the second thing, what we needed to assume, the expected daily payout. And here something really interesting happened, because last year, as you can see here in this black line, we just assumed that the daily payout total will increase by 3.69% year over year over the next 15 years, because we didn't have a data point of real inflation, because the year 2020 was mostly from the launch phase. So right now we have all the data from 2021, and the inflation in 2021 was nowhere near the 3.69%, because we have such a delayed inflation in Hex because of the staking mechanism, as people who are staking for 10 years or longer are getting 3x the T-shares. They are absorbing the majority of the inflation, but they cannot access it because only when your stake comes due, you get back your principal plus all the accrued interest. So what really happened was an effective inflation of 1.014 in 2021. And therefore, we have a new chart of the expected daily payout, which is also an exponential curve right now, because the inflation will need to hit the market. The total inflation is still the 3.69%, but as of the delay, it will take more and more time in order that this inflation will hit the market.
For me, this was probably one of the biggest learning when we made this Power of T-shirt presentation new and updated it. I did not recognize that the inflation in Hex was so low, and I'm really excited to see how the average waiting duration will behave in the next couple of years when we have pulse and we can stake totally different again.
Yeah, and our prediction for this year would be that the average staking lengths will increase even further. If the staking ratio is increasing further or not, it's hard to say, because it's really hard to really move that up, as so many hex are just in dormant addresses sitting liquid and never moved.
People have to understand that it's a weighted average, and this is why there's so much financial energy needed in order to make this average staking length bigger and bigger, or longer and longer. And this is really such an important metric that we have in Hex.
And now for the third thing, the expected daily payout per T-share, we could just make a calculation. Would you like to explain that?
So what you see here is the share pool. We had to make some assumptions of that, and that's here all the data points that we have, and the daily payout total as well. How much Hex gets paid out to the staker class on a daily basis. And then with those two data, we were able to make a chart of the daily payout per T-share. And as you see here as well, we had the same chart from last year that was drawn in black, and now the new version is in orange. So it was not too far from our prediction from last year. So it's really good.
Two numbers to point out here at the 2020. This is the average payout per T-share for the entire year 2020, and here the 5.9 is the average daily payout for the entire year of 2021. And then from the years onwards, we just have the expected daily payout per T-share as of the 31st of the year. And yeah, that's our data points here.
So let's go on.
And now, after making all these assumptions, we are now able to compare different staking behaviors. And what we would like to show you is how much more beneficial it is to stake long from the get-go. What we are having here are two persons, person A and person B. Person B is, so both persons have 150,000 hex, and they had that already a year ago when we made the first Power of T-shares on the last Hex.Online conference. So both persons with 150,000 hex. Person B is just chilling and staking it for 15 years from the get-go. And person A, on the other hand, is taking the 150,000 hex and staking it only for 1 year. And then after 1 year, he is compounding, meaning the principal plus all the accrued interest he's putting for another year, and repeats that 15 times in a row. We need to do that in order to compare this staking behavior. We needed two people who are never selling any hex in order to be able to even convert it.
And now it's a good point to say, well, we had to take a lot of assumptions, right? Two assumptions we had to take. And I want to say, even though if our assumptions may be not right, even though they were really close to right last year, right? This point that we are making here, the two different staking behaviors, this will still be true, even if our assumptions are not 100% quite right.
Yeah, because if our assumptions are like lower, or the total share pool might be higher, the payout per T-share might be higher or lower, it doesn't really matter in this case, because we are comparing those two staking behaviors. And if, for example, this daily payout per T-share gets lower, then it would go lower for both persons at the same time. So the difference, the outcome, the difference between the two, the distance between the two will still be the same and will still be valid. first thing.
So what we see here is the T-shares that every person gets, right? The T-shares from 2021 came from go.hex.com, and person A has 10.8 T-shares from the get-go, but after that it gets smaller and smaller and smaller because the T-share price is only going up. And for person B, it is only 27.5% T-shares working for him from the first day on until the next 15 years.
So here at person A, last year, we assumed that even with his compounding restaking, he will lose about 5% each and every year against the T-share rate, because 150,000 hex is not like a whale account, and as a whale, you can get up to 10% bigger pays better bonus. So somewhere in this range, the user person A needs to have a decline in his T-shares, even if he restakes everything for another year. And here the first two data points, they are like the real data points, because he was staking on the 31st of December of 2020. So we have here like the first of each and every year, the 1st of January of each and every year. At first he had the 10.8, that's like a number from go.hex.com, and now by restaking it with the accrued interest, so with the actual accrued interest, restaking it for another year, he would only get back 10.4 T-share, which is a decrease of about 6%. And this decrease, we just put it linear. It could also happen that this increase is a bigger increase year over year, a bigger decrease year over year over year. If that's the case, which we will find out over the years, then the difference between person A and B is even bigger.
So I want to summarize the 6% you are seeing here right now. Last year, we assumed 5% T-shares decrease for person A. Now, Patrick, you found out it rather be 6%, and you already made a prediction in the future. It might be higher than that even, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
So then next chart, the interest for person A compared to person B. Here we calculated all the accrued interest for both persons.
Well, this shows the compounding effect. It's only the interest that we show here, not the principal. And what you see here is the accrued interest after 15 years for both persons, for person A and for person B. What you see is that person A, after 15 years of compounding their hex, will have about 620,000 hex, and person B will end up with 2,860,000 hex about.
So a huge difference. So let's have a look how that looks like in a chart perspective. And here we see the chart perspective of the interest. I would like that you concentrate here at the beginning at first, because we see that from the get-go, the person B, who is just chilling and staking for 15 years, is from the first day outperforming person B, person A by a lot, because here he is only staked for 1 year, and he is getting the best T-shares with the best bonus from the get-go. And if we go a little closer here on the 2030 mark, so on the 10-year mark, he who staked long from the get-go would already have outperformed the overall gains of the short term, of the yearly compounder. And I also would like you to concentrate here what happens in the last 5 years, because this is actually one of our biggest learnings here at the Power of T-shares.
Patrick, is it correct to say of me that from the first year on, person B earned 3 times much as interest as person A, because the bigger pays better bonus is 3 times as much?
Not exactly 3 times as much, because for the yearly stake he also got 20% of staking boni, of longer pays better boni, but it is like 2.5 times.
2.5 times. All right.
And here, just to put it into perspective, in the end, our person A ends up with a 5x on his money, on his hex, sorry, not on his money, a 5x on his hex, the return of investment, but he never sold a single hex and compounded year after year after year. And now the chill out staker for 15 years made about 20x return of investment on his money. And as you can see, so right here at the 10-year mark, also the person B, the long-time staker, is only kind of at a 5x. So in the last 5 years, he makes like the majority of all the accrued interest. And only by chilling 5 more years in the pool, you can get a lot more.
So what are the conclusions of our presentations? The power of T-shares is so tremendous that I think everybody should have a 15-year stake at least.
So as Albert Einstein said, compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. And again, just compare a 10-year stake to a 15-year stake, because if person B would have done a 10-year stake, he would have gotten the same amount of T-shares as in our example. But here where the error is, here this person, the 10-year staker, would need to end stake and then restake with a way higher T-share rate. And as you see at the person A, the 10-year staker would lose even if he puts the same amount of money plus the same amount of Hex plus all the accrued interest again for another 10 years. He would still get less shares than he had here from the get-go. And by only increasing your time for 50% more, because here you have 10 years and here it's only 5 years more, only by increasing your time 50% more, you can increase your accrued interest by 4x more, by 300% more.
So what were the biggest learnings of our presentations here? Well, first, the delayed inflation in Hex, which was only 1% last year, a little bit over 1%, which we assumed it will be way higher. But this is what we learned from that. And then, of course, to really make a 15-year stake, because the compounding effect really kicks in after those 10 years.
Yeah, so also at all of our workshops, we are going through a staking ladder, like your personal staking ladder. And it's always, when it comes to a staking ladder, it's always your personal choice, because each and everybody of us has different circumstances, a different environment, a different state in his life. So it's really a personal thing. But two ideas, yeah, it's not a financial advice, it's only an idea what we would like to give the people when it comes to a staking ladder. No matter your age, still make a 5-5-5-5 stake, because you don't need to put the equal amount of principal in each and every stake. So even if you're like 80 years old, you can still make a 5-5-5-5 stake and just put the amount of money. You can still sleep well in the night, and there you already know that either you will have a blast in 15 years or somebody from your family. And then the more flexible approach, of course, we also know people tend to don't want to put all the money for the 5-5-5-5 days, even if when you ask the hex code, that's the most beneficial thing what you can do. But therefore, we have those personal staking ladders in order to get us a little bit more flexibility. And what you can do with a staking ladder, you can create a ladder of perpetual passive income where you have it laddered first, and when your first stake ends, you just take what you need and put the rest on the end of the ladder, and therefore creating a ever printing money machine.
As we have Albert Einstein here talking about the compounding interest, I just want to point out for the last time, what does the compounding interest, how does it work in Hex? Well, first we have the T-share pool that is only going down because the T-share price is going up. It will take more and more financial energy in the future to keep up that high amount of T-share pool in existence.
It still fluctuates, but generally speaking, in the long term, it will go down. Yeah.
This was the first part, the T-share pool going down, and the second part is the daily payout going up, because the daily payout is calculated by all ever minted hex in existence, and this number will only go up. So because we have those two charts running against each other, the T-share pool that is going down, the daily payout that is going up, and this is why we have this compounding effect in hex.
Yeah, and the longer you stay in the pool with your T-shares, assuming you made like a 5555 stake, in the beginning you have like a little bit of the total pie of the payout. But over time, as people are exiting the pool and less T-shares are entering the pool, your piece of the same pie gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and there is the compounding effect in hex is hidden.
But there is a little catch here. You only get the compounding effect if you stake early, because if you stake later, let's say you wait 5 years, you will not get as many T-shares anymore, and the daily payout then, which will be so high in the future, will not be fully paid out to you, just a fraction of that. So make your stakes early as you can.
And still, even if you want to stake in 5 years for 5555, it will still give you 3x the amount of bonus shares, and it will still at the time be the best performing stake what you can possibly make.
So now we are done with the power of T-shares. I guess next year we will update the charts again. I'm really curious to see how the average staking behavior will change because of pulls, for example, and how just the Hexicans will restake in the future. So Maddie will come on in a second, and then we can maybe have a little Q&A or something like that.
Sure, why not? I hope we got you a good update on our Power of T-Shares presentation. As said, our two biggest learnings from last year was the delayed inflation, that we only had 1%, and therefore deriving like the new numbers. And still, it's awesome to see that we were able to kind of predict how it will look like in the future, even if it's such a dynamic interest system.
It's really crazy because we did predict two things, right? The staking ratio going up and also the staking average length going up as well. And those two things then made our predictions so valuable for last year.
So hello again, Maddie.
Hey. Yeah, you guys have done an awesome job again this year. I really like how data-driven your approach is and how you guys follow it up with your rationale. That's been super helpful.
Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you, Maddie.
A lot of data you have not seen, because in order to make all those calculations, sometimes you need make a simulation of data just so you can go forward with your calculation.
Absolutely. Great. Well,
so yeah, the Hexpo.Online conference is going on for 4 hours now, I see.
We're off to a really great start. I think the content that's being generated here is something that people will be able to rewatch, to send people to in the future. And we'll make sure to make a playlist so people can always, catch this content as well. And I also want to say, because I know you guys have a great YouTube channel as well, everybody should follow you all on YouTube. They should go to the US Road Tour Telegram group, and anybody who wants to clip any of this material, you're more than welcome to. It's great when you can link back to the original source, but the more that we can get this information out, the better. And so I'll look into enabling on my YouTube channel. Maybe somebody can help me figure out how to add it so that any viewer can start to clip this material, because I think that there's a lot of good sound bites and a lot of good information here.
Thank you, Maddie, for the shout out. I just want to tell the people on the Kryptosparbuch YouTube channel, the content that you will find there is really data driven. Like Maddie said, every Monday we will have 2 streams in German and in English, and we always concentrate to make it short. But also, since we are on the tour here, the 5555 tour across America, we are filming a lot of Hexicans. We are doing interviews, we are doing short clips, and then other content that you will see on Kryptosparbuch is different videos that really show what are the Hexicans doing with their wealth right now. It's crazy what they helping them
and also
fellow
how Hex changed their lives,
and how
so
Hex
it's
changed their
really,
life. Yeah.
it's really awesome also to be on the tour. So when people are asking me like, what's your favorite spot, I don't even have an answer for them, because I'm here on the tour for the people, you know, for the Hex community, and it doesn't matter too much for me if I'm in New York, in Chicago, in Miami, or if I'm in Boise, Idaho, or in Salt Lake City, or in Spokane, you know, or in the Napa Valley, or somewhere in
St. Louis.
Albany.
When Maddie came to St. Louis, the whole Kryptosparbuch tour changed, right? Maddie, you were able to make so much noise that people came, like more and more people came to our workshops. They brought their friends and family. And then by then, we also made a video where we revealed our tour budget, right? And we said we want to double the tour. And Maddie, you came, Kareem came on tour. We had Nardo. We have a lot of Hexicans, Motley, of course. And what I'm saying is a lot of Hexicans, OGs who heard our shout out, who came then and helped us to double the tour, and now all the seats are filled for the workshops all the time, and we are just having the fun of our life.
Yeah, and because of the shout-outs, what you said before, so to all the people out there, if you also want to have mad gains, and if you also want to push your portfolio, then please take the time and go over all the Hex and Pulse X YouTubers, give them a follow on Twitter, also on Instagram, because that ranks up the numbers, that helps the algorithm to work for us. And the only reason why not everybody is using Hex already is because still barely anybody knows about it.
But of course, we are all working on that. Hex is a community-driven project, right? Everything that is being done in Hex is being done from the community, and also the same with Kryptosparbuch. It's all a community effort. So we want to ask the community to help donate so we can bring Hex to $7 rather sooner than later.
Absolutely. And now you guys are going to be continuing to tour the United States. Where are you headed next?
So right now we are still in Florida. Florida is like a great state. We were in Orlando first, and then over Christmas and New Year in Miami. Right now we are here in Tampa, Florida, where tomorrow would be a next in-person workshop. And on Sunday we have a meetup here where we are meeting with the people, and then have the online conference going here and the live stream with Richard. And then on Monday we are having a big driving day to New Orleans. Then we are a week in New Orleans, where in the end of the week we are doing another OG meeting, and we are doing another workshop, obviously. And on Sunday there is a big
casino night,
riverboat. So riverboat it's called, and a casino night where we rented out a whole deck for about 100 Hexicans. Everything free to attend, free bar, free snacks there as well. Let's have a nice Hexican party. And then after that we have Texas, and in Texas we will be in all the 4 major cities. At first in Houston, then in Dallas, then in Austin, and finally in San Antonio. And then there is only one stop before the in-person meeting in Vegas, and that is Phoenix in the end of October. And then we are looking forward, if we haven't seen each other, Maddie, then definitely at the in-person conference in Vegas. But I'm sure that we might see each other on tour maybe again.
And all those cities, we are doing a lot of in those cities. We are doing meetups, casual meetups, workshops, and a lot of other fun activities, like in New Orleans, the riverboat. And if you want to find out about all those cities and all the things that we are doing, just go to freedomtv.info and RSVP for the city that you want to go.
Yeah, and also here, shout out to Marco, the Hexican. We had a blast in New York, so thanks for coming by, bro.
Thanks, Marco. Yeah, all the Hexicans actually, they are sending money, they are donating to our donation address, and they already know that everything will be used to promote Hex in the future, like we just did with our party in Miami, and also in the future in New Orleans, where, you know, hundreds of people are attending. Like, I guess maybe 20 or 30 of them gonna be Hexicans. All the other people are friends and family that they have not been able to onboard yet. So that's a great opportunity for them.
Yeah, and also like as Hexologist and Big K, they are inspired us a little bit with their giveaways, and also like Ski Cat. So it was 2020 in December where I put it together, my onboarding account, and from there on, this Hex, what I bought back then, this is only for giveaways. And if you look up the address on Etherscan, you see that we already gave away like over 25 times the 5,555 Hex, which is always the giveaway in the end of all our workshops.
That's amazing. You guys are really doing a great job, and it seems like you're enjoying yourselves. You're genuine, and you're getting better and better at creating the best presentation and the best example of a continuous Hex meetup of people who are living their dreams. And I think that I'm not the only one who's extremely inspired by your guys' work. I would go out of my way to meet up with these guys in one of the cities that is left on the tour. They are making history. They are giving away, I think, still staker smart wallets when the Ethereum gas fees aren't off the charts. Is that right?
The smart wallet situation has been changed. We were able to give them all away for free, but since the Ethereum gas prices are so high, now the Staker app had to change their plan. Now the people would have to pay $10 in order to get a smart wallet,
And
which
that
is
is-
also still a good deal, because it still costs the Staker app guys about $100 to create that smart wallet, and they're subsidizing 90% of that. So you only pay $10 in order to get that.
And you don't need to worry about the sending fees, because the sending fees are often like 20, 30, up to $50. So it's just now with an in-app purchase and no sending fee involved, and that's easier to onboard the majority of the people, hopefully.
But of course, in our workshop, we also talk about MetaMask and Ledger, for example, and Staker app is just a little part on our workshop.
It's more about spreading up the knowledge of Hex, like telling them the core fundamentals of Hex, bringing them a little bit the history of Hex, and then of course the main focus is the staking part, because it's a dynamic interest system. It has like the innovations of the future market supply and the share rate, the share price, and this is not that easy to grasp if you just hear the first time about Hex. And there in our workshop, we just try to give a good overview, a good overlook of what is Hex and how you can be part of the Hex ecosystem as well, how you can become a Hexican.
And I think for me, it is really, really important that people do understand that there are two ways in making money with Hex. First, the price appreciation of the coin itself, but even more important, and this is what I'm stressing really, really strong in the workshop, that Hex generates you more Hex in the future. And I do want the people to understand how that works. So I always bring up the compounding effect, the T-shaped pool that is going down, the daily payout that is going up. And once we show that to them, they really understand the compounding effect in Hex.
That's amazing. And I know that one of the ways I wanted to recognize you guys was to put you in a one-on-one situation with Richard Hart later this week. And because I think you all haven't had a chance to stream enough yet. Are you guys looking forward to that?
Yes, a lot. And thanks for bringing that together, Maddie. So yeah,
my pleasure.
So, thanks a lot.
Maddie, this is my long dream. Of course, Richard Hart is my mentor. He changed my life around. I had a couple of brief interactions with him on Telegram, but never ever have I been able to talk with him for like, let's say 10 minutes. So this is like a dream come true. Thanks, Maddie, for giving me the opportunity to do that.
Amazing. Yes, thank you guys. And it looks like we have our next group here. And so thanks again for your presentation. You guys are welcome to stick around and say hi to the next crew if you want.
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
SuperHex, nice.
What's happening?
Hey guys.
Boom.
How's it going, everybody?
That was a good
What up?
presentation.
How are you guys?
Hey guys.
Boom.
How's it going, everybody?
That was a good
What up?
presentation.
How are you guys?
We have an echo somewhere.
Boom.
How's it going, everybody?
That was a good
What up?
presentation.
How are you guys? We're having an echo somewhere?
Get some
Yes, we
echo.
have some feedback.
Yeah.
Is that you, Naga Beau?
Get some echo.
Yeah.
Is that you, Naga Beau?
We slicing and dicing up in here. Slicing and dicing up in here.
That's the best.
Naga Beau, I think you have some feedback there. Can you make sure you have your other tabs closed?
Yeah, let me do that.
Awesome. How's everybody doing here? I want to make sure we get a chance to go around the room and introduce everyone. HexMac, do you want to start?
Sure. So my name's HexMac, and obviously I'm a part of the Hex community, and now Pulse Chain and Pulse X community, the entire ecosystem being built by Richard. What do I do in the community? Social media, mostly. I build communities over on Facebook for the Hexicans, the Pulse Chainers, and the Pulse X communities. I started building those communities maybe a year or so ago. Now across the three, we almost have 15,000 members. We get about 500,000 views every 30 to 60 days. And it's just a place over on Facebook where all the Hexicans can come together, connect, and teach and learn and spread the wonderful message of Hex and Richard Hart.
That's
Thanks
amazing.
for having me, Matty.
Thank you so much for your outbound messaging and for organizing things there in that area of the social media world. You
My
rock.
pleasure. Thank you, sir. You too.
Thanks. And SuperHex?
Hey, I'm SuperHex, and I make TikToks. So I've got a total of 2 TikTok accounts now. So I started my main TikTok account about a year and a half ago. And, you know, I was just throwing stuff up there, throwing stuff up there. And boom, one of my TikToks exploded. You know, I got like 10, 20, 30,000 views, got like 3,000 followers overnight. And then I got really excited to continue making TikToks. So all my TikToks are usually all about Hex, but now that we have Pulse and Pulse X now, I incorporate those in there now. And I recently created a second TikTok account, basically following El Hexidente. He inspired me because he just started posting clips from the community, and his channel blew up with 50,000 followers in like 3 or 4 months. So I created my second account now, and I've got 11,000 followers on there now. So I'm doing kind of the same thing, but I format it a little bit differently. And like we go back to my main TikTok account that I started a year and a half ago. That one's got like 40,000 followers, and that's where I just show my face on that one and talk to the camera. So they're really great platforms. There's a lot of people on TikTok. I would love for more of the Hex community to get on there. And if you're scared of the whole, putting TikTok on your phone and stuff like that, get a burner phone. You can pick one up for $30, $40, $50. You don't have to get a real expensive phone just for TikTok, so you can do this. And outbound, the thing about social media is it's great because you can outbound message. Everybody has the opportunity to outbound message, and you can reach a ton of people in a short period of time. And even if you're an introvert or extrovert, there's opportunity there for you. Like, for example, El Hexidente got to 50,000 followers, never talking to the camera, never showing his face. But he's out there, sending the message of Hex to millions of people. So if you want to show your face or you don't want to show your face, you can still participate. So I think social media is really huge. It's the best way right now to outbound message for Hex and Pulse Chain and Pulse X. So that's what I've been doing, and I hope I inspire more people to do it. And if anybody needs help, let me know. I'll try to help you.
Awesome.
So
Yeah,
we are already known pretty good. So let's go on with the ladies here.
Hi, I'm Hodpril. I'm very often on the Telegram chat. I'm a big fan of Hex. I'm also a big fan of Pulse Chain and pretty much all of the projects on it as well. I spend a lot of my time helping people set up stakes on there, oftentimes helping them with hardware wallets, such as the Trezor, mostly Model T, and some of the, issues with the seeds or any issues they would have with the hardware wallets, I usually work on and help them set up staking ladders and everything. So if you'd like to talk to me or see me, I'm very much on the Telegram chat as Hodpril. So thank you for inviting me to the conference. This is fun.
Awesome. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
I'm Serena Alonzi. Most of you know me as an OG. I made the first Hex video on YouTube. And yeah, I've been following Richard for years and watched all his videos. And yeah, I've been in the community for a long time. So,
well, we're honored to have you here in this panel. To have the person who made the first YouTube video about Hex is amazing. And welcome again this year.
Thanks.
It was a song, right?
Sorry?
What was the first YouTube video about? Was it a song?
No, it was just is Hex a scam or not? And then that was my first one, and then my other ones were just explaining like how to get into Hex, what it is, how it works, the dark patterns in Hex, a Hex CD versus a bank CD, videos like that. So
That's great. I'm sure you changed a lot of people's financial income.
yeah, it's nice. So yeah.
Absolutely. Crypto King. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy new chain year. I'm Crypto King. I'm known as the producer for Discourse Syndicate for bringing a lot of great guests and linking some of the big YouTube channels with the channel. Also part of the Hex Asians community. We do the show on the Discourse Syndicate as well. But I think HexMac and El Hexidente came up with the Hex Drip game, and I think I took it on board, and I'm basically a walking billboard for Hex. And everywhere I go, everybody sees me with look at anybody remember this guy at the Las Vegas? Yeah,
dude, you know that when you have a cardboard cutout of yourself, you've made it in life. That's the metric.
So there you go.
Well, shout out to you, Crypto King. I know that you recruit a lot of cross promotion within the Hex community and outside of the Hex community. And so you're really doing some awesome work, and sending your cutout to the Hexican.Vegas meetup was genius. We all took pictures with you, and unfortunately you couldn't be there in person, but we had the next best thing, right?
Yep. Thank you.
And Naga Beau.
Muted.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is Naga Beau from the Naga tribe, bringing y'all some more of the Hex Jackpot City magic. I got involved in Hex. Actually, Richard Hart reached out to me because I was involved in. I got involved in crypto during that initial bull run back in, I think it was 2017, and then the bear market came. Wasn't doing much with none of the cryptos I had, and then I decided to go all in on XRP. I started getting frustrated with that, and Richard Hart reached out to me, hey, check Hex out. And I didn't check it out. That was like in May. I didn't check it out until like August. That's okay, yeah, there's something to this. I think I might like this. So I dumped XRP and went all in on Hex. And at the time, XRP had made a little move. I was like, oh man, as soon as I dump XRP, it goes up over $1. And everybody in the XRP community was laughing at me. Oh, y'all, you crazy. You shouldn't have never went to that shit coin Hex. And actually, it was the best decision I ever made, because once 2021 hit, or 2021, it went to the moon. 150x for me. So, you know, I'm good.
Beautiful. And yeah, you definitely came with your energy and your great quotes. I know whenever I heard you say that this is not financial advice, but in fact a financial command, I thought that was extremely clever.
Yeah, financial. You can't take no advice from me. If you take advice from me, you dumb as hell. Because I don't know. I'm still a noob. I don't know nothing about crypto, about the inner workings of it, and when people be using the technical jargon, that's all. I don't do chart. I just do a little inspiration, a little comedy. If I can put a smile on your face, I did my job.
I always look forward to your videos, so I'd recommend everybody subscribe here to Naga Beau. And is it okay if I share the event that you've put together?
Oh, sure, you can.
Awesome. So I'm going to put in the chat here. Naga Beau is planning to do a big mansion after party for the in-person Hex conference here in a couple months. There's an Eventbrite link here. I'll link to it in all my other materials as well. People can get tickets for the in-person Hex conference at hexticket.com, and there will be a separate ticket for Naga Beau's event. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, first and foremost, definitely get your ticket to the Hex conference. Okay, Matty Allen got all them links up on his page. Y'all know where it's at, but get your tickets for that. You gotta get your tickets for that. Okay. And the crowning event of the Hex conference is going to be a mansion party. It's going to be a red carpet affair. And I'm going to have the backdrops with a post logo, a Hex logo, and a post chain logo to take pictures on. And it's dressed to impress, too. Dressed to impress. It's 25,000 square feet of mansion. All of the influencers, we're going to have 2 separate rooms. VIP area specifically just for us, all the influencers. So we'll have access to the whole mansion, but we'll have our own little VIP section. You know.
So since we are talking about the Hex conference, Patrick and we have something planned as well, right? The 5555 tour is ending in Las Vegas, and we actually are in Las Vegas a couple of weeks earlier already.
1 week.
1 week earlier already. So we want to do something big there as well, and it will probably be before the Hex conference, a couple of days. You will find everything on freedomtv.info. I just wanted to chill that really quick before we jump off, Maddie. Thanks for giving us the chance to speak here on the online Hex conference and giving us the chance to present the power of T-shares. I think this is a really important tool for the Hex community to understand how much important it is to make a 5555 stake and to push out the average staking length in Hex since it's such an important metric.
Yes, thanks, Maddie, for having us here. We are having a blast here on the online conference. Great content, what you brought together. And hopefully, not only everybody here on the stream, so also everybody out there. Hopefully, we see each other in Vegas in a few weeks from now.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Bye-bye. Have fun, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Now, for one of the topics that we can go around the room on, other than introducing ourselves, I guess would be, this is the social media panel. What's one tip that you have for people when it comes to outbound messaging or when it comes to social media? HexMac?
That's a good one. Just get involved. If you're not doing anything and you're not, participating in that aspect of things, go and start a Twitter. Go and start a TikTok like SuperHex just suggested. Get involved, because the more outbound messaging you can do, the more of a ripple effect that you can create in your life and your friend's life and your family's life, then everyone can get to experience the same things that we've experienced for the last 2 years. Just absolute magical community, perfect, flawless uptime, premier asset in cryptocurrency. And, you might even get to talk to Richard Hart if you play your cards right. So there's just so much that this community has to offer. Not only that, but go and learn a new skill. You haven't done any of this stuff before? Go and learn it. Go and have some fun and just get involved.
Awesome. Absolutely. Serena?
I would say to get on other platforms as well, because anything with crypto is always getting taken down or censored. So there's also that new Getter platform that Richard Hart went on because of Joe Rogan. So I would say get on as many platforms as you can. And also to add what Abit was saying before about the compounding, it's like the more you post and the more you engage in social media, it just has a compounding effect. So just keep doing it.
Totally. Yeah, I think it really feels like Hex is about to go viral, and that, you know, we're at the precipice of that. SuperHex?
I think an important one is to be consistent. Whatever you pick, whatever platform or multiple platforms, just be consistent. You know, figure out what you're going to post, and even if you feel like you're not good at it, as long as you're consistent, you keep doing it, you'll get better at it. So, I mean, that was the biggest thing for me, was I was just consistent enough to where it blew up enough to where it made me excited to want to keep going. So even though there was weeks where it just seemed like it wasn't really worth my time, once I got past that barrier, then I was like, whoa, like I'm actually people are starting to hear about it. People are starting to get involved. And then, you know, down the line, you'll get rewarded because you'll have people come back to you. I've had it happen to me where there's like, they come back and thank you, say, hey, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known about Hex. And, you know, my $1,000 is now $30,000. And thank you so much. So just, you know, pick your platform, pick what you're going to do, be consistent at it. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, you're here to, you want people to know about Hex. So the easiest way to do it is just get out there and do it. So.
For sure. Yeah, there's a lot of natural rewards that come with putting ourselves out there and pumping our own bags. Hodpril?
Well, perhaps I'm kind of an outlier, since I have spent most of my time inside of the Telegram chat rather than anything else. In fact, this is the first time I have used a green screen. I don't know if you could hear the noise it made, probably not. But I would say from my time, well, first of all, we're speaking of Hex, but real quick, if it's Pulse Chain, I'd say, you know, talk to newcomers, you know, support projects and everything like that. That's kind of where I'm at, is I want everyone to make stuff on it. In regards to Hex, though, I would say don't forget the new people that, and I guess this is mostly sort of a Telegram thing, although I'll probably make videos soon, I think, now that I have a green screen in my arsenal. Don't forget the new people. And sometimes it takes a lot of patience, you know, for rudimentary questions, or I'll go read about it and everything. But a lot of us, and I love Hexicans, I love Hex and everything. Make sure, you know, when you have a lot of your friends that are smart and savvy, always make room for new people and make them feel comfortable. I think in that sense, maybe you might end up being repetitive, but it would get to more people. And I love having new people in the Hex community. So I would say that would probably be my advice if I were to give any.
Do you find that the Telegram is a good place for people to go to get their information in the beginning?
I do think it's the most concise place you can go to get everything, right? If you do videos, it's great once you kind of know what things are, and you know, really Richard Hart streams are great, you know, immediate sources of information. But if you actually do have a question, and depending on, you know, what, if it's Hex, Pulse, whatever, there's always going to be somebody on there, voice chat or otherwise, that can help you with your issue. And I found that recently, or most of the time, that's kind of where I'm at, where I want to help people. I have a lot of DMs usually that I answer, and when people have questions that they want answered, it's pretty important, you know. So go to the base curiosity person, because people, when they're curious about the project, right, they'll either seek out, you know, an immediate source of text-based help, whether it used to be Discord, but you know, it's mostly overwhelmingly becoming the Telegram chat. So don't forget the Telegram. That being said, I'll probably try to diversify a little bit more, like you guys have said in here. And Serena, it's like you've really opened up people to Hex through videos and things that I am not as I haven't done as much. So it's really, you know. But I will try to step outside of Telegram a little bit, I believe, try to get to more people. But never forget Telegram, guys, and help new people out.
Awesome. Crypto King?
Yeah, for me, it was I've utilized a lot of the relationships that I've had with other communities on YouTube, or like I brought Crypto Blood to the Discord Syndicate, Rice TV, Rethinking the Dollar, Mike from Rethinking the Dollar, the Alaska Prepper. So those type of guys I had relationships with this, just following their channels over the years, liking their content. Rogue News. We got producer CJ is a Hexican, and we also got a relationship with Rogue News, doing a monthly show with them with Whales Only. So it's just take a chance. Sometimes you see that contact us option for some of the podcasts or people you follow. Send them a invitation to come on the Discord Syndicate and tell us their story and have them learn about Hex. And you know, I've gotten hits back from DJ Vlad. I've got hits from Russell Brand. We already had G. Edward Griffin on the show. Former Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney was on the show. It's just take that chance. And with all these new content that's being created, like the Lin May interview with Richard Hart, you know, attach that as, hey, take a look at this, and you may want to interview Richard Hart. And if they see that awesome, that was probably the best interview that I've seen of Richard Hart with Lin May. Link Up TV. So, you know, just take a chance and you'll be surprised you get a hit back.
Absolutely. And Naga, do you have advice for what people can do to better their social media?
Yeah, just basically eat one, teach one. You may not be very popular. You may just only have 30 friends on Facebook. And you know, you got involved in Hex, or you sacrificed it for post-chain or post-X. And you can get the word out to your little 30 friends, and then they have friends and family on their side, and they have friends and family. So basically, you're just a link in the chain of the great continuum of people who can possibly get involved in Hex, in post-chain, as well as post-X. And the post-X sacrifice is going down right now in real time, so you definitely need to be getting that word out.
That's right. Outbound messaging. Let's see. So what else would be important to share with the community now? What else about social media is good for us to know? I know we've got a lot of experts here, a lot of people who have put in hours to become experts in one particular area.
I would say try and identify the places on social media that we have an underrepresentation, and then go and attack those places very aggressively. That's what started me building the Facebook groups. No, we had no presence over on Facebook until
I remember. You volunteered and you addressed a need that wasn't being met.
Yeah. And I had previous experience managing other communities over there, like up to 10,000 people over there. So you go and identify the niche that, you know, I've onboarded countless like 6-figure people just from having those communities over there. And we would have missed those people. Those people would have never been in our community and would have never participated in Hex or anything. And then once you get into those little niches, you realize that you have the market share or the eyes in that place because you're the only one doing it there. And then you can branch out and make connections, and those connections can start making connections. And it's just this giant snowball effect. Like in a year's time, it's going to be interesting to see where all of our social numbers are. I think that we've all probably done very well in the first year, 2 years of Hex, but where this is going over the next year, especially if we hit that virality, figure out the niches now and go and insert yourself into them and then expand from there.
I guess I can kind of speak to that and give my tip for people. It would definitely be cross promoting. I think that because I learned from other Hex streamers like Hexologist and Discord Syndicate, Crypto Coffee, the advice that people gave me was to cross promote. And that not only is a good thing to practice anyway, right? That's one method to go viral or to build a following. but also I would say it helped me find my voice, and it helped me try different things by streaming with a lot of different people and trying different formats. People also have given me lots of really good feedback that's been helpful. Some more helpful than others. When you get random strangers messaging you on the internet, sometimes it can be really good. Sometimes it can be really bad.
Yeah.
Here we got Richard commenting in the chat. He said the places you don't want to be are the places that have the people that have never heard of you.
Yep.
It's an excellent point. So
yeah, I think it goes along to what I think SuperHex mentioned, being persistent. I mean, whenever I see a live stream of, you know, the content that I like to follow or been a member of that community for a long time, I go in there and I just start, you know, hammering away. And, you know, that's how I was able to bring all of these other influencers to the Discord Syndicate. You know, they mentioned, yeah, Crypto King was in there hammering me, yo, you need to check out Hex. And eventually, boom, that guy's on, you know, doing an interview with Kinetics or RG3. So it's being persistent. You know, don't be disrespectful. You know, go in there, put the message out there, and take a look at this. Take a look at Hex. Are you following Richard Hart? I mean, just go in there and follow Richard Hart and see what he's talking about. I mean, the guy's the truth engine of crypto. He's saving the crypto space, and the community is also, you know, helping them take over. You know, we're just going to make everybody happy with Hex.
Here's even some more context. Now that I'm looking back through the comments, Richard said that the Lynn Me interview was set up by a Hexican.
Yeah,
amazing. And he said otherwise he didn't know that she existed, and she didn't know that he existed.
Hey,
go ahead.
Okay, hey, since Richard Hart is maybe still listening, there is a few Bad Crypto podcasts wants to interview you, and I know Brian of High Impact Flicks definitely wants to interview you. He has over 500,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. So yeah.
CryptoFace was also calling for a Richard live stream this week, so let's hook that one up too. Round 2.
Amazing. And I love seeing Richard, you know, in the past 2 weeks, he's been on with 2 different channels that have over 2 million followers each. Again, another sign that things are picking up momentum. And I think when we relate this back to Hex as a cryptocurrency where people are time locking their money and then wanting to pump their own bags, we find that there's a lot of cooperation, I think, in this community, sort of by design or built in as a side effect. And that also really helps. And I predict will continue to help in the future to build this virality because we're retaining users. When you look on the Hex Daily Stats website, you can see how many people have ever how many people have ever staked Hex and how many people still have staked Hex, or the number of addresses. And I think it's over 2/3 of users are still in it who have tried staking. And so that's an incredibly high number. When you look at the stats on Coinbase, most cryptos are only held for a few days, maybe a few weeks. Hex is held for years. And those users, like Kareem likes to say, they are return users, and they are people who are incentivized and motivated to spread the word about Hex.
So it's very important to teach the new people how to stake and really what a certificate of deposit is, because a lot of them, the price has gone up, and that's great. And it has, but you really have to make sure that these new people that we're onboarding fully understand the implication of what a T-share is and that it is proof of stake mining. So
Absolutely.
for the new people, yeah.
Absolutely.
Get them staked more. Stake more Hex.
Once you see some of those first returns of those first stakes, it's hard to not want to stake again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it comes to Pulse Chain, I know everything's going to accelerate a lot better in terms of being able to spread Hex when there aren't these insanely high fees in order to onboard a new user. That's pretty exciting.
Yes.
Yep.
Let's talk about this comment here that you pulled up about hashtags. So
Please.
that's a great point. for example, sometimes I repost my TikToks on Twitter, and then let's say my TikTok includes Bitcoin in it. I'm going to put Bitcoin hashtag. And for you guys that are posting anywhere, make sure that you're using hashtags. Even Instagram, I see a ton of posts on Instagram, and nobody's putting hashtags, and nobody's going to find you on Instagram.
Yeah.
For example, I know that the hashtags are working because when I go into the analytics, I'll see that I'll get like 20, 25 people clicking on my profile. That's how I know that people they're saying, who is this guy? And they're clicking to see, looking deeper. So when you post stuff on Twitter and stuff, don't just post a post, include, if you're including crypto, put hashtag crypto or even we're already in crypto. So like Richard said also is new audiences. So push, put finance in there. Put
legacy
stock.
finance people.
Yeah, do like do stock hashtags.
Emojis are also a biggie too.
Right. So we don't want to just be just dominating crypto. We want to also get out, because like Richard said in the past, is there's more people outside of crypto than in crypto. So we need to start reaching to them.
Yes.
Yeah, recently I know Getter is fairly new. I know the Hex community is growing there as well. What I've been doing recently, I don't think there's a Whale Hex bot on that Getter platform yet. So what I've been doing myself is every day I would go and copy the daily Whale Hex bot tweets, and I would just copy them and paste them over to Getter and get that information going as well. And I even copied some of Richard's tweets and I brought them over there to the Getter platform as well. So that's what I'm doing.
That's just another good thing in general as well, is if you see a good post, if you see a good, thread or comment or anything, retweet it, like it, share it, spread it. It's very easy to just scroll through Twitter and see a whole bunch of things and not like any of them or engage with them. But the more that we do that, it snowballs. Jump in.
And if you go back to the hashtag part, like you said, when you like and retweet, if people are liking and retweeting your post that has a hashtag in it, when on the search feature, the Explorer feature, like on Twitter, for example, you're going to rank way at the top. That was one of the top posts. That's why you always see Richard's post at the top, because he'll post like something, the floor is lava with all those hashtags, and we all like and retweet it. When people are looking up BTC hashtag, it's like right at the top is the top post in Twitter. So that's another important thing, is like kind of goes back to just supporting everybody. So that like and retweeting really helps too.
Yeah.
For those who are just listening and not watching the screen, Richard says here, now is the time to push hard.
Yep.
Another comment, he says that he's averaging 1,000 new followers on Twitter. 1,000 new followers across all. On Twitter, 650, and on YouTube, 350. Says apparently a service called Social Blade. I think another thing to point out that Richard, I think, has taught me and many others is the value of being high signal to noise ratio. And so what does it mean to have a high signal to noise ratio? It means that you aren't necessarily just retweeting stuff on any topic ever. You want to be very strategic when it comes to how you blend together other hashtags. I think Richard has publicly said that he might unfollow somebody if they're retweeting about scams that they're trying to promote and that sort of thing. I know for me, whenever I decide whether to follow somebody or to promote their tweet, to like it or retweet it, a lot of times I will go to that person's profile and see what they're saying there. Is it consistent with the tweet? And that way we don't promote scams or people who are basically just trying to get our attention and trick us into thinking that they're for Hex when they really aren't. You could usually tell, I think, from somebody's Twitter profile if they're a Hexican or not. What do you guys think?
Yeah, when their account was created 2 days ago, it's pretty easy.
And they have like 10 followers.
Yeah, or you can go look at their replies and tweets and see that they're not doing this just to Hexicans, they're doing this to everybody.
Oh yeah.
Another big one recently was just the Twitter storm, Telegram has opened up. So I think the community is trying to get together a bit more in sense of an actual group of people going out and targeting people on Twitter, primarily to spread the message of Hex and Richard Hart and Pulse Chain and Pulse X. I think that that's fantastic. I am very curious to see the results of how that'll go. Maybe we can onboard Deadmau5. Maybe we can onboard, you know, these Gary V's. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
You could get Fred Durst to talk about it more.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out Limp Bizkit.
Do it, Fred.
We see you out there.
I seen a article on Twitter. I think it was NBC. $21 billion of scams went on in crypto. But I think we in the Hex community, we have a pretty good police force.
Yeah.
Because as soon as a scam pop up, somebody right on it. Hey, leave this alone. You know, we be
Richard always mentions. I mean, there's nobody else out there doing emergency live streams for when Bitcoin.org got hacked or any other communities getting harmed by these, you know, these scammers out there. So there's no community out there like the Hexican community. There's nothing like it. Going back to the Twitter, I mean, I've noticed that even on Richard's Twitter, his old pinned message, I would have to constantly like it. For some reason, Twitter is, I don't know, shadow banning or whatever they're doing to Richard's account. But I would always have to go back and like Richard's pinned tweet. It's like, I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, it's unfortunate that, yeah. But yeah, and definitely retweet Richard's, like and retweet his Twitters. I mean, his tweets. It's just,
turn on the
we need
bell
to get
too.
that out there.
Turn
Yeah,
on the bell on his
notification.
Twitter and his YouTube and everything, so you know when he's tweeting right away.
Yep.
I have a question because I'm actually fairly new to sort of stuff outside of Telegram. Is it better to have more tweets or less? Right?
There's a fine line between those. You want to hit the signal without too much noise.
I mean, in other
it's
words,
a very fine line.
I guess perhaps I should retweet more people's, you know, amazing tweets. Conrad Zen has really good tweets. I've been retweeting some of those as well. And Richard Hart.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will.
Yeah, like for mine, if I'm trying to get the attention of an influencer, like I'm trying to get Cynthia McKinney on the Discord syndicate, and I would tweet out like, hey, you know, retweet this and help me get her to the Discord syndicate channel. And I'll see a lot of the Hexkins or whoever's following me, they would just like the tweet. And I thank you for liking it, but the retweet is what we're going after, because that goes across whoever's following you. They're going to see that and they're going to say, hey, this guy's trying to get former Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney or G. Edward Griffin to the Discord syndicate. You know, I like that idea. I like G. Edward Griffin. I would like to see him interviewed on Discord syndicate. So I'll go ahead and retweet that. So yeah, thank you for the likes, but yeah, the retweet is what we're looking for.
Richard says in his comment, follow all good Hexicans because it amplifies all of your clout. And I love the Twitter storms because it seems like the most sacrificed altcoins are the ones that got stormed. Can someone explain what we mean by stormed on Twitter?
When you got hundreds or thousands of people posting the same tweet with the same hashtags, so it floods those communities on Twitter. And there was one that was before for that dog coin, and so when people are looking on Twitter for that particular hashtag, they see all these Pulse Chain airdrop posts, and then they're like, "What is this?" So it gets them to look into it. So you get a bunch of people, enough people to post the same post with the same hashtags. It just fills up the entire Twitter space and might even start trending, and then you get a lot of eyeballs on it.
Right, because the key word is airdrop. Especially if you're in the crypto community, you hear airdrop, that literally means free money. So if the Twitter stormers out there saying, hey, you know, if the dog coin that, you know, one of the dog coins that's already 100 million or $1 million worth has already been sacrificed, that's because they might have saw a lot of the traction with these Twitter storms that mentioned that airdrop for that particular coin might happen on Pulse Chain. So yeah, it's working.
Beautiful. Richard also says likes go across your followers, retweets just stay on your profile. Check it out.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Learning all sorts of stuff tonight.
Shib and Uni got stormed and their top sacrifices more
There
than
you go.
Litecoin and Bitcoin Cash. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that she had a lot of sacrifice on she.
We're getting momentum. Let's take advantage of it.
Absolutely.
2022 is the year of virality.
Oh yeah.
And we can't forget about Hex either, because there's a lot of stuff going on with the Pulse Chain and PulseX. But Hex itself, pure Hex, even eHex is also still relevant. So
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I know we having Hex conferences, but it seems like we may have to have some post chain and post Hex conferences.
You are so right.
We got 3 coins. We got 3 coins now. We're gonna be looking at the price and not just Hex. Oh, okay.
It's gonna be more than that, right? You're gonna have 2 Hex.
well, it's all related to the the victory of Hex. So you could put it. It's all to pump Hex at a base level, I believe. It's not all it'll do.
Maybe we need to have certain like conference rooms, and in one of them there's a Hex conference going on, and right down the hall there's a Pulse Chain conference going on, and then there's another Pulse X conference going on just down the hall from that. That'd be
Well, you know, Tone Vase is having his conference around the corner from the Hex conference in Vegas here in a couple months. That should be interesting. I am totally promoting a non-violent approach to confronting Tone Vase.
You just have to run over a second tank again.
That is correct. Yes, we will crush his car with a tank, just like we practiced.
It's like we practiced.
So another thing that I noticed this week that was really exciting was when Richard got on Twitter Spaces. I saw 1,300 people tune in. Many of them were Hexicans already, but I believe that Twitter Spaces is one of these social media corners of the world where there's definitely a huge following of all of crypto on Twitter. Hexicans are known as being, let's say, the most prominent Twitter group to like and retweet and to kind of band together. What do you guys think of all this?
I think that we are the strongest community in crypto without a doubt. Without a doubt. Like,
for sure.
And it's only getting stronger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Every day that goes by,
2017.
with every day that goes by, when other things around us are dying, we just keep getting stronger and stronger, and then people starting to see the hill on or the shining city on the hill type of deal. So
yeah, and there's always new people joining.
Hexicans are a lot of fun even outside of talking about Hex. I think that's one very important aspect of why the community is so strong, because we have a lot of strong personality types, whether it's extrovert or introvert or otherwise. They have a lot of other I don't know. They have a lot of fun just chatting anyway, even outside of the price of Hex, which is fun because it's going up. But
I mean, we're gaining traction in the professional sports arena as well. I mean, we have NFL players, we got professional soccer players, boxers. I think I think Crypto Joker mentioned that he's going to have Leon Love, the boxer that was on the fight with the what was it, Luke Paul or one of those guys, Logan Paul, Jake Paul. He's going to have him on this show on the Discord Syndicate or maybe on Crypto Joker's channel next week. So yeah, people just get it now.
Yeah, I've been a
I'm
part
so
of
excited.
a whole lot of communities out there.
Yeah.
Over the years, I've been a part of a lot of crypto communities, but none of them compare to Hex.
How is Hex different?
It's just more, it's just more, the chain link is solid. The chain link is solid, more solid than any other community I've been in, because I mean, and the coin is what makes the chain link solid is the performance of the coin. The performance of all the other coins I was involved in, no money.
They ain't got no traction. Yeah.
Free food lines. I went from free food lines last year, being in the dark for like 4 nights during that winter storm, no water, no heat, cold, can't take a bath, can't cook nothing. And, I went from free food lines to balling out. So that's what basically makes the community stronger, because when one is successful, it attracts more people. And most of these cryptos out here, they dead in the dirt. They dead in the dirt. They're in the cemetery.
Yep.
So we just gonna continue to slice and dice.
That's right. Yep. That's right.
I mean, some of the.
Too.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I have a theory why the Hexican community is stronger than many other coins, and that is the fact that we are not as listed on some of these exchanges, right? And so people will take the different strategy from trading, which you have trading friends that talk about many different coins too, and tokens, to people who get into projects early and hold, right? And it's a whole different mentality there, and in fact you will end up making friends and holding on to those friends as well, because you're going to spend more time in that specific tokens community. So I think that might actually be one of the big base reasons why Hexicans have such a strong bond with each other, is that the whole system is built like that.
I think another component of it as well is just the time locking element. What other communities are here for 15 years? None of them.
Yeah.
None.
No.
We have looked 15 years into the future and gone, yeah, we still want to be here. We still want to be involved. We still want to be active and engaged. Coming in and like making enemies with people, or it's not a good strategy in our community. So you better get tight knit with the people around you, because they're gonna be here for the whole ride. And I want to see where this goes, don't you?
Yeah. I'm sorry that Randy Hilarski, I think he was supposed to be on this panel with us, and I wanted to bring up the whole thing about Anarchapulco is a big freedom event. They talk about everything about health, cryptos, and everything. But I was trying to see if we could get a good Hexican presence there. They do it in Anarchapulco, Mexico. But he turned off. He's turned off by them. I mean, he was close with that group, and when they start blocking you, that just means that they know they're wrong and they cannot respond properly, because they're either lying or they just hate Hex, and they're wrong.
I used to really like the Anarchapulco marketing, or I'm not sure what attracted me to it, but I'd been following it for a long time, but since I saw how they really treat crypto, and it's just another one of these paid shill groups, basically. Unfortunately, I know they were kind enough to refund my money. That was back before I learned about Hex, but so
it seems like if you're telling them something, if they don't already know about it, they hate it, right? It's like they want to be the first one to introduce it to their paid group or whatever.
Bump and dump.
But it's crap. It's like, I just wanted to see if we could get a Hexican force there and say like, hey, there's the Hexicans right there. Let's go talk to them in person, not talk to the guy that hates it. Let's talk to a Hexican that's actually got proof to show you that it's working. Hey, how did I end up coming to this conference in the first place? Hey, Hex made that happen. It wasn't their crap that the guys that hate us are talking about. I mean, we even brought in Media Bear. Media Bear is one of the guys. He has a YouTube channel. He does a satirical. He does his own music with for about this pandemic that we're going through. But Media Bear is a Hexican, and apparently he has some sort of connection with that group as well. So they're aware of us. Who cares if they hate us? We're winning. We already won, and that's it.
Yeah, we're still very early in this whole long-term play with Hex. The people who come in and out and trade, the ones that are not long-term minded, they'll come and go. But we know that because we can see on the blockchain, because it's transparent, we can see that there are a lot of people who are getting involved in Hex, understanding it, thanks to a lot of you, and then sticking around for a long time. There's a certain latency that I see when it comes to people, they start learning about Hex, then they buy it, some time goes by. And as the prices continue to go up, there are going to be more and more people probably who become financially free and then choose to give back. And that's, I think, what a lot of us have done here. We all weren't able to put in as much time as we eventually were able to in the beginning because Hex hadn't bought our freedom yet, because our Hex hadn't appreciated compared to when we got in. And so as we continue to see that effect grow more and more, as we continue to see OG Hexicans whose bags get bigger and bigger, many have started spending some of that money on marketing, right? And so it's really cool to see people, whether they're, especially when they're taking an organic approach. I love how Finesse implied earlier today that he puts stickers all over the country, cleverly positioned on gas station pumps, because who doesn't like a good pump?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Everybody likes a good pump, Maddie.
I mean, yeah, I think I mentioned about I walked through one of the busiest train stations the other day, and on the backpack right here, that backpack, it has Hex.com and the logo. So I went, walking through that, thousands of Japanese are just probably wondering, like, they'll take a chance and type in that simple word, Hex.com, and they'll take a look. I also ride to work on a bicycle, and I have a backpack on, that same backpack, and it has the Hex.com and the logo, right? So I purposely drive slow, on the cars that are coming behind me, and just, I'm pretty sure they're typing it in there.
Yep, another great form of outbound messaging.
Yeah, I've had people stop me on the street in my Hex t-shirts and be like, "Oh, what's that? I love that logo. What is that?"
Yes.
It's the easiest way to onboard someone. Just wear it all over your body.
I was thinking about walking around with my shield, my Hex shield over here, but that's a little bit too much.
Yeah, just.
I discovered somebody's talking about Hex on the phone on the street, which I found is very fascinating. It was in Redwood City, and this man was on the phone, and he said, "I got this Hex. How should I stake it?" And he was in a rush. He was rushing my. Oh my God! It's a real life Hexican in the wild. It was amazing. So that's good. It seems to be spreading. It seems to get. It is in the infancy of its true virality. I think it'll happen.
Can you imagine another 2 years from now where we're going to be?
Oh, it's going to be amazing. Yeah.
I want to, but it's so much, man.
We'll have more
I would be
money.
happily surprised where we are in 2 years' time. I think we all will be.
For sure, we will.
Well, thanks to everyone for coming on today. Our next group is going to get loaded up here. Naga Beau is ready to slice and dice anyone who doesn't follow the financial command to buy and stake Hex. Is that right?
That's right.
Oh yeah. If I could say one more thing, everybody that's watching, if you could go out there and just, if you haven't watched that Lin May Link Up TV interview with Richard Hart, make sure you watch that and please share that, because that interview alone is is going to get the more people onboarded, because that was probably the best interview I've seen of Richard Hart. And shout out to Lin May for asking the great questions. I like to see Richard in studio with the interviewer. That just works fabulously for Richard. And that was make sure you share that out and take a look at it.
How lucky are we to have Richard as the founder? Satoshi is MIA. Here's Richard getting better and better interviews lined up. And that's also thanks to the Hex community. And so the more that we can reach out and set up stuff for Richard, I think we're all going to benefit from that. And each person has their own role that they can play, their own strengths. For some people, it might be showing their face for the first time. I remember when RG3, was talking to the camera and telling people, get on camera and show yourself. And sure enough, I did. So to anyone who's sitting there at home questioning whether they should do it, go for it for sure. Although there are lots of other ways that you can be involved without showing your face. And we've talked about that here. The other message that we've heard is that you can use hashtags, that now is the time to push, especially for me with the Pulse X sacrifice. I'm really excited to tell more people about all the opportunities that are here in crypto, because Richard and Hexicans and Pulsicans and Pulse Xicans are changing the game. So thanks to all of you for participating and for your awesome presence on social media and here at the Hex Conference.
Thank you for having us, Maddie.
Yeah, thanks
Thank
for
you, Maddie.
inviting us.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
I like to say we need to pulse hard, not push.
All right.
All right, Maddie. Thank you.
Thanks.
Take care, guys.
everyone.
All right.
And we'll bring up our next panel here. Let's see. Hey, how's everybody doing?
Hey, what's going
awesome,
on, Maddie?
Hey.
And we're live.
We are
And we're live. It's so great to have you all here. Let's go around the room and introduce everyone. Tobiwan?
Hey, Tobiwan Hexobi. Great to be a part of the second Hex conference. I was fortunate enough to be part of one of the panels, or the socials, I guess, whatever it was last year, and happy to be back to talk with some fellow Hexicans and just revel in the success that we've all shared and that we want to continue to share with new people. So yeah, Maddie, thanks for putting on another great show, kicking it off, and looking forward to the rest of the conference and looking forward to the real live conference in Vegas.
Yes, my pleasure. And I think you were the one when we were at the 5555 tour. You were the one who gave me the idea to hand out magnets.
Oh yeah,
as one of my onboarding strategies. And so I got 1,000 magnets made.
Awesome.
that show the Hex DeLorean from hextothefuture.com. And so yes, thank you for that. It's kind of a segue between our last segment about social media and spreading the word and this general social with all of you lovely Hexicans. Timothy Benjamin, I believe you're up next.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, I too was invited to speak at the first online Hex conference, and I appreciate that privilege and the fact that you invited me again. It's great to be here. It's great to talk with some of my fellow Hexicans backstage before coming out here. Looking forward to having a lively conversation with everybody and hoping that everybody that is viewing enjoys it as much as we do.
Yes, thank you. And it's been a while since I reminded people to hit the like and subscribe button and share the stream out. Thanks for being here. Lindsay?
Hi everyone. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Our pleasure.
Long time no see, Maddie.
Yeah. It it was great to see you in Albany, and it was really fun to have the Hex meetup there and do the workshop. What's been going on with you?
We have been busier than ever. We actually still have people contacting us, and we're onboarding new Hexicans daily. Our clients are like just loving all the excitement around PulseX and Pulse Chain and sacrificing, and it's been like it's like a juicy topic in the area. So everybody's getting excited.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really exciting. And I think that the type of outreach that you and Adam are doing is really great.
Yeah, Adam has been amazing. The two of us, along with Hex Machina, and we're going to start streaming too, so we can start getting onboarding new Hexicans and bridging with other communities around us.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Sinclair Crypto, welcome.
Hey, what's going on, Maddie? Thanks for having me here tonight. This is pretty much my first online Hex.Online convention, and pretty much what's up to you guys watching on YouTube. I met a lot of a lot of the Hexicans in Vegas, and I'm actually on Twitter. I'm Hex on Dex on Twitter, but you probably don't know it's me because I have a baby filter for my profile picture, so it don't look like me, but it's me, trust me. But yeah, just glad to be here and spend the night with all you fellow Hexicans on this first night of the crypto conference, the Hex Crypto Conference. Yes.
Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Chris P.
Hey now. How you doing, Maddie? Hey team.
Great. How are you?
Shout out to all those Hexicans out there. Hopefully out here watching us. So yeah, Maddie and I have been talking for a while. I'm really focused on financial independence and using Hex for that purpose, and really excited about learning some stuff at this conference. And so looking forward to it.
That's right. There's a common acronym that a lot of people know called FIRE, Financial Independence Retire Early. And you were kind enough to come on my stream in the early days, maybe the first 3 months or 6 months of me streaming, and we did a great episode about that. Can you tell everybody just a little bit about what that idea is?
Oh, sure. Yeah, just in a sound bite. We're all working towards financial independence. A lot of us found Hex that way, right? This incredible opportunity to build passive income ladders and fulfill, whatever our needs are, whatever our purpose is. And so financial independence matches up with that FIRE movement. It's not one particular way of doing things. It's kind of a way of life. But that way of life sounds an awful lot like being a Hexican. Delay gratification, invest for the future, work really hard. So yeah, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. And finally, we have Kenyan Hexican here. Are you able to unmute your mic?
Oh, hello, Mari.
Hey, well, it's so great to see you here live. I know it's a totally different time zone where you're at. Welcome.
Man, it's amazing to be here. We chat a lot with you guys on the social media. It's amazing to be here. My name is Daniel Kuria. On Twitter, I'm known as Sakush. The Kenyan Hexican. It's so amazing to be here and share our stories of what Hex has done to our people, how it's changing lives, how we are onboarding people. Man, Hex is the thing. I just can't wait to also get experience from others who came before us, Hex OGs. I'm so excited, and I know so many who are yet to be future Hexicans will join this train which already got started. We are so excited, man.
You've been making YouTube videos for a while, and I've really enjoyed your channel. I've been following it for many months. And can you tell us a little bit more about what your style is of making videos?
Yeah, my target group is East African young people. I use, at first I started using simple slang language, the language people use on the street to get the target group of young people. But in time I had to use English, because I reach a wide audience since I discovered YouTube is not just localized, it's international. And so far, it's been quite a journey. And Hex and onboarding people using YouTube, I thought it's a small tool. I get a lot of DMs, people in East Africa. Tanzania is our neighboring country, Uganda, guys as far as Nigeria, others in South Africa. And that one has given birth to 3 WhatsApp groups of Hexicans in Africa, man. You can see the magnitude of what thing is doing. If I try to get them here on this conference, it will be too much noise, you know. It's really amazing of what this internet can do and how we even discover hexes on our personal levels.
Well, you did a really great job, I think, in the videos that I saw of capturing the excitement that you and your friends have had about Hex, even back when the price was much lower than it is today. The price keeps going up over time. How did you capture such excitement?
One of the amazing thing is being in the process of learning and earning and starting the first. If you go back to the first videos, we didn't even understand what T-shares was. And me personally, on my level, I would stake. That is before even I began videos. I will end my stakes just like a naive person. And then I began consuming, I think it was Hexologist videos, who really got me inspired to understand what this amazing technology is all about. So that's when I went back in the drawing board and I began doing my own research, because Hex is not just any other invention. It is a financial tool that is going to change our financial life for the better. That one in itself made me realize that when I put content out there and when others consume content out there, it's all about telling them that the game has really changed. So from those previous videos and getting time whenever I can to put out this content, it's a clear indication that this thing is going to be a vehicle. It's going to be something that is really worthwhile.
And that's even a great example to tell people that even if you don't understand everything there is to know about Hex, you can start documenting your journey now and capture some of that excitement in that learning process. Now, as we go around the room here, what are some other things that people want to bring up? Tobiwan?
Hey, Manny, I got one just to kind of go off of Korea's explanation of how he's been involved and what he's been doing. I found him on TikTok, and it captured me immediately, the sincerity and the humor and just the way that he presented things. And I was absolutely dumbfounded with how few followers he had. So I've been, pumping him out there on my socials for a while. And then I found the YouTube channel. So Korea, do you have what's your TikTok handle? If you drop your TikTok handle in the private chat, I'm sure Maddie and the rest of us can go ahead and put that on our socials. But his TikTok is what roped me in. And I mean, obviously, if you had SuperHex on earlier, TikTok, I think, is a great opportunity, and it's really starting to take off. I've been promoting that for SuperHex and other people to get involved. It's a commitment like any social media platform, but I think it's all about outreach. And if you can do that personally, that's always, I think, the ultimate way to do it. But the various socials, whatever you kind of gravitate toward is your medium of choice. I've got a few TikToks up. It's very minimal. I've got like a clip of my Hexaco music video parody that I did earlier last year, I guess, and a couple other things. But I think it's really a burgeoning field for crypto discussion. And then we were talking about it in the green room. There's actually a live feature on TikTok. And I was surprised at how many people are just, late night, whatever, scrolling through. And there's just someone that's in front of a camera talking to various people that are popping in to see what this person's live streaming. So I thought that would be a great opportunity for people to go in and start talking about Hex, because there are a handful of people that are talking about crypto. But my point was just to basically point toward Korea's TikTok, because I think it's underappreciated. So I think if people were able to go out there and follow him on TikTok, I think that would be a great start. And if you're not on TikTok, I think you should check it out, because I think there's some untapped opportunity there.
I think this is a little bit tangentially related, but I'm going to take the opportunity to say, as a broadcaster, it makes my day when people message me something positive. And, you know, whether there have been times when I shared with the community that things weren't going super well, and other times when I shared that things were going well, both of those times, it really meant a lot that people reached out. And, you know, so I would encourage people, you know, to let the people that you follow, that you admire, that are getting the word out about Hex, like, let them know how you feel, send them a positive message. For a lot of the broadcasters, unfortunately, there are some negative parts of the job. And so the more positivity we can spread, a lot of times moods are contagious. And so when we get excited and share our positivity with others, then that can be broadcast as well. Timothy Benjamin, what's the next topic that you'd like to comment on?
Well, did you just ask a question prior to that you were wanting discussion on, or are you?
I'm kind of leaving
the floor open to
freestyle mostly, okay, but still wanting to work our way around the room.
So then, what was the question that you just asked? Then,
it's late. Is there something that you'd like to share with the audience, or an observation that you've made about anything we've talked about tonight?
Well, the thing that really is resonating with me very strongly right now is I would just love more than anything to see Hex and Pulse just explode in countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, these African countries. I don't think anything would make me happier than to see that, because I guarantee you those people are not going to emergency end stake. They're not going to be dumping their bags. They're not the people who are trading. They're not the people that are just taking all of this for granted. I believe those people, if they had an opportunity to get their hands on this, that they would get it and that they would use it to benefit their communities and their families and stuff. So that's the thing that's just really, I'm so thankful to be on here with Kuria and to hear him give his reports of what's going on in his part of the world. I follow him on Facebook, so I'm kind of aware of his activity over in Kenya. So that's just adds to all of that.
Awesome.
Very good.
And here's the TikTok link that I've shared now in the chat. Lindsay?
Oh yeah, that's great. Thank you. That's how you get me on TikTok. Get me something interesting I want to watch. Because sometimes I stumble across them. That's like a black hole. You get lost down there for quite a bit. No, that's a time waster. I don't have time for that. I really love, we were saying in the green room, different aspects of how everyone in this community has a skill and a niche and a craft. And coming into the space as a female is overwhelming at best, I shall say. But it's so welcoming. Like, everyone that I've met has been a gentleman, and not everybody. No, I'm just kidding. Like, it's been so fun. These meetups are like getting out and connecting with people that want to talk about the future. They want to talk about like what is happening in the world around us in a very real way, in conversations that are flexible between each other. And then you're talking about having like a financial plan come in and like growing legacy wealth with each other as a community, growing and getting that out there, and having like a plan and a community and a safe net there to reach out, because there's like different resources everywhere for us. That alone should let somebody that's coming into Hex know that there's like there is an abundance of things. So when things do start to like dip, reach out to your community. They're there for you, right? Or we're here for you. And influencers want to know, what do you want to hear about? You know, streaming going forward. What do you want to know? What do you want to see? Like, we'll get on here and like, I'll get on here. I'd be happy to get on TikTok. Send me a message. What do you want to know? Like, it's like, what can you share that's of value is what I think most streamers and content creators want to know. Like, what can I be of service for you as community? So please tell us. Yeah.
Another thing I would observe is that you and Adam have a particular strategy of meeting people where they're at with whatever crypto they already know about, and then demonstrating competence to the point where they start asking you what the next move is. And I thought it was really clever how it was presented to me, and just kind of your guys' strategy, I think, has been super successful in onboarding people. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Very successful in a wide range of ways. We have onboarded Super Bowl champions. We've onboarded major business owners in the area, real estate tycoons, and small community members, moms, single moms, and like, you know, those 90-hour-a-week dads. Like, we're all inclusive with that. And we're proud to be able to bring community members in, like one of our clients, Green Zone Recycling. We help them to get organized, to get tokenized so that they can get payments in Nashville for recycling so that they can get into the crypto space to start getting things going, you know, and now they're Hexicans, and bringing that and bridging that with each other. And solo, we have some sologenic holders that came right over where they should be. So
At first I wasn't sure because, you know, it seemed like you guys were all too willing to talk about altcoins. But then when I met both of you and I really listened to what your strategy was, I, again, just think it was brilliant. You know, if you guys meet somebody that, you know, has a good amount of money to invest, or even if they don't, right? And they are super fired up about XYZ coin, whether it's a dog coin or, you know, something that maybe Hexicans don't necessarily believe in, you all would still meet that person where they're at. And so you'd help them onboard into whatever they've heard about: Bitcoin, Ethereum, dog coins, anything. And then super predictably, they would come back and ask you for your own tip. And so it's like, if you had presented them your top pick at first, they wouldn't have been interested. But because you waited for them to ask, it was much more predictable, it seemed. Is that, am I reading that correctly?
You're so accurate. Absolutely. I look at it like, if you force something on somebody, it becomes easy to call it a scam. I'm not going to give you that opportunity to put I could bring you in easily by being a little bit of salt instead of, you know, like just a dash of it. Like, drop an intuitive interest in it. They'll let you know if they're open. And then, you know, if they're like, what we do is we'll give them a little bit of Hex so they can watch the price grow, and then they can start appreciating it for what it is. And then they always come back for more. And then they take the initiative to go and reach other members, which is exactly what it should be: networking, community building, and not in a way where it's non-threatening and it's social, but it's also, you know, real. Like, this is a real product that we can comfortably and confidently present to our clients and make that the backbone of their portfolio.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Richard, for giving us all that that opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
Sinclair?
Yeah, well, I definitely got to say that it's going to be hard for people to not know about Hex in the future because of things like this, because of what Lizzie was just saying. You have so many events like this right here, for example. You got, you know, like the Kryptosparbuch guys doing the US tour. You know what I mean? You got the real in life, you know, Hex event going on in Hex conference going on in March. There's so many things going on with Hex where it's going to be hard for people to miss. And then you got people that's onboarding, like Lindsay, like Tobiwan, you know, like Kareem. You got master networkers, you know, like Funding Gem. So there's plenty, like there's so much talent in the Hex community to where it's like, yo, it's really going to be hard for people to not know about Hex. Maybe people didn't know about Hex, maybe like in the year 2020, maybe 2021. But as we go on now, 2022, I think you're going to see a lot of people like, oh, yeah, we know what Hex is, rather than before last year, 2 years ago, people really didn't know. So, you know, I feel like that's what's going to happen. And also with like onboarding, how Lindsay was saying, and you as well, Maddie, like how you don't pressure people. So, for example, when I'm talking about Hex on Instagram and my stories or whatever, I'm not like DMing people on Instagram. And these are people that are it's like a warm audience because these are people that I actually grew up with and they follow me on Instagram, right? We follow each other. So it's not like I'm in their DMs like, hey, like, you know, you should check out this Hex thing. I'm posting stories about it. And other Hex content creators are putting their stories in my story, right? And they're saying like, all right, well, this guy's actually consistent. And I'm like, all right, you know what? Let me DM Sinclair and see if he knows about other cryptocurrencies, right? It might not necessarily be Hex, but it may be other cryptocurrencies. But being that they're DMing me, I have a foot in the door to talk to them about Hex pretty much, you know? So I feel like it's a lot easier on the network doing it that way. But yeah, it's gonna be hard to miss, you know? It's just crazy. There's so much going on. You know what I mean? TikTok, you know, obviously like Korea, like he's, you know, he has the TikTok and SuperHex. Like, it's going to be hard to miss, put it like that. It's crazy. Yeah.
I think you're correct. Your prediction is spot on. And it's kind of interesting to think about how organic the followers in Hex are compared to other channels, whether, you know, you've got somebody like Anthony Pompliano, let's say, haven't seen anything of his lately, but I imagine, you know, he's still getting very few views compared to his total number of subscribers, whereas someone like Richard is getting similar numbers. And that shows that people are staying engaged, that it's organic, that they're not bots, they're not paid views, and that really sets up a better base for punching through the noise of today's world. I mean, people, they don't have extra attention or an extra attention span to put on things that maybe aren't immediately pressing, or, you know, they've already heard the sales pitch of this coin can do 10,000x, and it was a scam not talking about Hex, right? And so, so when people hear already every marketing pitch that's ever come along, it's going to take more than that. You know, it's going to take something to catch their attention. And I love, you know, that you picked up on this idea of consistency as well. And virality. I think they go together. I think that people are, I think that we're really on the edge. I think next year's Hex conference, you know, is going to be pretty hard to imagine compared to now, just because there's so much growth being kind of being put together and planted. There's a lot of seeds being planted with people as well, as you mentioned, with like Funding Gem and all these legacy people. Lots of good observations. Chris?
Yeah, sure, Maddie. I was just reflecting as we're talking, you know, what kind of community we have and how great it is. You know, I think I'd like to tie a couple things together, kind of go back to what you started off with, which is,
Please.
You know, it probably takes about 10 times more effort to come back from like negative comments than it does positive comments. And so as we're sitting here talking, I know a lot of the folks listening are in the chats and all the rest and thinking about onboarding and everything. You know, we're in a second wave now of new people coming in. The first was kind of groundbreaking, you know, moving towards Pulse Chain, right? That big wave of people that came in. Now we have another 30,000 people, you know, coming at us from PulseX. It's a great opportunity for all the Hex, because everybody who's really listening to this is part of our, you know, part of our community, to pitch in and help build our community stronger. You know, with everyone joining in, I get to see a lot of this in the chats. You know, just a little bit of help for people, you know, who are new. You know, brings them in, right, and helps get us to where we need to go. So I think that's a big part of it for me as I'm listening to this, is how do we make this community stronger? How do we bring it together? Because like Lindsay said, you know, it's a very open, you know, it's open. We bring everybody in, and we're willing to support.
Definitely. And Kenyan Hexican?
Yeah, as we are seeing the way Hex is truly standing out for the past 2 years around, and people giving it the seriousness it deserves, and the way we have that organic growth, I'm really convinced. Like, for example, I was sharing on my status the way the 169 blockchain was hacked in last year alone, and that is 7 billion worth of funds lost, while Hex, the finished product, it is still intact and we were unaffected. You know, that one itself speaks a lot of volume on the security and the way Richard Hart put a lot of amazing details on this product before he released it to the world. This is truly a shining beacon. Look at the way, like my friends, there are some who still are stiff-necked, and you know, decision is personal, by the way. Some are coming back like the guy you call Nicodemus in the Bible, who came to Jesus at night and said, Messiah, what is this that you're telling people? Are you truly that Messiah? So in this case, this is Hex. You know, they come, they say, you know, I run a huge group of people and we just got scammed. And you see, that one is not fun. But when they tell you this Hex of yours, I'm seeing you sharing on TikTok, Facebook, I think it's still around, and women, young men are unstaking and getting quite something. I tell them, you see, Hex is a finished product. If you go to hex.wiki, read it for yourself, do your own research. We are not just here today and then gone tomorrow. The security aspect of this product is amazing. Hex has taken a fixed deposit bank account and they have put it on a smart contract and the blockchain. And you see, that one itself speaks volume. Every time Richard Hart goes online and I tell my friends, okay, here's the YouTube link, go and listen from the horse's mouth himself. They're coming out and saying, man, I'm convinced that this thing, honestly, it is amazing. I don't know why to some it is, Hex to some is, I don't know how to put it. It's like being bombarded by something that is too good. See what I'm saying? It's like too good of information. But I tell you, you just take that leap of faith the way some of us took. We didn't understand. But in time, we are understanding Richard Hart is somebody who is reputable. He means what he says. And even with an ongoing Pulse X, I'm telling you, the guys who are unbelievers, they are now the ones who are even saying, man, why can't we put an ad on the Kenyan TV and share to the rest of Kenyans about this? And I'll tell them, man, advertisement is upon you. But rest assured, this thing, as we are growing organically with our Facebook, with our tools at disposal, the TikToks, guys are coming, and they're coming in waves, man.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I feel like Korea just keeps teeing it up for me, because it's like he's just it's right exactly where my mindset is at, with all of this is just the huge opportunity that it presents for people. And, you know, not to get into specific of terms, because I understand, you know, this, I mean, even though we got a lot of time, we don't have a lot of time, but it's just the seed thing, you know, you're planting a seed. And it's funny to me because one of my onboarding methods, and
can I establish that you have some credibility in this area? It's my understanding that you have onboarded many people, and so proceed.
Yeah, I mean, for those who may be tuning in that don't know my big misshapen noggin, I've been around since before day one. I'll try to keep my story brief. I know I can be long-winded. This Ross Hex will love this. I've got my own troll for those of you that don't know. I think he secretly loves me. You know, it's understood. But anyhow, I will try not to be too long-winded. Everyone that knows me knows that's hard. But I actually stumbled across Richard about a year after my brother had passed away, back in 2018, and he was on the Doug Polk podcast on YouTube. I think he was shitting on IOTA or something. I can't remember exactly the thrust of the early parts, but as he went on, he talked about legacy and, like, you know, what life is really about, and kind of tipped his hand to his desire to go for glory, that it's not about money being the end, the be all end all. It's about, you know, what you do with that money and what you do with that freedom and that time that you get when you can find a way to have some financial freedom by making good choices, like he did, mining Bitcoin when it was 50 cents, and, you know, building his business and retiring at such a young age. You know, he went out and continued to build and continued to develop his mind and read, you know, Reddit stuff to learn more about the crypto space and get himself to this position that he's in now, which is this incredible master educator. And it was just truly inspiring. And I was really in kind of a dark period for myself personally at that point. And I'm nobody, right? I've got maybe 50 Twitter followers, probably family and friends, if that. And I messaged him. And for the longest time, until I got a new laptop, from that date, I actually had a screen grab of his reply, and I could almost probably quote it, but he was essentially saying, you know, thanks for the kind words. You know, you owe it to those that came before us to live your best life. And it was just so kind of him to, like, take that moment out of his obviously busy life and to reply to some random dude on Twitter. Right. And I was hooked, and I'm like, this guy's legit. You know, it's like top hat or not, you know, I'm going to watch this guy and see what he's about. And I was glued. And then I think that was like maybe March or May of 2018, and just kept watching. And he was talking about CFD token way back then. And that was really inspired, I thought, and interesting. And then I think a lot of the ideas and the mechanics of that kind of went into the early stages of Hex development. And I was eager and ready to rock and roll when the adoption amplifier started. So I went in tentative at first. You know, like many people that are in Hex, I think the biggest regret is that you didn't get in earlier and you didn't go harder. You didn't get in heavier, right? And so I tiptoed in, you know, tested the waters, and I was a trader. So I had a big hole that I was digging out of from trading primarily Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, and Chainlink, and was clawing my way out of that hole. But I was losing sleep. It was compromising my relationships. I'm sure I lost some hair from that period of time, you know, with, you know, alerts going off in the middle of the night and trying to keep up with charts and just having that be my existence. And, you know, that was another thing Richard talked about with, you know, trading and poker and gaming and, you know, those things and how they're really net negative, right, for your life. And I was still tentative, didn't go really all in on Hex until just before Big Payday. And at that point, I got rid of all my bags. I almost got back to even. So I feel like, you know, in the trading game, I did better than most because, you know, I was only down maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3%, I think, of my total stack, maybe 5%. But I was down over 90% at one point. I mean, like stuff that, you know, would probably have some people with a shotgun barrel in their mouth. I mean, legit, it was devastating, like how bad that I got wrecked. And I clawed my way back, and then seeing what Hex was doing kind of bolstered my resolve, got in heavy before Big Payday and watched the big dump, you know? And then, got a little nervous because I'm like, oh God. And right at that time is when Bitcoin took off, for those that remember. And I'm like, oh, if I just held on to my bags, Bitcoin and Litecoin, I would have been rocking right now. And I have that portfolio still on my phone to just watch. Like, what are my old bags? What would those have been doing? And it's remarkable, like how many X's that Hex has done over and above that. Even back when I sold Bitcoin, it was at 13,000, right? So to give you an idea, to watch that run up and think that maybe did I make the wrong call, and then eventually realize I made the best decision of my life to be in Hex. And then the ancillary benefits of the community and the other education you get, whether it's, psychology tips from guys like Maddie that I really appreciate on a very deep level, and and just life lessons from Richard, and just the kindness of all the other people in the community, and listening to their stories and seeing, how it's changed their lives. Tim, being like, he is what we're all gunning for, like to be to that point where you don't need to work anymore. Right. And, I'm still under an NDA right now, but it's like, I'm very, very close to being in that same position finally. So I'm getting close to being a retired Hexican. Right. And, and when, just like Tim here, it's like, even though you're retired, it doesn't mean you're not working anymore. It's like, you're just not working for money. So it's like, where do you put your effort? So like you, Maddie, it's like, you're putting your efforts into helping people learn more about this amazing opportunity. And, not to sound like an infomercial, but you gotta plant the seed. That's all you can do. I gave away over 350,000 Hex to onboards. And it was at $100 increments, right? So a lot of people. And it was remarkable to me. Give Me Liberty gave me a bunch of crap about it. Like, you can't give somebody something for free. They're not going to value it. Well, that's not necessarily true. The vast majority of people I gave it to have just watched it grow. They haven't put in the effort and put in more money of their own to bolster those gains. But the ones that did, and that really have dedicated themselves and learned about it, it's like from just the first tier of people, it's multiple millions of dollars that they've put in. And then if you go out to that second layer of people they've onboarded, family and friends and acquaintances, it's well over tens of millions of dollars now that have come into Hex just from planting those seeds. And the right people that want to put in the effort and want to learn and want to understand, and they're not just looking for a quick hit like a day trader, then they're going to understand the power of T-shares and how it really frees you up to just rediscover what life is without chasing a dollar, whether it's working for the man or chasing gains, right? It's like you stake and you chill, and it really opens up your perspective for like what else you can do with the limited number of breaths we all have on this journey, right? So I don't know what hell was that 5 minutes. I think I did all right. So, I mean, that kind of gives you a pretty good overview of like me and my story from the beginnings of Hex for those that may have not known it. And for those that did, hopefully I didn't bore you to tears. I'll have to check the chat and see if Ross is roasting me.
Of course. And do you consider yourself a reformed trader now?
Absolutely. I mean, I still get the bug. I'm not going to lie. It's exciting. When I was in Vegas, I spent 8 hours at a blackjack table. I mean, there's still, like there is some that gambling part of me that's in there, but just the freedom that Hex is allowed to where it's like, it's not as dire. It's like, I mean, I even played blackjack for a living at one point in my life. So it's like, I enjoy it as far as the challenge, and it's not so much about the money anymore. Trading, I don't do. I don't trade. I mean, there have been times that I've, sold some Hex and bought it back because it just seemed pretty obvious with the TA. But I'm net positive on my bags as far as I've got more Hex now than I've ever had. And it's a good idea to always keep some dry powder because, dips happen in crypto. And I would definitely encourage anyone that is hanging on the sidelines, get in before that copy, right? Get in before that copy for sure. I think we just cracked 4 million on or no more than that, 400 million on the 400 million on which is bonkers to me. It's like we're not even done with the first week for the Pulse X sacrifice. I think that's going to really be some great opportunities for people, almost like a ground floor opportunity like it was for Hex. But man, get those copies, lock up those T-shares. Those rates are not going down ever. and, you know, make that your primary goal, I think, is to get your hex and get your T-shares locked in. And then if you got some more fiat to put in there, get yourself a SAC, sacrifice going for Pulse X, and then just strap in for Pulse Chain launch, because that's going to be wild. And I mean, especially for people that are trying to get in with smaller amounts of money, like it's slowed down my onboarding, because I still use kind of that method of, you know, if someone's a little tentative, I'll be like, hey, I'll send you $100 a hex. And you can watch it. You know, set up your staker app. Here's $100. Watch it. You can. I would recommend staking it, but not now, because you're going to spend 30 or 40 or 50% of it to pay the fee to stake it. So hang on to it for your copy. Pulse Chain's coming, and then if you want to learn how to stake and stuff, call me. And that's kind of how I approach it. But it has definitely slowed my roll on onboarding, because so much is eaten up with ETH fees. So I think once Pulse Chain launches and it gets back to being, you know, below $1 to do your swaps and your staking and all that stuff, I think it's just going to explode. I mean, think about this, Maddie. I think back in March, I sent a buddy of mine $100, and he's a great story. I would love to have him on sometime, but it's like, you know, he's had some struggles with addiction and was really at a low point in his life, and it gave him hope. And I mean, and he's clean now. I think he's 100 days sober. He's
Congratulations.
I just saw him over the holidays, and he was so thankful for what his hex was doing. But we looked back to just kind of look at his stakes and how those were coming along. And I gave him 10,000 hex, which was about $100 at the time. We spent almost 6,000 hex on gas to get the staking ladder established. So back then I'm like, how in the world was that 6,000 hex? That's insane. And you look back, it's like, oh, back then that was $60. So think about all the economic energy that could have gone into hex during the last year and a half, especially as Ethereum gas prices have gone bonkers, right? So as we reopen that can of worms with Pulse Chain, and you're not going to be burning all that extra economic energy in just the fee to play, the ticket to the show, it's going to open it up to so many people that can get in. Like one of my best stakes ever, it's like I show people, it was $76, and it was back. I started it in December of 19. It was 15 months later. It was over $500,000 when I unstaked it. $76 to $500,000. It's bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. So, I mean, and I think that those kind of gains are still possible in hex. And, you know, it's just a matter of stake and watch those T-shares crank it up. And the T-shares are dropping off every day. I'm going too deep. But yeah, I mean, plant the seeds. The people that want to learn about it will. The people that see the value are going to dig in. And just, you know, not to get biblical, but like Jesus said, man, shake the dust off your feet and go to the next town if they're not receiving your message, right? So tell them what's up. And the people that get it, they will love you and thank you and be grateful forever. And it's a way to start changing lives. And you don't know what those lives are going to do when they aren't shackled by the constraints of trading your time and your life for money to just live. So, I mean, I'm stoked.
True that. True that.
It's, you know, so, but thank you for letting me rant on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. You know, a lot of us, when we first started, we were here a little bit earlier, you know, transactions were a penny. You know, stakes were a penny.
Yes.
It was so cheap you couldn't even meter it. Now, I know a lot of people haven't gotten a chance to go out on the test net. And even if they're there, they're not necessarily going to get the feel. And we're not promoting that people go to other chains. But it will be almost effortless at first to stake. And that is going to be a very good thing for friction. All right. So I'm right there with you. A lot of growth coming from that.
And let me add back in, when I ended that stake, I restaked it for longer, because I realized, I mean, like, boom, that's a lot of money. I mean, like $500,000, it's like that's game changer for pretty much anybody, right? But I realized it's like I had a good income. I didn't need that money right now. And I realized by that point the power of T-shares. And I threw that stuff out, I think 7 years, and locked those T-shares up, man. Locked them up. So it's, you know, I have yet to cash out any hex because I'm that dedicated, and I'm still buying. I got dry powder. I'm buying every dip. So
amazing. And yeah, maybe we can go around the room again and just share anything that you think would be useful for the audience before we wrap up this social? Timothy?
Well, I would say the most important thing for anybody that's listening is to really know exactly what it is that you want from this ecosystem. You know, if you don't have a solid vision and you don't know the specifics of what you want to accomplish, it's going to be really easy to get shaken out and to be tempted to end your stakes if the price goes up 2x or whatever. You know, you have to have a game plan. You got to know what it is that you want out of this. I mean, it's great to be part of the community. You know, one thing that we all have in common is the fact that none of us are paid to be here. None of us are paid bots. You know, we're not paid followers. We're all here, you know, by our own recognizance. So it's just something is just part of life, and just being a responsible person is knowing exactly what you want and knowing what the game plan is to get that. And fortunately, this is all math. So it's all just putting the numbers in the right places to do that. That's one of the things I tell all the people that I onboard is you have to know what it is that you want. If you're just going to throw money at this, you know, you're going to be the first person to panic when you don't see a 2x tomorrow morning, because, you know, the media is always talking about, you know, somebody spent $20 on some crypto and became a millionaire. Well, they don't tell you how long that person was holding or whatever. It's like, you know, you have to know the facts. And fortunately, Hex is transparent enough that we can know these things. We can extrapolate. You know, there's a site, I think it's called stakehex.today, where you can just put in numbers and see what the future projection of what a stake is going to look like based on the share rate and the price. You know, there's tools that we have available to project what it is that we would like to see in the future. And then it's just a matter of doing the work to make Hex grow to that point of adoption that those results actually come in. So yeah, just have a plan, have a means of getting to point B, and stick to it. Be committed. Don't be afraid to be committed and lock in if that's what you really want.
Hey, Tim, let me add to that real fast. Stakehex.today. Stakehex.today is a fantastic tool. Brianna and Juan came up with a wonderful spreadsheet a long time ago, and then I added to it, and I've shared that out on through Google Sheet links before. And it was effectively the same type of thing. And then Kay, I believe, is the one that we talked to him about webifying that. And then we were kind of dragging our feet and doing other things. And if I'm not mistaken, he's the one that started StakeHex today. I'm not sure. It doesn't really matter. But whoever did it, they did a great job. A really, really good tool to do exactly what Tim's talking about, to see, you know, what a staking ladder could look like for whatever amount of money you want to start with, and get a feel for, you know, what that is likely to grow into over time. And you can actually play with the parameters a lot easier on that than we did on the spreadsheet, where you could
We have breaking news.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Uh-oh.
It looks like our discussion earlier when we talked about CoinMarketCap getting sued for lying about Hex's market cap.
No way.
Finally got through them.
Nice.
No, I'm kidding. But seriously, I just went to coinmarketcap.com on SuperHex's observation, and here we are, number eight.
Number eight.
We all know how this goes. This is the second or third time I've seen this happen. In a few minutes, Hex will vanish, never to be seen again outside of page 3.
Think positive. Stay this time. Third time's a charm.
But now is the time to message everybody you know and say, look, I knew it.
We need a sacrifice pool where people can bet on how long we stay on that ranking, and whoever comes closest, they win the sacrifice.
Yeah, no kidding.
We hope those guys are not joking.
Awesome. But yeah, but check out stakehex.today, guys, because it's like, even if you got active stakes, you can actually put in your public address and it'll show you all of your liquid hex, your staked hex, and then there's little sliders where you can adjust what you think the price is going to over time. But the predictive element they have in there is pretty good, I think. It's like, I like where they have the default settings, but you can change. And Maddie, I don't know if you want to bring up stakehex.today to just show it. I don't know if that'd be something you felt like doing tonight or not, but stakehex.today, you can literally go in and put in the amount of money that you want to stake, how many stakes you want that broken into, for how long, and it will give you through the predictive elements of the price over time, as well as the hex per T share per day payout over time, what those stakes are likely to grow into, and it will melt your face off, but it is conservative. Just like the spreadsheets that Bree started out with, and then Juan and I helped kind of get to a more digestible form. And then ultimately StakeHex today is just a fantastic tool to do what Tim was talking about, which is make a plan. Make a plan. I wish what helped me with my staking ladder was Bree's spreadsheet. That was just like behind the scenes sharing amongst fellow Hexicans. Now there are tools out there that everybody can use that it really quantifies for you the possibilities of even a $500 stake and what that could turn into over time.
Yeah, I'll throw this out to you too. I want to add to what Tim said about people knowing what they want. And sometimes it takes some time to figure that out. Very important. And even for all of us who are here, whether you've been here a year or 2 years, 3 years, some of us, none of the people have been successful in Hex. It didn't happen overnight. And I throw that message out there because it's been a long walk, you know, a lot of steps. Now it feels great. You know, we get to the end here. Well, we're not at the end yet, but I mean, you know, where we are in our journey, you know, we got many more steps, but I say that because I do interact with a lot of new people, a little salty on both sides, you know, folks have been around for a while and new folks. And a lot of the ways that, well, just one observation, a lot of the ways that I act and I think about things, and a lot of people I know think about things, it's because we took on this challenge of delayed gratification and to truly believe and to build the community like these gentlemen and Lindsay and you know, and that's really what it's about, is building the community.
Buying tops in the past, you know, it was just what we did. You know, it was, you got to see everybody get on the 24-hour live streams, right? And the price of Hex would be down.
And we buy
70%, 80%. Everybody was so happy. Why? Right? Why?
Yeah.
T-shirts.
I remember when we went to Vegas, we didn't think that 25 cents was possible. Or, well, I mean, we knew it was possible, but like to hit 20, you know, like to hit that mark around there, we were like, woohoo! It was like something extra to celebrate. It was at like 7. I can't remember now. Like things just, everything flies by so fast. Like that's really important for when you're onboarding new people too out in that community, to let them know, like, don't over promise, like under promise, over deliver. That's how you get them to stay. And you know, if they're getting shaky, point them in the direction of the resources that they have available in the community to them for their specific needs. It's out there. Like, just all they have to do is reach out. And you have many people that are willing, able, and ready to teach basic finances to like that will not necessarily, may not be accessible to people otherwise, for free. What a valuable tool. And that's from connecting through Hex. And now you're out here speaking like with a public together to educate, to get rid of, like, not get rid of, you can't really get rid of it, but to teach people how to deal with fear, uncertainty, and doubt head on. There are tools for that. There are ways to manage that fear. Absolutely. Those tools are what really will help propel this community forward. Strengthen numbers with that, like-minded individuals coming together. Like we're getting, like, you know, wealthy too. It's that mindset of what is wealthy. It's, you know, absolutely there's FU money, right? But there's also legacy wealth and building that out for the future. That's like everybody's here for it. Let's go.
The way that Hex as a financial technology is being set up to win, I think is super important. Something that recently happened that I think we should tell as many people about as possible is that Staker app became the #1 deployer of smart contracts in the world. That's right.
Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing,
The
man.
Gnosis safe technology that the founder of Ethereum uses for his wallet, there are more staker wallets out there than there are for any other company or any other instance of a crypto. So Hex users are adopting technology just like with Uniswap. The decentralized crypto exchange, that was a missing piece of technology in the Bitcoin stack, right? And Bitcoin has had to pay dearly for that because all of the billionaires in Bitcoin ended up being corrupt exchange owners and people who were ultimately shilling leverage trading stuff. And, it really, it hurt Bitcoin to not have a decentralized place to do all of its volume, because it had to touch the legacy financial system, and anything that touches that is going to be corrupted. And so I believe that, in this cypherpunk movement, right, that, it had its good beginnings, but when people really update their worldview, they will realize that Bitcoin is going to continue to waste more and more electricity, that it's going to be shilled more and more by centralized parties, by middlemen, and people are going to end up owning something that doesn't look anything like a crypto. They're owning an IOU from Robinhood, or some sort of derivative paper thing. And so onboarding people right, even if it's a slower process, even if I think for people who are new, if they don't look around and see what's changed in the past year, and see how the technology is continuing to grow. Something Richard said the other day about plenty of people are geniuses, but they're working in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
In Hex, it really feels like, the people who are making significant investments, again, I'm going to point to the Staker app team, they're spending tens of thousands of dollars a day, I think, maybe more, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars a day to onboard people, to get them these super nice wallets that cost like $100 in ETH gas fees. Why aren't they waiting for Pulse? Because that's not how technology works. Technology has to have first adopters. Technology has to have sacrifice. And so when I look around and I see people sacrificing so much for the future, it makes me really confident in the future of Hex. And then I start to learn about the game theory of Pulse and Pulse X. And that's something we'll probably have to save for tomorrow. But there sure is a lot to look forward to, isn't there?
Oh my God.
Maddie,
Yes, sir.
Maddie, there was a tweet I read earlier. You were talking about the technology of Bitcoin, and it said, Bitcoin is a store of value like VHS tapes are a store of movies. Yeah, VCRs still work, but it's 2022.
Correct. And when I'm when I'm listening to this idea of how can we underpromise people in Hex, like, who are brand new, I'm not sure what to tell them. Like, how much money do you want to put into something that goes down 90% and costs $30 to move around and $100 to get in and out of? Like, that doesn't sound very cool, but still there's hundreds of people getting in per day. And imagine what our network effect is going to be when we do this quantum leap forward with Pulse, where instead of what I just described, it's you have to stomach the volatility still no matter what, but it's pennies to get in and out. And I think that'll make all the difference.
Richard just put a tweet up to CZ at Binance. He says, "You guys aren't lying about our market cap properly. Please have us put us back on page 3. Thanks."
Oh, damn.
Wow.
Thank you.
I want to check it out.
And I mean, we've got the best. I mean, how can anyone deny that we have the best founder in all of crypto at the lead of all this? I mean, he's just pragmatic and hilarious and a genius and truly driven by the right things and painfully honest. Yeah, he's great, man. We are very fortunate.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. How many founders are so accessible?
Right.
It's proof that he's so hardworking.
Yep.
Everything about Richard, there's proof. And, you know, I think people still take him the wrong way because there are so many incentives in the world for people to get it twisted and, you know, but at the end of the day, that's opportunity. People who misunderstand Richard and don't trust him, that makes me more confident because at some point people are going to update their worldview. And again, that's how technology works. It's the forward thinkers that understand first. And if we can be patient enough to let everybody catch up to our understanding and we don't yell at people and lambast them for, you know, not getting it right away, the better, I think.
I mean, yeah, you can't do that in Hex because you'd lose like 90% of people at the door. It's a complicated product, you know, and this beautiful system that's being built around us, for us, with us, is like, that's pretty complicated too. It's really exciting to get in and start getting into game theory and learning different, you know, stacking strategies. Like, there's so much. It's like, if you're not here for it, like, you're missing out. And those are here for it for, you know, like the full amount. Welcome. You've got support around you and comfort knowing that, like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for the long haul. You know, I know the other people in this room too.
A great reply to people that I get often, people that I've told about, they're like, "Oh yeah, I've been watching it. Well, they're watching the price chart, you know? And the question I immediately asked them, I said, "Well, do you understand T-shares yet?" And they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "You have to learn about it." I said, "Don't just watch a chart, because what are you going to do? Wait until it goes up and FOMO in like everyone does with everything?" No, it's like, the reason I told you about this thing is you need to learn about it. Like, you know, and I'm available. If you've got questions, I'll help you out. But learn about it. And like, you know, so don't just watch a chart and have that be the indicator of what's going on. Because, you know, if you're in the big thing that I try to make sure everybody understands, the average stake length yields you approximately 40% APY. If you do the math on that, that means the price could go down 20% a year forever, and you will not lose money. You will actually be about even or a little up. 20% a year forever, the price could go down. So you are hedged to the downside if you're staked the average length by 20% a year. And if it goes to the upside, which, look at the chart, tell me what it's doing, you are amplifying your gain by 40% a year. And that a lot of times is the light bulb moment for people to say, hey, if you're in Bitcoin, it went down 20, 30, 40%, that's what you're down. You're not making more Bitcoin every day because you're holding it. You know, if you are staked, you're hedged to the downside by a fair margin, and you are amplified to the upside. And it's like when the people finally like that clicks in, they realize that that chart does not tell the whole story. The price chart does not tell the whole story. But yeah, keep educating.
Yeah, I mean, here we have a chart of Hex versus Bitcoin from launch, and Hex is outperforming Bitcoin when they were both 2 years old.
And that doesn't consider staking it, Maddie. That's just the price performance.
This shows the superiority of Hex, the durability of it, and that more mad gains are possible. That's what I see here.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely, man.
That's why you got a DeLorean, right?
Yeah, right.
I staked all my Hex, and then I waited 15 years, and then I bought a DeLorean and came back. That was the ideal order of operations, actually.
Cool.
Hey, here's something for you. A lot of people are like, you know, when I talk to them, they feel like they're too late to hex, right? Because we've already done a 10,000x, and I explained to them, I'm like, well, you understand, you know, that Bitcoin is what, 6.5 million X, right? Is that right? Yeah. So in other words, if just to do what Bitcoin did, we still have a 6,500x to go from our top. Think about that. And that's to just match what Bitcoin has done.
And there are a couple of Easter eggs that are in what you just said. In fact, because Richard you have to ask Richard to reveal an Easter egg. He's not always just going to do it without people asking. So somebody asked at one of the meetups in Europe, and sure enough, he had more than one in his pocket ready to go. Remember those figures of Bitcoin doing a 6.5 million X. That's if you only count it starting from a penny. Okay. Really, it traded below a penny multiple times on multiple exchanges, from what I understand. Maybe not on multiple exchanges, but people had the opportunity to buy Bitcoin at 0.7 of a penny, not just a penny. Okay. So that changes the equation greatly, right? When there's 30% more gains on a 6 million X, that's what, an extra 2 million or something crazy.
Yeah, an extra 2 million X.
1.5. Yeah, it's wild, right? So
something else,
for
Maddie?
every dollar that you put in, that's an extra $1.5 million.
Right.
And then when you look at Hex, it's being calculated from the all-time low, but that was calculating Bitcoin from quote unquote its starting price of 1 penny. So if you go back to Hex's starting price of 0.3 cents on day one, and then it dropped, 85% or something after that,
right?
Like that means even more mad gains are possible if it follows the same story and is only just as good as Bitcoin and not designed better than Bitcoin.
Yep. And Maddie, to that same point, and I think it might have been in the same meetup that he addressed something that I've been kind of screaming from the shadows forever, which was, we didn't do 10,000x yet. What are we talking about? It's like, we're not there yet. And the narrative had become like, well, if we hit 55 or 56 cents, then there's our 10,000x that we were saying, that it was promised to go up, or, alluded to that's what it was designed to go up. And he acknowledged, no, that's from the bottom. And it's because it made it look better. That's not from launch. He said, if you do it from launch, which is what it was designed to do, from launch, 10,000x, he said, we have about another 10x to go. And that was at the top of 56 cents. So that means, just to get to 10,000x, you're looking at a $5 plus X.
Yep.
Right. And that's for 10,000x, not a 6.5 million X or an 8 million X like Bitcoin, like Maddie was just saying.
Well,
So
from 0.3 of a penny, I think the mental math is it would just be $30 for a 10,000x.
Yeah, right. Yeah, more than that.
I'll take that.
Right, I think everybody would, and that's just price. That's not counting your staking interest. That percentage of the inflation that's getting paid to miners to mine for themselves. It's like, you add that on top, and that's that amplification of your gain again. It's just, I don't know. I get way too excited about this stuff.
Yeah, this is why it's so clear to some of us that we're still early, that people who are getting in just now, that there's still so much opportunity. And I think that part of that has to do with the whole psychology of crypto in general and the game theory and the incentives, right? So when it comes to the incentives, it's highly profitable to print money out of thin air and use that for your marketing budget and your bribery budget, right? To get things listed, to get content creators to pump and dump stuff. It's so highly profitable. And Richard has said this, just to, it's to print money out of thin air, that it's really rare for you to find a team of people that once they get their $1 million or their $10 million or their $100 million, it's hard for them to keep working on anything, to keep innovating. If you can tell a really cool story and get more money than an actual startup company when they put in 5 years of work to develop some new technology, but it's more profitable to just make a cool story, to make a promise coin, right? Hex is having to compete with that, but there will, I think, be breakthrough moments where reality really gets tested. Right now, we do see JPEGs selling for millions of dollars. We do see all of this, you know, ridiculousness in the space. And, you know, those are things that I think as a community we can learn from, we can acknowledge, okay, why is this working? You know, what is it about these pet rocks, these ether rocks that people love so much? And what, you know, what is it? And I think really Richard has, as always, like caught on to things very early, has already spent months and months and months building a better copy of Ethereum, building a better copy of Uniswap, right? Developing new bridge technology, understanding the best kind of vampire attack you can create, which potentially, you know, I was saying this on a Twitter Spaces, and I'm so incredibly sad that I didn't realize I could hit the record button, or I thought I had hit the record button.
I was on that
I
one.
did.
That would have
I
been
did like a
good.
2-hour deep dive on you know, this whole liquidity use case and this idea that maybe, you know, that maybe Pulse will flip Ethereum, will steal its users, will take its lunch money, you know, all that kind of stuff. But it's because if you create a bridge that has the right incentive structure, sometimes you might end up incentivizing something that pays for itself. So when you bridge liquidity from ETH and you create a connection between a pool of money that's in an automated market maker on Ethereum, and then you have a mirror of everything on Pulse, I believe that, you know, if that incentive token, that those of us who sacrifice for Pulse X will get a vote, will be part of the DAO that determines which bridges and which token and liquidity pairs are the most rewarded at any given time. And we will be able to reward people who are bridging in value from Ethereum. That will give everything on Pulse a value. And if, you know, if we're paying whatever the cost is to incentivize people to bridge in liquidity, it might only take $100 million. It might only take $1 billion worth of incentives to create $10 billion of value, to create $100 billion of value. You know, Coinbase is a dying technology. It's a contradiction. It's an oxymoron. It's a centralized crypto exchange that IPO'd in the past year since the last Hex conference for $100 billion. You know, so this idea that Pulse X could come along and do much better, I think it's reasonable. People, you know, are going to have to do their own research, but there's a lot of really exciting stuff, and I'm so glad we get to talk about it. And so, any final comments here from everybody before we sign off for the day?
Shout out to, I got one. Shout out to everybody who's making this community great, especially those admins.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's not an easy job.
Admins deserve so much respect, and I don't know all of their handles off the top of my head, and I should.
I can
all of you out there.
I can shout a couple out.
Please,
shout out to the sticker guy for helping you out, man.
Yeah,
the sticker guy.
Yeah, the sticker guy behind the scenes helping everything go smoothly with
he did an excellent job.
Yeah. But yeah, the admin Scotty knows, and Papa B, and the long week or the long vacation, and Nenad, and there's so many others. It's like we actually created an admin group for admins on Telegram because it was just getting a little unruly as far as
That's so meta.
A systematic, right? It is a systematic approach. I and Nenad went to Richard about it, and we're like, hey, it's like we got to have a more cohesive approach to how we try to manage these Telegram channels because it was just getting unruly. And I'm proud to say I helped kick that off, and those guys have been doing great. I've been super busy and not as involved, but man, they're in there grinding it out every day on Telegram, trying to keep people away from bullshit and focused on what's right, which is Richard Hart created projects and products, and absolutely a thankless job. That's a really tough spot. And then of course all the streamers out there like Maddie and the Discourse guys, and Kareem and Wales and all of them. I mean, there's so many, and the TA guys, Gerardo. I mean, we could go on and on, but just the growth of the community. And this is, it kind of, piqued this thought in my mind when Maddie mentioned the NFT guy that was talking to, or NFTs in general. And it was on Richard's Twitter Spaces just prior to Maddie's Twitter Spaces yesterday, I believe. And the thing they were talking about was community. It's like, well, we got community. And it's like, I read once that cocaine is a hell of a drug, and it makes everybody feel like they love each other because it's like it releases all of these endorphins, and everybody's each other's best friends. It's like if you ever watch the movie Boogie Nights, and Roller Girl is in with, I can't remember the name of the actress, but I adore her, a red-haired actress, older actress in the movie. They're doing coke together, and she was like, "Can I be your mom? Can I pretend like you're my mom?" Because they were so in love with these overflowing endorphins from being high on coke. Well, that's also how some of these crypto communities get. And it's because they're all making stupid money off of stupid things. And just like a Coke come down, all of that falls apart when the buzz wears off because there's nothing behind it. It's hollow, right? And that's what you got with like a lot of these NFT communities. I'm sorry, fellas, if you're, chasing those gains. But, at the end of the day, that shit's going to unravel. Just like Richard said, it's just like gaming communities and everything else. It gets stale and moves forward. Hex is a different animal. Yes, we have a hugely strong community. I would dare say the strongest community in all of crypto, and committed community. People that are staked out for beyond 15 years with billions of dollars at stake. This is the glue that's going to keep a community like this one together. It is not cocaine. It is naturally derived endorphins from good choices and delayed gratification. And so I think that's something else that sets us all apart. I've talked way too much on the stream, but I always just get so geeked out. Thanks to all you guys, Sinclair, Kenyan Hexican down there, Korea. Love your stuff. Keep up the good work. Crispy, Tim, hope to see you in Vegas again. Lindsay, hope to meet you for the first time in Vegas. Looking forward to seeing you again, Maddie. Thank you so much for having me on, and good luck with the rest of the convention.
Thank you. Who else has something to say before we wrap up?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, go ahead, bro.
Can I proceed?
No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say every time I see Hexicans on Twitter say they've just quit their 8 to 9 jobs and they're doing hex flex. You call it hex flex, hex flexing, showing it's really something that is not a job, because when you look at our scenario, maybe here in East Africa, the guys who entered, the old folks who entered the stocks and shares in these big corporates, and maybe they've taken like 20 years to live off from those shares. It is amazing when we see what Hex is doing in just 2 years, and it is turning ordinary people into millionaires. A big kudos once again for people who are positioning themselves in a technology that is just 2 years, and it is going to show the world what it is truly made of. Big salute and much thanks to Richard Hart himself.
Yes.
Yeah, and I like to say that I think everybody in this Hex community will be in a position to not only benefit ourselves and our family, but I think we'll be in a position to benefit the world. Whether it be big or small. Like obviously right now, I'm not able to impact the world with any like financial work, but I feel that in the next few years we'll be able to do that, and me particularly, I'll be able to do that. So I think we're in a good position if that's on your mind. Because me and my friend were having a conversation the other day, and we were talking about, well, if you have one wish, what would it be? And it's like, oh, you know, world peace. And I believe that most people have that type of wish for world peace or for something in the world to change, right? If they could change it. And I think, you know, with early investors and, you know, whether it be PawsX or Paws or Hex, and we're still early in all of that, right? I feel that we'll be able to make a big impact for sure. And obviously we've seen what we were able to do when Richard Hart had the sacrifice for Paws and had the donations for Sense Foundation, right? We were able to make, what was it, like 26 million or something? And, you know, that's just for a sacrifice, you know what I mean? It was just like donations. It wasn't even all of it. So, yeah, I really feel that we're going to be able to make an impact. And I think a lot of Hexicans definitely do want to make an impact, you know, with guys like, you know, Hex Toys and other Hexicans. Like, yeah, it's a pretty solid place to be for sure.
And, you know, speaking of which, I haven't really heard the Sense Foundation make a whole lot of public statements about all that until I interviewed them yesterday, which we pre-recorded for day 3 of the Hex conference. So I'm excited to share that because I think it also adds so much credibility to really what happened with Richard inventing this new model. Just, you know, by the way, here's a new model to fundraise for stuff going forward into the future by creating airdrops and crypto. I mean, it's a perfect match. And so there are so many examples of his brilliance not yet being appreciated. You know, it reminds me of the wheel was invented, according to the Smithsonian Institute, 300 years before it got used for transportation. So you can have a good technology that doesn't find its ultimate use case immediately. And in Hex, I don't think we'll wait 300 years to get our best adoption and use case. But I think that sometimes things take time. And when we see so many things kind of growing all at once, this other story that's happening right now at the moment is CoinMarketCap has apparently not taken Hex off of the top 10, which means that this is the longest duration it's stayed in its honest and righteous position in the top 10 market cap. We don't know that, you know, tomorrow for the second day of the Hex conference, whether it'll still be there or not. But I would like to observe that when I organized the meetup in Las Vegas in June, there was somebody who came up to me right before I got on stage to welcome everybody on the first day. And they showed me a stack of papers that was the lawsuit against CoinMarketCap that they had just filed like a day or two before. And they kind of, you know, I think that they had, that the timing had worked out, but that they had made sure to get it done before they came to Vegas. And so I almost wonder if there isn't some sort of like, you know, legal thing happening right now because maybe of the online Hex conference and because these are great opportunities to rally everybody together. I got involved as a broadcaster because of the gatekeeping on CoinMarketCap. It boiled my blood. I thought it wasn't right. Like that's what hooked me in to the actual broadcasting side of things. And so I think that there are probably a lot of people out there that are going to find what motivates them to get involved. And sometimes the gatekeeping, it's not all bad, but certainly for those of us who are maybe done accumulating or who are ready for Hex to go to the moon, you know, it's exciting to see possibly another gate falling because this is like a game of dominoes. You know, once a few things start falling, you know, how hard is it going to be for Richard to get on Joe Rogan, you know, once Hex is properly listed everywhere as a top 10 crypto all of a sudden, right? And we'll continue to get to see the truth play out against all the lies, and to see the signal increase in ratio to the noise, I think is really exciting. Other final thoughts before we wrap up?
One other thing, if I just throw in there really quick, is right in line with what you're saying, is all the things that are going on behind the scenes that maybe people don't know about, with different things that, some of the guys, RG3 and Kinetics are working on. Steph and the guys at Staker are just grinding away to, help things be easier and smoother to continue to help on board. And then different connections through, professional athletes and entertainers and politicians and things like that, where we're really making inroads. And as Sinclair spoke to a moment ago, as far as, as people become free of the burdens of, grinding out a living, then, that gives us all opportunities to branch into some of these fields, like politics, perchance. I don't know who would vote for me, but, I've thought about that myself. And I think I
would vote for you.
Thank you, sir. I think that's an untapped resource. And I've actually had some conversations with some local governments, and there's financing or funds available, I should say, in local government for long-term investment. So, who doesn't want to be the star mayor in their state, and then get the attention of the governor, and then before you know it, then, government pension funds for states and maybe nationally are being utilized, or Hex is being utilized in those. It only makes sense if everyone's looking for yield. So as more and more people become aware of it, look at your simple IRAs, look at your 401ks from your work. What have they got you invested in? Is it doing as well as Hex? Probably not. So as those barriers come down to investing in crypto and having them in retirement vehicles, and pension funds and things of that nature, I think, we are so early, it's silly. And the gatekeeping is absolutely opportunity. Yes, it's frustrating. Yes, it feels like the opposite of validation, but it is opportunity. So as long as it's not listed on, maybe today's the day where CoinMarketCap finally gets it right and leaves it there. But, we're not listed on major exchanges, and that's a good thing. So these are all things we got to remember, and be thankful that we're in early, and just make sure people are making the effort to learn about staking and the real mechanism of what Hex has to offer. So that's my final thought. Once again, thanks to everybody. It's a pleasure.
It's been amazing to have all of you on tonight, and everybody who came on for this second annual hexconference.com. We have an amazing program coming up as well. Day 2, we're going to have Crypto Coffee, John Wick, Johnny Chaos, and Motley the Investor do a price panel. We'll have a talk from Crypto Heartbeat with the Compassion Cartel, as well as Kareem. And then we'll have this awesome Dissent panel with Eric Wall, or it might be a series of talks, as well as Coach K, and then Nerd Girl and Seth Estrada. Discourse Syndicate will also be checking in. And another thing that I'm really excited about is we might get an update from the highest of stakes, even if it's not from their primary team, who's involved with a bunch of important post-production stuff. But I'm really excited about the update we'll get there. And then we've got this huge social with Hex musicians and with other super important members of the community. On day 3, we'll have a really important talk from Dev Ruth, as well as talks from David Feeder and Firebun about wrapped stakes and being a pulse validator. The quants will combine all of their powers. Gerardo, Whales Only, Wave 3. And then I've got, I believe, 2 NFL players signed up to speak with Blaze and Funding Jim and I to talk about Sun Wealth and pro sports. Then we'll hear from the Sens Foundation and have an awesome social with new YouTubers and other people who had signed up for the Hex Conference, and we're excited to have you. Day 4, we'll talk about mental health. We'll hear from the Staker app CEO and hear from John Wick about good accounting, the origin address funds. And then we'll have this section where people have been picked to have a spotlight with Richard Hart. So we'll have Kryptosparbuch and Gerardo and Crypto Heartbeat, Whales Only, SuperHex, and possibly Future Us to all have individual time with Richard on screen. Then we'll have Richard's keynote and again, a couple more socials. So there's really a lot to look forward to. I would also probably like to throw in some content relating to Pulse X and how to sacrifice, because up until day 3, you will still be getting the best rate possible. So shout out to everybody who's going to be speaking at the conference. We've got special instructions for the speakers in Telegram. And if you can't get a hold of me because 80 people are messaging me at once, reach out to Sticker Guy, who has been helping to organize everything.
Thank you for having us, Maddie.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Maddie. Thanks for putting us all on screen here and having us all
My
share
pleasure.
space tonight. This has been great.
I look forward to talking to you more throughout this conference.
Yeah, for sure, Maddie. Thank you so much for putting this together, man. I know it's a lot of hard work for sure, but appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks.
Have a good night, everybody.
All right.
All the viewers out there. See you.
Good night.
Peace.
Thank you for watching.
Thanks, everybody.
Peace.
Take care.
Right. Up into the